What if the gods you thought you knew were nothing but puppets in a twisted game of cosmic chess? Dionysos, the name sparks revelry, intoxication, and a wild dance beneath the moonlight. But what if I told you that behind the wine and ecstasy lies a tale so dark, so absurd, it will leave you questioning everything? Imagine this, a newborn babe, abandoned on a mountaintop, swaddled not in silk but in the gossamer threads of fate. A child of thunder, laughter, and chaos, raised among nymphs and wild beasts, cradled by madness itself. Sounds like a fairy tale, right? But fairy tales lie. They deceive. They lull and ensnare. Picture a court filled with gods, jealous, petulant, ever watchful. Do you think they'd allow a rival to rise? A deity who embodies freedom, revelry, and the terrifying power of the vine? Dionysos wasn't just born, he was forged in the fires of divine rivalry and scandal. He's the original party crasher, an enigma wrapped in grape leaves and draped in mystery. But here's the punchline: what if his true origins don't lie in Olympus, but in the underworld? What if he's a spectral mirror, reflecting humanity's wildest desires and darkest fears? A figure who dances on the knife's edge of pleasure and peril, where every sip of wine could lead to enlightenment, or madness. Let's talk about his mom. Semele, or a woman whose beauty rivaled the dawn, seduced by a god, only to be charred by the very lightning that sparked her passion. Love? Or a cruel trick of fate? In this tale, familial bonds twist like the tendrils of a vine, choking and intoxicating, leaving blood on the ground. How many have succumbed to the allure of that same flame? How many have danced too close, only to be burned? But it doesn't stop there. Whispers echo in the shadows, tales of secret rites and forbidden celebrations that send shivers down the spine of the uninitiated. Bacchanalia, orgies of madness, where morality dissolves in a sea of wine and wild laughter. The revelers cast off their cloaks of respectability, letting chaos reign free. Who hasn't wanted to shed their skin and join the frenzy? Yet, lurking behind the laughter, a darkness festers. Dionysos isn't just a god of merriment, he's a harbinger of chaos. His followers, drunken, ecstatic, are mere pawns in a divine game that leads straight to the abyss. They giggle, they scream, they claw at the edges of sanity, all while he watches with a sly smile. What price do they pay for that intoxicating rush? So, are you ready to question everything you thought you knew? What if Dionysos isn't just a god? What if he's the very essence of chaos in a universe that craves order? Once you take a sip from this narrative, there's no turning back. Are you brave enough to face the truth? The intoxicating, horrifying, absolutely electrifying truth. The night was heavy, thick with a silence so profound it gnawed at the edges of the soul. Shadows slithered through the trees, whispering secrets only the moon could hear. In a clearing, the air crackled with anticipation. It hung like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. A figure stood at its center, trembling, not from the chill but from the weight of an impending storm. Her name was Semele, and she was a woman caught between the fiery kiss of desire and the icy grip of dread. I remember the moment the lightning struck, she would later say, haunted by the memory that shattered her world. It was as if the heavens had torn themselves apart, casting down flames in a blaze that lit up her heart and soul. A glow that promised ecstasy but threatened annihilation. She was pregnant, cradling within her the seed of a god, a child who bore the name Dionysos, a name not merely spoken but groaned, rung through the fabric of her being. Across the clearing, there was another, Zagreus, the shadow of a man, her lover, tangled in his own pain and longing. The flicker of desire in his eyes was a candle against the encroaching darkness, but it was also a plea, a cry for salvation. He had known love, had danced in its intoxicating embrace, but now he stood on the precipice of despair. I remember, he murmured, when you laughed, and it felt like spring. But now, the laughter seemed a ghost, hovering just beyond his reach. The forest around them was alive, a cacophony of rustling leaves and distant howls, each sound an echo of their unraveling. Semele could feel the world tilting, the ground trembling beneath her feet as if it too was aware of the divine chaos brewing within her. "It isn't just a child," she whispered, her voice thin and quivering like the last leaf clinging to an autumn branch. "It is a god. And when the thunder rolled, it was a reminder that fate was not merely a spectator. The shadows pulsed, each flicker of light a heartbeat, a countdown to catastrophe. Zagreus reached for her, his hands trembling, a mix of longing and fear. "What if he is cursed?" he asked. "What if the gods conspire against us?" His voice was raw, jagged like broken glass, cutting into the quiet of the night. The air thickened, and Semele felt the weight of destiny upon her. "I can't let fear drive me," she said, her words a fierce declaration, pounding against the backdrop of uncertainty. "I will not hide in the shadows." But there was an edge to her bravado, a fracture hidden beneath her resolve. And then came the flash, an explosion of light that blinded her for an eternity. It illuminated the clearing, revealing a figure draped in gold, radiant and overwhelming. Zeus, the king of the gods, descended from his throne above, his presence felt like a tempest. "Semele," he called, his voice rolling like thunder, both an invitation and a warning. "You have summoned me with your cries." Her heart raced, an erratic drumbeat propelling her towards him. The scent of ambrosia filled the air, intoxicating and dizzying. "I didn't summon you," she breathed, the weight of her words heavy on her tongue. "I am but a vessel for something greater." But the truth was more complicated. She wanted him, craved the warmth of divinity, the promise of immortality that shimmered just beyond her grasp. And in that longing, she was both powerful and powerless. "You will make me the mother of a god," she whispered, and in that moment, it felt like a prayer and a curse. Zeus's gaze pierced through her, and she shivered under its intensity. "But can your heart withstand it?" he asked, a storm brewing in his voice. "The price of divinity is steep." In that instant, Zagreus stepped forward, rage boiling within him, a fire ignited. "You would take her from me," he roared, his voice a primal scream ripping through the fabric of the night. "You would lay waste to our love." He was a man transformed by fear, a fierce protector caught in the throes of jealousy, an emotion that clawed at him, raw and unforgiving. Semele felt the world shift, the ground beneath her feet tremble with the weight of their emotions. "I am no prize to be won," she shouted, her voice echoing off the trees, a wildness unleashed. "I am the mother of Dionysos, whether you wish it or not." The words tasted bitter, a mix of empowerment and despair. The air hummed with tension, each heartbeat a countdown, each breath a prayer. The forest held its breath, the shadows lurking, waiting for the inevitable clash of god and man. "You are mine," Zeus declared, his voice thunderous, a proclamation that shook the leaves from the trees. "And the child shall be born." But in that moment, a crack, the sound of something breaking, something irrevocable. Semele's heart lurched, torn between the ecstasy of creation and the terror of destruction. "I remember the laughter," she cried, her voice a fragile wisp amid the chaos. "And yet, I fear the silence that follows." And as the night wore on, the tension coiled tighter, each moment electric, each heartbeat echoing with uncertainty. The shadows deepened, swirling like smoke, and the world around them became an echo of the storm within. Zagreus's eyes glinted with defiance, but his heart quaked beneath the weight of his love. Semele's spirit burned bright, but flickered like a candle in the wind, fragile yet fierce. The gods and mortals stood poised on the edge of an abyss, every choice a step into the unknown. The birth of Dionysos loomed like a spectre, a promise wrapped in shadows, a future written in fire. And as the night held its breath, the universe spun on, unyielding and vast, with Semele, Zagreus, and the chilling echo of destiny pounding through the stars, weaving their tales into the very fabric of existence. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, a gleaming eye watching over the chaos below. Shadows twist like serpents, creeping between the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. A chill runs through the air, thick with the scent of crushed grapes and wild jasmine, as the night deepens. There, at the altar of Dionysus, a figure stands, frozen in dread and desire, heart pounding like a war drum. Lycos, the priest of the vine, feels the weight of the night pressing down, the expectations of the revelers behind him thrumming like a restless beast. The echoes of laughter and the clanging of flutes blur into a haunting symphony that wraps around him like a suffocating embrace. The crowd is a living entity, pulsating and writhing, as if the very essence of the earth has come alive. They are hungry, starved not just for wine, but for the release that Dionysus promises, the wild abandon, the ecstatic frenzy that can drown their sorrows in a sea of inebriated bliss. But Lycos feels a darkness looming, a shadow that whispers of the danger lurking in excess. He glances at Thea, the woman who dances in the flickering torchlight, her hair a wild halo, eyes glimmering with a madness that calls to him, yet terrifies him. She spins, an embodiment of chaos and beauty, a living reminder of the fine line between ecstasy and despair. I remember the first time I tasted the wine, he thinks. It was an ambrosial nectar that sang through his veins, igniting his senses, blurring reality. But tonight, the taste feels different, like poison disguised as pleasure. He shudders, caught in the web of his conflicting emotions. Does he join the dance, step into the maw of revelry, or does he cling to reason, the flickering flame of sanity? The choice gnaws at him, raw and insistent, as the laughter rises, infectious and intoxicating. The moon casts eerie shadows on the ground, illuminating the symbols carved into the stone, grapes, ivy, and the sacred phallus of Dionysus, a reminder of life's cyclical nature, of birth and death intertwined. Deep in his heart, Lycos knows the truth: this worship is not just about joy. It is a recognition of the chaos that underpins existence, a confrontation with mortality itself. Yet, even this knowledge feels distant, buried beneath the urgency of the moment. But then, he sees Dionysos, a fellow priest, stumbling toward him, eyes wide with panic. There's something wrong. The wine, it's different, he gasps, breathless. Lycos' heart stutters. What do you mean, he asks, the words barely escaping his lips as dread coils around his throat. Dionysos looks haunted, as if he has seen something that should not be seen, something that echoes the horrors whispered among the shadows. It's tainted. Could it be? The air vibrates with the tension of unspoken fears. Thea spins closer, her laughter now a chilling call. The moment hangs heavy, and Lycos feels the cosmos shift beneath his feet, a fragile balance threatening to tip into madness. I remember the night of the festival last year, he thinks, the wild laughter, the sweet release, the moment of connection. But now, it feels like a memory tainted, obscured by the dread that creeps like fog into their revelry. What if the wine is cursed? Dionysus' voice trembles, a ghostly whisper that sends shivers down Lycos' spine. What if the god has turned against us? The thought slices through the night, sharp as the blade of a sacrificial knife. The ground beneath them seems to thrum with the heartbeat of the earth, a warning, a plea. The festival, once a celebration of life, of liberation, now feels like a siren's call, luring them toward disaster. Thea dances on, oblivious, lost in her own world, a figure of raw, untamed energy. Join me! Join me! Her voice pierces through the haze, beckoning Lycos to follow her into the wild, to forget the shadows that loom. But he feels the weight of responsibility pressing against him like a vice. They are priests, guardians of the sacred, yet here they are, teetering on the edge of chaos, a tightrope stretched over the abyss. What is worship without sacrifice? He muses, the thought slicing through him. The bleak reality settles like lead in his stomach. If the wine is tainted, it could mean the end, not just for them, but for everything they hold dear. He glances at the crowd swaying in euphoric abandon, oblivious to the storm gathered around them. Lycos' heart races, he feels the pull of the festival, the overwhelming desire to surrender to the chaos, but he stands rooted in place, conflict raging inside him. Maybe it's just the fear talking, he tells himself, trying to shake the dread that coils around his heart. Maybe I'm just scared. But his eyes find Dionysus, who stands as pale as a ghost, and he knows this is more than just fear. It's a warning, a harbinger of catastrophe. The air crackles with tension as the music escalates, a wild rhythm that beats against Lycos' chest, like the pulse of the earth itself. How long can we ignore the signs, he wonders, feeling the weight of their duty bearing down on him. Is it too late to turn back? Is the sweet nectar of Dionysus turning bitter? Thea's laughter rings out, cutting through the tension, a siren song that both entices and terrifies. The wild abandon of the crowd pulls at Lycos, a temptation he fights against. Yet inside him, a fierce battle rages, a clash of duty versus desire, fear versus ecstasy. The shadows stretch and twist, and he knows that tonight, the line will blur, and something will break. The temple around them becomes a cathedral of echoes, the past and present merging in a wailing chorus, each heartbeat a reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives entwined with the vines of the god. Time feels like a noose tightening around them, and Lycos knows one thing: something must give, and soon. In this moment, he glimpses the truth. Worship is never simple. It is a dance with the divine, a precarious balance between ecstasy and ruin. Lycos stands, torn between the intoxicating pull of the crowd and the dark reality that swirls around them like a tempest. The night is alive, charged with a wild energy that thrums in his veins, urging him to leap into the fray. But the shadows whisper of a different fate, one that may lead to their undoing. As the drums beat faster, the air thickens, heavy with anticipation. The world narrows to a point, a singular moment suspended between choice and consequence. Lycos' gaze locks onto Thea, lost in her dance, and he knows the night will not end quietly. This is just the beginning, a prelude to the chaos waiting to unfold, as they teeter on the edge of Dionysian worship, the thin line between joy and despair shimmering in the moonlight. The storm was a living thing, roaring through the heavens, lightning splitting the night sky in jagged flashes of white-hot fury. I stood at the edge of Olympus, heart pounding like a war drum, the air thick with tension, every pulse echoing the raw power that surged just beyond my reach. It felt as if the universe held its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos, and I was caught in the eye of a tempest that was more than weather. It was fate itself, knocking at the door of gods and mortals alike. "Father," I whispered, the word caught in my throat like a knife, slicing through the silence. Zeus, Lord of Thunder, King of Gods, yet here I was, trembling on the precipice of his gaze, the weight of my own existence a fragile thread. The clouds twisted above, shadows dancing like specters, and I could almost feel the pulse of the cosmos, a heartbeat thrumming in tandem with my own. Each flash of lightning seemed to reflect the turmoil roiling within me, a tempest of fear and longing. He stood there, my father, wreathed in storm, an imposing figure of strength tempered by his own solitude. I could see it in his eyes, the weight of 1,000 decisions, the burden of creation and destruction, the burden of being a god among men. A darkness haunted him, flickering like the shadows cast by the lightning, and I could sense it, like a spectre whispering secrets in the dark corners of my mind. "Do you even see me?" I wanted to scream, to shake him from his divine stupor. But then there was her, my mother, a mortal woman, caught in the web of destiny. In the distance, I could hear the echoes of her laughter, a melody that danced on the wind, yet with every beat of my heart, it twisted into a haunting refrain. She was a beacon, bright and warm, but tethered to a world that Zeus had transformed into a battleground. "This isn't the life I wanted for you," he had told me once, anguish etched into every line of his face, and I believed him. Yet here I was, standing at the edge of his kingdom, ready to confront the truth that lay buried in the storm. "I remember," I murmured, the past crashing over me like waves, relentless and unforgiving. "I remember the day you chose power over love." The words hung in the air, an accusation wrapped in the guise of a memory. The taste of betrayal was bitter, like ashes in my mouth, and yet it flowed through me with a strange sweetness, a reminder of what I had lost in the name of divinity. Lightning cracked again, and I saw the flicker of regret dance in Zeus's eyes. The tempest roared louder, a cacophony of nature's fury, and I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if the very earth was caught in the throes of his anguish. "Do you think I chose this?" he bellowed, voice echoing across the churning sky. "Do you think I wanted to be the father of gods and mortals, to bear this isolation?" But I saw through the facade, the godly bravado that masked the vulnerability beneath. He was a titan who had created the world, yet felt trapped within it. And in that moment, I realized that he was no different from me, lost, afraid, yearning for connection in a cosmos that demanded sacrifice. In the shadows of Olympus, I felt the eyes of others upon us, deities and spirits, bearing witness to our confrontation. There was Athena, fierce yet haunted, her wisdom a double-edged sword, and Ars, the god of war, his heart forever waging battles unseen. They were all entwined in our fate, and I could feel the tension mounting, a taut string about to snap. "Father, I want to understand," I implored, stepping closer, heart racing. The storm raged on, wind whipping my hair like wild tendrils of despair. I want to know why you turned your back on love, on us. Did you ever love her? The question hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, the silence that followed like a thick fog smothering the fire of hope within me. Zeus's expression flickered, and for a moment, I saw the god unmasked, the pain of a love lost, a regret that stretched across time itself. Love is a fragile thing, he finally admitted, voice low, cracking like the thunder that echoed around us. It demands everything, and I was not ready to give it. And just like that, the storm surged, lightning igniting the darkened sky. Time twisted, memories collided, and I was no longer just the child of a god, I was a mirror reflecting the flaws of my lineage. I am more than your legacy, I shouted, the words turning into a battle cry, a desperate plea for recognition, for redemption. I am my own. But the storm had other plans. The heavens erupted with a fury that sent tremors through my very bones, and I felt the weight of destiny closing in, a noose tightening around my throat. Thunder cracked like a whip, and I was left standing in the chaos, two figures tethered by blood but torn apart by choices. Yet even as the tempest raged, I could sense a shift, a fragile thread of understanding beginning to weave between us, a connection forged in the fires of wrath and reconciliation. As I locked eyes with him, a silent acknowledgement passed between us, a whisper that perhaps we were both lost souls, navigating a world that had no clear path. In that storm, there was no clear resolution, merely the pulse of raw emotion and the promise of confrontation that loomed on the horizon. I could feel the ghosts of our choices swirling around us, shadows of what might have been, but we stood firm, refusing to be swept away. The storm raged on, a fitting backdrop for the chaos that enveloped our hearts. And as the night deepened around us, a new dawn loomed, heavy with the unspoken truths and the knowledge that we were bound together, unable to escape the roles we were destined to play. The storm was only the beginning, a prelude to a greater conflict that stretched beyond our understanding, and as I stood there, heart racing and breath held tight, I realized that this was just the beginning of a struggle that could either shatter us or bind us in ways we had yet to fathom. The air crackles with tension, a heavy silence blanketing the night as thunder rumbles like a warning deep in the heavens. I stand there, heart pounding, the world around me shrouded in shadows. Just beyond the treetops, the great mountain looms, a silent witness to the chaos brewing within. Semele, my sister, her face pale as a ghost, trembles before the flickering candlelight. I can see the fear in her eyes, the glint of desperation lingering on the edges of her smile. He promised me the stars, she whispers, voice quaking, but all I see is darkness. And in that moment, I remember the laughter we shared as children, racing through meadows that felt endless. I remember Semele's fiery spirit, the fire that danced in her eyes when she spoke of love and dreams. But now, those dreams twist into something grotesque, tangled in the gnarled roots of our fate. She is lost in this world, caught between her yearning for a god and the harrowing reality of her mortal flesh. I want to scream, to shake her free of this madness, but the words stick, lodged in my throat, choking me. You can't trust him, I manage to choke out, but how can I compete with the allure of divinity? Zeus, radiant and powerful, has ensnared her heart. He glimmers like a mirage, a phantom in her mind, and I know she cannot see his true nature, a tempest, a force of destruction disguised as love. The candle flickers, and the shadows dance along the walls, mocking our fears. They whisper of betrayal, of despair. What's the harm, she asks, innocence wrapped in naivete. He promised me everything. Everything comes with a price, I urge, each word punctuated with urgency, but doubt creeps in. Perhaps she believes, with all her heart, that she can hold on to the sweet nectar of love without the bitter sting of consequence. I remember when the sky fell, Semele. I remember how no one was safe when gods played with mortals. As thunder crashes again, a jolt of fear races through me. I want to shake her, to pull her back from the edge of this precipice, but she is already teetering, consumed by this intoxicating passion. Zeus's whispers curl around her like smoke, wrapping her in a cocoon of false dreams. He will come for me tonight, she says, eyes wide and gleaming. I can feel it. And there it is, the truth lurking beneath her words, a sweet delusion that masks a trembling reality. my heart aches at the thought of her waiting for him, breathless and blind to the storm brewing within. I feel the weight of the universe pressing down, a heavy hand on my chest, suffocating me. What if he's not what you think? I plead, desperation clawing at my insides. What if he's a monster? But monsters wear charming smiles, and she is entranced, caught in a dance of desire that clouds her judgment. I know that love like this is a treacherous game, a dagger hidden beneath soft petals. You will burn, Samil, I whisper, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. You will burn in the fire of his promises. No, she shakes her head defiantly, but the tremor in her voice betrays her. He loves me. The clock ticks ominously in the corner, each second dripping like a drop of blood onto the cold stone floor. Time stretches, warps, and distorts, a cruel reminder of mortality. I can't bear to see her so lost, so vulnerable. She is a flame, flickering against the encroaching dark, and I feel the pull of inevitability, the gravity of fate tugging at the seams of our lives. The wind howls outside, rattling the windows, and I can almost hear the distant call of Dionysos, the god who will seize her heart and soul. I see her and vision him, a radiant figure, drenched in light and laughter, but what she does not see is the darkness that follows. You don't understand, she says, he has promised me immortality. Immortality? What a cruel joke. As if eternity could erase the pain of being human. The laughter of gods echoes in my ears, a cacophony of mockery that fills the air, wrapping around us like chains. You will lose everything you cherish, I say, feeling the weight of my words, the truth that feels like a knife. You will lose yourself. But she is stubborn, resolute, and I watch helplessly as the candlelight flickers dangerously low. Her faith in him blinds her, she cannot see the faint outline of the monster lurking behind the veil of divinity. And then, in the darkest corner of my mind, I feel a sliver of hope. Perhaps I can shake her from this delusion. Perhaps I can show her the truth. I remember stories of mothers who loved too fiercely, I say, voice trembling as I weave memories of ancient tales, the women who defied gods, only to pay the ultimate price. They were consumed by their love, turned to ash in the flames of their longing. Her eyes widen, and for a brief moment, I see the flicker of doubt. But this is different, she insists, but the tremor in her voice betrays her conviction. The clock strikes the hour, the sound echoing like a death knell. In this moment, I see her unraveling, the threads of her spirit fraying as she clings to the illusion of love. He will come, she says, but it's a mantra now, an incantation meant to ward off the fear that has seeped into her bones. And then, from the depths of the shadows, I sense his presence, the air thickens, crackling with energy. The very fabric of reality shudders as the door swings open, and time itself bends to let him in. Zeus stands there, cloaked in light, a god among men, ready to take what is his. My sister's breath catches, and I feel the sharp twist of betrayal lodged in my throat. She rushes toward him, a moth to a flame, and I want to scream, to pull her back, but I am frozen, trapped in the web of fate. In that moment, I realize that love, like the gods, can be as cruel as it is beautiful. The darkness that follows will consume her, and all I can do is watch. I see Samil, a bright spark of warmth, stepping into the embrace of the divine, unaware of the fiery abyss that awaits her. The candle flickers, and I know that this is the beginning of a tragedy that echoes through the annals of time. And as the door closes behind them, sealing her fate, I am left standing in the silence, the echoes of her laughter ringing in my ears, a haunting reminder of what once was. The night stretches on, heavy with the weight of the cosmos, and I am left with the chill of foreboding, knowing that love, in all its intoxicating beauty, carries with it the seeds of our destruction. I remember. The air crackled with the intensity of unspoken dread, a silence so profound it felt like the earth itself was holding its breath. I stood at the precipice, peering into the yawning chasm that was the underworld, where shadows danced and beckoned with ghostly fingers. Was it the cold wind or the icy grip of fear that sent shivers racing down my spine? I could feel the weight of my heart, thudding against my ribs like a prisoner desperate for freedom. Dionysos, the god of wine and revelry, stood beside me, his unkempt hair like dark vines cascading over his shoulders, eyes shimmering with the madness of stars. No turning back, he he murmured, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Behind that facade of casual bravado, I sensed an avalanche of turmoil brewing. He was the embodiment of chaos, yet here, at this threshold, even he seemed overwhelmed by the gravity of what lay beneath. "Why did you bring me here?" My voice trembled, the question hanging in the air like a promise of calamity. "To find her," he replied, and the simple truth of it cut through the tension. She was lost, a ghost of laughter now drowned in darkness. Ariadne, the woman who once spun dreams and desires from golden threads, had slipped into the abyss, and we, must retrieve her. This wasn't just a quest, it was a desperate plunge into the depths of despair, the kind that gnaws at your soul and leaves nothing but hollow echoes. I remember the last time I saw Ariadne. She stood beneath the moonlight, her hair a cascade of shadows, her laughter echoing like a melody only the night could understand. But laughter fades, doesn't it? I could still hear her voice in the recesses of my mind, but it was distant, like a half-remembered dream. Now, I clung to that memory, a fragile candle flickering against the encroaching dark. "Do you hear that?" Dionysos asked suddenly, his expression shifting. The air thickened with whispers, ghostly murmurs weaving through the thick fog. "They are waiting for us." I shivered, clutching the edge of my tunic, heart racing. The underworld was a place where hope came to die, where light was a distant memory trapped in the bowels of despair. I took a step forward, led by a force stronger than fear. Every pulse, every breath echoed the unrelenting truth: she was down there, shrouded in shadows, and I must save her, even if it meant facing my own demons. The descent was a nightmare, each step drawing me deeper into the maw of the earth. Shadows flitted across the walls, moving with a life of their own, whispering secrets that chilled my blood. I could feel Dionysos beside me, an unsettling mix of exhilaration and dread radiating from his very being. He thrived on the edge of chaos, but here, in the gloom, even he seemed a shade darker. "I remember," I whispered, barely audible over the soft wails of lost souls, "the stories, the tales of the brave who ventured here. But we weren't heroes. We were fools, chasing after ghosts, wandering into a labyrinth with no end." And then it hit me, the cold realization that this was more than a rescue mission, it was a reckoning. I glanced toward Dionysos, his features twisted in a rapture of both fear and wonder. Did he see it too? The truth behind the facades, the masks we wore, the burdens we carried? I was haunted, but Dionysos, he was a ghost, a fragmented soul lost amidst the revelry, and now he was my only anchor. The path twisted like a serpent, dark and treacherous. Memories flickered, of love, loss, laughter, tears, as we traversed the swirling mists. I could see whispers of faces, those who had come before us, brave souls who thought they could conquer the darkness. I remember their eyes, vacant and hollow, staring back at us with cruel mockery. "Do you hear them?" Dionysos asked, his voice barely a breath. "The stories of those who failed." "I hear them," I breathed, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "They call for us, but it's a warning, not an invitation." For a fleeting moment, he looked human, a man grappling with the monsters of his past. I wished I could reach out and pull him back from the brink, but the truth was, we were both teetering on that edge, drawn deeper into the shadows with each heartbeat that thudded against the silence. And then we reached a clearing, a warped reflection of the world above. Trees twisted at unnatural angles, their branches grasping like skeletal hands, roots coiling like serpents beneath the ashen ground. I could feel the weight of despair in the air, thick like fog, wrapping around my heart and squeezing. "Stay close," I whispered, though my voice trembled. Shadows lurked, swirling, coiling as if they were alive. They tinged the air with an unnameable dread, the kind that gnawed at your very essence. Somewhere, in the depths, I felt Ariadne's presence, a flicker of warmth amid the chill of the abyss. "Can you feel her?" I asked, my voice a fragile whisper. Dionysos nodded, his face a mask of yearning and fear. "But she is lost, lost to the darkness." The despair in his voice echoed through me, pulling the very strings of my heart. We were both ensnared in this labyrinth of sorrow, our hopes intertwined like vines in a graveyard. I remember the faces, the losses, the moments that made us who we were. The ghosts of our pasts mingled with the dusky air, taunting us, reminding us of what we had to lose. I shuddered, clutching at the memory of Ariadne, a flicker of light in an ever-expanding void. "Let's keep going," I urged, resolute. We owed it to her, to the love that once illuminated our lives. Dionysos moved beside me, the weight of the world heavy on his shoulders, but together we ventured deeper still. With every step, the air thickened, every heartbeat resonating in the stillness, each breath heavy with anticipation. The shadows whispered, a cacophony that echoed in my mind, and I grasped onto hope like a lifeline, knowing with a certainty that to find her would mean confronting our own ghosts, the ones that haunted us and threatened to consume our very souls. As we plunged forward into the unknown, the feeling was undeniable. We were on the brink, teetering between shadows and light, and the echoes of our pasts were creeping ever closer, waiting to engulf us in their chilling embrace. The air is thick with sweat and incense, the wild pulse of drums vibrating in my bones. I stand among a throng of bodies, all swaying, moving to the rhythm of something ancient and primal, something that ignites every nerve ending with a fire that both terrifies and exhilarates. Tonight, the world is alive with the essence of Dionysos, god of wine, madness, and ecstasy. Can you feel it? The air is heavy with secrets, the ground is a patchwork of sacrifice and euphoria, and yet, the shadows hover, waiting, watching, whispering. I remember Katia's laugh, bright as the stars that flicker between the branches of the trees. She spins, her hair a dark tempest, lost in the music, and for a moment, she is free from the weight of her world. But I also remember the darkness in her eyes, the way they glimmer with fear, a fear I cannot shake. She drinks deeply from the chalice of red wine, each sip a desperate attempt to drown the memories that claw at her mind. "What if I lose myself?" she whispers, the question sharp, cutting through the din. I can't answer. I'm lost too, caught in the undertow of Dionysian revelry, where the line between joy and despair blurs, and we dance on the precipice of oblivion. And then there's Theo. His presence is a heavy cloak, wrapping around me, suffocating yet familiar. He stands at the edge of the circle, eyes fixed on Katia, like a moth drawn to her flame while the shadows within him shift uncomfortably. He cradles a bottle of dark wine, blood red and glistening under the flickering torchlight, as if it holds the answer to his unspoken pain. She's losing herself, and I can't save her, he confesses, his voice barely rising above the cacophony. I want to tell him that maybe this is exactly what we need, to lose ourselves in the chaos to find a way back to the light. But I hesitate. The goddess promises liberation, but I feel the chains of reality tightening around us. The drumbeat quickens, matching the erratic pulse of our hearts, and I can't help but wonder, what price do we pay for this fleeting ecstasy? I catch a glimpse of the stone altar, slick with offerings, the flicker of flames dancing in the eyes of those who worship, who surrender, who are willing to die to be reborn. The scent of ripe grapes and decay mingles in the air, a heady reminder of the cyclical nature of life and death, of joy and sorrow. A figure steps forward, cloaked in shadows, face concealed beneath a mask that resembles a grinning skull. "Do you dare?" the voice booms, echoing through the night like thunder. The crowd hushes, breath held, hearts racing. "Do you dare to drink deeply from the vine?" It feels like the world is on the edge of a knife, a moment caught between breath and silence. I watch as Katia raises her chalice, defiant yet trembling, her eyes burning with fierce determination. A part of me wants her to take that leap, to drink and be free, but the other part screams at me to pull her back from the ledge. The intoxication of the moment washes over us, a tidal wave of wild abandon. Bodies collide in a frenzy of laughter and tears, ecstasy mingling with desperation. I find myself lost in the swirling mass, the faces around me becoming a blur of joy and pain, of life lived and lost. But then, a scream slices through the fabric of the night, sharp and piercing. Someone collapses, the revelers parting like the Red Sea in horror. It's Theo. He lies on the ground, clutching his chest, eyes wide with terror. I can't breathe. Katia! The world shrinks, the revelry freezes, but I see Katia at the altar, her chalice raised high, as if offering herself to the very essence of chaos. For a heartbeat, it's as if time has unraveled, the ticking clock of the cosmos grinding to a halt. I rush to Theo, my hand shaking, feeling the warmth of his blood soaking into the earth, a primal offering to the god we have invoked. Katia! Help! My voice breaks, but she is ensnared in the web of ecstasy, lost to the frenzy that dances just beyond reason. I remember her smile, that warmth, the light in her eyes, and now. What have we unleashed? The wildness of Dionysos is both a seductive dance and a merciless beast, and we are mere puppets in this theater of shadows. Why didn't you hold me back? Theo gasps, eyes glazed as the shadows creep closer. It's a bitter question, one that echoes through the night, crushing my spirit. I wanted to save him, to pull him away from the brink, but in this moment, we are all falling into the abyss together. Because I wanted to lose myself too. I scream back, rage and grief coiling tightly in my chest. I wanted to drown in the wine and forget. The weight of my confession hangs heavy in the air, the truth pulsating like a heartbeat between us. It's raw, it's painful, and it's liberating. Katia finally turns, her face pale, the chalice slipping from her fingers, shattering against the stones, wine spilling like blood onto the earth. What have we done? She wails, the realization crashing upon her like a tidal wave. The dance becomes a funeral dirge, and the shadows close in tighter, suffocating, demanding their due. In that moment, we are not just participants in the rites of Dionysos, we are the very sacrifice, caught in a maelstrom of madness where joy and despair intertwine. The world narrows, and I feel the pull of the cosmos, the whispers of ghosts urging us to break free, to surrender completely. But with surrender comes loss, and with loss, our souls drift further into the abyss. And so we stand, three broken hearts entangled in the grip of a god who demands everything. The night stretches on, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, and I realize this dance has no end. The shadows whisper promises and curses, echoing through eternity, and we are left to navigate the labyrinth of our own making, forever caught in the grip of the cult of Dionysos. The sun hung low in the sky, splattering its fiery hues across the horizon, a reckless painter spilling blood across a canvas. The vineyard stretched before me, a sprawling ocean of green, rich and ripe, yet tinged with an air of foreboding. I could feel the weight of the grapes, heavy on the vine, plump promises of fertility and abundance, yet each cluster whispered secrets that sent shivers down my spine. They held the power to nourish, to create, and yet, they could also bear witness to despair, decay. Maria stood in the middle of it all, her fingers trembling as they grazed the leaves, her heart racing like a trapped bird. She was a storm contained in flesh, a woman whose dreams had been as bountiful as the vineyard itself. But the truth was a wretched beast lurking beneath her skin, gnawing at her hopes. I remember the first time I tasted wine, she said, her voice a haunting echo. It tasted like freedom. Now, freedom felt like shackles, binding her to a fate she didn't choose. Each grape was a reminder of what she couldn't have: a baby, a family, a love that didn't crumble under the weight of expectation. And then there was Thomas, his shadow casting a long, dark silhouette across the rows of vines. He moved like a ghost, haunted by the past, his memory a fractured mirror reflecting joys that felt eternally out of reach. "Look at them, Maria," he murmured, the bitterness curling in his throat like smoke. "These grapes are our legacy. They should be bursting with life, yet they feel empty, hollow." His hands clenched tightly against his sides, nails digging into palm, as if trying to anchor himself amid the tempest of his thoughts. He wore the mask of a man who had once believed in abundance, yet now, all he felt was a profound emptiness, each grape a reminder of a future that slipped through his fingers like the wine he could never seem to pour. The air thickened with tension, a charged silence enveloping us as we stood on the precipice of despair and hope. I could feel it, every heartbeat a drum roll, every breath a prayer. The vine swayed around us, whispering tales of forgotten love and shattered dreams, their leaves rustling like the ghosts of those who came before us. "You think they know?" Maria's voice cut through the quiet. "Do you think they know what it feels like to want so desperately?" She looked at the grapes not just as fruit but as symbols, pulsating with the weight of her unfulfilled desires. Thomas caught her gaze, his eyes dark pools reflecting a litany of regrets. "They don't care," he said, his voice low, dripping with resignation. "They just exist. And in that moment, I felt the world tilt dangerously, the weight of their despair crashing against the shores of my own heart. I remembered my own emptiness, the hollow ache of longing for something, someone, who could fill the void. We stood there, suspended in the twilight, the grapes hanging like unfulfilled promises, heavy with the weight of their own existence. A flickering fire ignited within me, a rage against the helplessness that bound us. I wanted to scream at the heavens, to demand answers from the stars that glittered above like scattered diamonds, indifferent to our suffering. What if we could change it? I shouted, the words spilling from my lips like the wine that once brought us joy. What if we could take these grapes and turn them into something more? Maria's eyes widened, a spark igniting within her. You mean? Hope flickered between us like a candle's flame, fragile yet persistent. You think we could? But Thomas's laughter was bitter, a dark cloud eclipsing the glimmer of possibility. You think you can turn sorrow into sweetness? You're dreaming. His words cut through the moment, a chilling reminder of the walls we had built around ourselves, fortresses against the world that had betrayed us. But desperation clung to us like the heavy scent of fermenting grapes, intoxicating and suffocating all at once. What if we do it together? Maria's voice was trembling, yet it held a fierce determination. What if we gather these grapes and crush them until the juice flows like our tears? Let's transform our pain into something beautiful. The vineyard seemed to hold its breath, the silence stretching like the shadows beneath the vines. I felt the tension build like a coiled spring, ready to snap. I began, the words tumbling from my mouth. I remember the joy of creating, the thrill of watching something grow from nothing. Maybe we can create something worth living for. And as those words hung in the air, I could see it, our intertwined fates, the raw energy of our desires coiling around us like the vines themselves. Each grape was a testament to our struggle, a testament to the fight for something beyond mere existence. But Thomas's skepticism loomed like a dark cloud, his past weighing heavily on his shoulders. And when it all falls apart? When we're left with nothing but our broken dreams? His voice trembled, yet the fear in his heart was palpable. The grapes shimmered, reflecting the waning light, glistening like tears begging to be shed. Then at least we tried, I said, my voice steadier than my heart. At least we lived for a moment. In that twilight, amid the rustle of leaves and the heavy scent of earth, the possibility of transformation hung in the air, electrifying and terrifying. The vineyard was alive with the echoes of our hopes and fears, a battleground for our souls. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the vineyard, I felt the pulse of something greater than us. The grapes, symbols of fertility and abundance, stood ready to unleash their potential, but only if we dared to confront our own darkness. The night began to creep in, cloaking us in shadows, and I knew the confrontation was unavoidable. The ghosts of our pasts whispered in the wind, urging us to embrace the uncertainty. And so we stood, bound together by our dreams, fears, and the fragile hope that the grapes would bear witness to our rebirth. In that moment, we were more than broken souls. We were the architects of our own destiny, poised on the brink of something profound, trembling yet defiant in the face of despair. The night was dark, but it held the promise of dawn, if only we had the courage to face it. The night was a choking dark. Shadows danced beneath the flickering torches that lined the ancient stone path, their flames twisting like souls caught in a tempest. I could hear the distant echoes of laughter, wild and untamed, clawing at the edges of my sanity. It was intoxicating, the kind of laughter that pulled you in, made you believe in the magic of the moment, yet whispered of something sinister lurking just beyond the glow. I remember the first time I saw him. Dionysos. His presence was electric, a hurricane of joy and despair wrapped in a cloak woven from the very essence of wine and madness. His eyes sparkled with mischief, yet there was a shadow behind that gaze, a haunting hint of sorrow, like an old song that strikes an unhealed wound. I was just a spectator then, standing on the periphery, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me, each breath saturated with the scent of earth and grapes. I was an outsider in a world that felt alive, throbbing with the pulse of an ancient ritual. On nights like these, the city transformed. Streets once dull became alive with the fervor of the festival, a chaotic symphony of bodies moving to an unseen rhythm. but the music had a dissonance, a haunting undertone that made your heart race. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky, a silent witness to our revelry. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. And then there was Callista. Her laughter caught in her throat as she watched Dionysos, her eyes wide, reflecting the flicker of torches like stars trapped in a night sky. Her heart was a fragile thing, a bird fluttering in a cage of her own making. She had lost so much, her family, her hopes, her dreams crushed under the weight of expectations. And yet, here she was, entranced by the very god who thrived on chaos. I watched her, torn between yearning and fear. Would she be consumed, or would she rise like the phoenix, reborn in the flames of his madness? "Come dance with me," she called, voice bright against the darkness. I could see the pull of Dionysos, the way he beckoned her closer, the intoxicating promise of liberation in his gaze. I wanted to scream, to drag her back from the precipice, but my voice was a ghost, lost in the revelry of the crowd. Instead, I stood frozen, a witness to her descent into the abyss, every beat of my heart a reminder of the fragility of her spirit. As the night wore on, the laughter morphed into something else, an animalistic roar that reverberated through the air, intoxicating and terrifying. The ground pulsed beneath us, soaked in the wine of the earth, and I felt the pressure of history pressing in around me, the echoes of those who had come before, worshippers and skeptics, believers and lost souls. Dionysos was not merely a god, he was a reflection of us all. I remember the creeping dread that began to coil around my heart as the festival spiraled into something darker. The air thickened with tension, the joyous cries transformed into desperate howls. I watched as Callista danced, spinning in circles, lost in the ecstasy of the moment, her smile both radiant and chilling. Dionysos' laughter rang out, a sound that should have been joyous but felt like whispered secrets in the dead of night. And then, out of nowhere, shadows emerged from the depths of the darkness, fleeting forms that darted between the revelers. The frenzy intensified, a wild current that swept us all into its depths. I saw fear flicker in Callista's eyes as she turned, searching for a lifeline in the storm. The silhouettes twisted and writhed, and I knew in that moment that the god had become something else, a figure of a cult, a broken mirror reflecting the chaos of our own souls. I remember the unmistakable sensation of cold dread creeping up my spine as the laughter turned to screams. Dionysos, once the embodiment of fertility and rebirth, now stood at the center, a deity transformed by the very worship that once exalted him. The ritual had taken hold, and I could feel it seeping into our bones. There was power in the chaos, a dark allure that drew us deeper, binding us to a fate that felt written in the stars. Callista stumbled back, her breath short, hands reaching for something solid. I rushed forward, desperation igniting my every nerve. Callista! The name echoed in my throat, a prayer, a warning, a plea. But the fervent energy of the crowd swept us apart, and I was left standing on the fringes, watching as she became lost in a tide of bodies, each one a vessel of unfulfilled desire, each one craving the release that only Dionysos could offer. "Join us," the shadows whispered, voices dripping with honey temptation. I could feel my heart racing, the pulse pounding in my ears, each beat a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. Dionysos beckoned us all, a god who had transcended mortality and become something more, a force of nature that could obliterate or liberate. But liberation comes at a price, doesn't it? I felt the weight of my own choices pressing down like an unshed tear, like the ticking of a clock that marked time I could never reclaim. Would I follow? Would I too become a spectre, adrift in the madness? Or would I fight against the tide, clawing my way back to the surface, back to the light? The laughter faded, replaced now by the murmur of a crowd that felt more like a storm than a celebration. I could see the flickering lights of the torches, not as beacons of hope but as harbingers of something darker. Callista was gone, consumed by the very ecstasy that had drawn her in. And I stood there, trembling, caught between the urge to lose myself in the chaos and the desire to claw my way back to safety. The shadows shifted again, drawing me in with promises of freedom and despair. I could hear the echoes of Dionysos, a siren song that would not let me go. As the night deepened, the transformation of this god echoed in my soul, a reminder that we are all mere reflections of our own desires and fears. The line between divine and damned grew blurred, and as I stood on the threshold, I felt time fold in on itself, a heavy weight that pulled me down into the dark. It was in that moment, with the screams of the revelers ringing in my ears and the shadows closing in, that I realized the truth. The transformation of Dionysos was not just a story of a god, it was a mirror held up to the depths of our own hearts, a chilling reminder that to dance with the divine means to confront the chaos that lies within us all. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver in the ink-black sky, casting shadows that danced like specters. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant echo of laughter, unhinged, raw, and unholy. Beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient oaks, 6 figures stood encircled, their breaths coming fast, hearts pounding like war drums. I was one of them, caught in the storm of my own longing, my own desperation. The initiation had begun. I remember the first time I saw Ilara. Her laughter rang out, a haunting melody that seemed to seep into my bones, and I couldn't help but be drawn to her like a moth to flame. She wore the guise of a goddess tonight, a flowing garment that clung to her as if the very fabric were alive, whispering secrets only the night could understand. But behind her captivating smile, shadows played in her eyes, secrets she kept hidden like a wound not yet healed. I had thought I understood her, the wildness in her spirit, but now, faced with this raw thrumming of the Dionysian rites, I realized I knew nothing. "I don't want to do this," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "What if I lose myself?" I reached for her hand, my fingers brushing against her skin, electric and warm. "We won't lose anything. This is freedom, Ilara. This is what we've craved." But did I even believe my own words? The pull of the mysteries was intoxicating, but the shadows lurking in the corners of my mind twisted with doubt. Across from us, Marcus stood, his shoulders broad, but his eyes betrayed the storm within. He seemed a pillar of strength, but I saw the cracks. He clenched and unclenched his fists, like a caged animal desperate for release. "Freedom? You think this is freedom? This is madness." The words erupted from him, raw and jagged, like a wound torn open. "What are we even doing here?" I wanted to scream back that it didn't matter what we were doing here. It mattered that we were all here together, connected in our shared fear, our shared desire. But as the flickering torches cast a flickering glow upon our faces, doubt pulled heavy in the pit of my stomach. The leader of the ceremony, a woman with hair like spun gold, stepped forward, her presence swallowing the air. She was the high priestess, and as she raised her arms, the world stilled. "Tonight, we seek the truth within the chaos. Let the spirit of Dionysus guide us." Her voice was both a command and a caress, sending shivers down my spine. The air crackled with anticipation, thickening, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, pounding in rhythm with the pulse of my own heart. Here, in this sacred space, the lines between reality and madness blurred. The intoxicating aroma of wine, heavy and sweet, mingled with the scent of burning sage, filled my lungs, and I thought of ancient rites, of secrets passed through the ages. And then the drums began, a thunderous tribal beat that echoed through the trees and into our very souls. Ilara began to sway, her body moving like water, and I couldn't look away. My breath caught in my throat, she was lost, but in losing herself, she found something wild and unrestrained. I wanted to join her, to surrender to the rhythm, to let go of the pain that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. But Marcus, still rooted in uncertainty, grasped my arm and pulled me back, his fingers digging in like claws. Don't let it take you." His eyes were wild, a tempest threatening to spiral out of control. "You don't know what you're inviting into yourself." His fear spiraled around me, wrapping around my heart like a vice. But the rhythm surged, pulling me in, calling to the part of me that longed to be free, that longed to scream and laugh and dance without the weight of the world. I glanced at Ilara, the way her eyes shimmered like liquid night, and I felt something break within me. Suddenly, the air shifted. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, chilling us to the bone, and an eerie silence fell. The drums faded, replaced by whispers that skittered through the dark like ghosts released from their chains. "They come," the high priestess intoned, her voice low and throaty, curling like smoke around us. "The spirits awaken." The truth is here. I could feel the cold fingers of fear creeping up my spine, and I wanted to turn and run, yet something deeper held me in place. What was this truth? What were we sacrificing to the night, to the chaos of our own making? My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the fragile thread weaving us together, of the thin line between ecstasy and despair. Ilara spun faster now, her body a blur, a whirlwind of motion that seemed to draw the shadows closer, as if they longed to possess her. I screamed her name, but the sound was lost in the wind. Ilara! Come back! But she was gone, lost in a moment of euphoric abandon, and I was left standing in the creeping darkness with Marcus, his grip still tight and trembling. This isn't right. We have to stop this. His voice was a razor's edge, slicing through the thick tension in the air. But as I looked into his eyes, I saw something deeper than fear, an aching desire. He craved this as much as I did. The pull of the mysteries was undeniable, a siren song that promised to shatter our mundane lives like glass. The fear and joy intermingled, a volatile cocktail that threatened to explode. Marcus, we can't turn back now, I whispered, feeling the weight of our choices pressing down upon us. And in that moment, as Ilara twirled beneath the silver moon, I realized that the initiation was not just a rite, it was a reckoning. We stood on the precipice of change, staring into the abyss of ourselves, the darkness beckoning with promises of revelation and ruin. I didn't know what lay ahead, but the night was alive, pulsing with secrets waiting to be unearthed. And as the flickering torches cast their uncertain glow, the shadows whispered, calling us into the depths of the unknown, where truth and madness intertwined like lovers lost in a dance of eternity. I remember the thrill of it all, raw, unfiltered, and utterly intoxicating. Each heartbeat echoed against the silence, and in that moment, everything shifted. The initiation had begun, and there was no turning back. The air was thick with the scent of ripe grapes crushed underfoot, the intoxicating aroma curling around the stones of the ancient amphitheater. Shadows danced like restless spirits beneath the flickering torches, and laughter erupted, mingling with the distant wail of a flute. It was a celebration, but not of joy. No, this was the unshackling of something darker, something wild that throbbed with the pulse of the earth itself. The night was alive, electric, and somewhere in that chaos, the truth lay coiled, waiting to strike. I remember the tremor in my hands as I gripped the chalice, the cool metal biting into my palm. A part of me longed to drink deeply, to surrender to the wild abandon of Dionysos, the god of wine, ecstasy, and madness. But another part, a part tethered to reason, to the whispers of societal norms, lingered in fear. What would it mean to truly embrace him? Would I lose myself in the revelry, or would I awaken something monstrous? My heart raced, a metronome of anxiety and desire, as the music swelled around me. Then there was Cassia, her laughter ringing out like a silver bell, bright and reckless, drawing me in. A nymph of the woods, with hair the shade of autumn leaves, she danced as if the world were on fire, a flame that could consume everything she touched. I watched her, caught in the web of her joy, her abandon, and yet I saw the shadows lurking behind her eyes, an unsettling fear that hinted at a past she couldn't escape. Come join me, she beckoned, her voice both a siren's call and a command. I hesitated, rooted to the spot, torn between the thrill of her invitation and the weight of the moment. And then there was Marcus, his face a mask of conflict, a man whose very essence felt strained. He stood apart, arms crossed, as if to physically barricade himself from the chaos. A scholar, a thinker, he was the antithesis of what Dionysos represented. "You're all fools," he shouted over the din, though his voice trembled with something close to longing. "This is madness. Madness." The word hung in the air, a poison that seeped into the revelers, but also a spark that ignited something within him. I could see it, the flicker of desire battling with dread. With every beat of the drums, something primal unfurled within us, a collective heartbeat that transcended the individual. The wine flowed, rich and red, spilling over lips and laughter, igniting a fire that spread among the crowd. I drank deeply, the liquid warmth coursing through my veins, spreading a heady haze that blurred the edges of reality. Everything shifted, the shadows grew bolder, swirling like ghosts as they beckoned us closer, daring us to abandon our fears and dive into oblivion. Cassia was spinning, her arms outstretched as if she could embrace the very cosmos. Her laughter was wild, unchained, an elixir of life that promised liberation. And yet, as I watched her, I couldn't help but feel an undercurrent of desperation. What was she running from? What dark secrets lay hidden beneath that radiant smile? The night pulsed with life, yet I felt the weight of her sorrow like a stone in my chest. "Marcus," I pleaded, trying to pull him from his self-imposed exile. "Why do you resist?" He looked at me then, eyes flashing with a mix of fear and frustration, as if I were the one who held the key to his shackles. "What you call liberation is but a mask for destruction," he replied, his voice low and urgent. "Once the veil is lifted, there's no going back." I could feel the truth of his words curling around my heart, squeezing tight. But was it destruction, or was it rebirth? The drums beat louder, unrelenting, an insistent call to abandon all pretense and dive headlong into the chaos. I saw Cassia's face alight with something that transcended joy, a pure, unfiltered ecstasy that stirred my very soul. I wanted to reach out, to feel that spark, to know what it was to be unashamedly alive. But the fear clung to me like a shadow, whispering terrible truths in the dark. With every sip, I felt the boundaries of my mind begin to blur, the universe stretching and folding at the edges. For a moment, I could see the truth of it all, the laughter, the sorrow, the insatiable need for release. Dionysos was no mere god, he was the embodiment of our deepest yearnings, the wild side of humanity that society sought to tame. And yet, there was danger in that freedom. How many had succumbed to the siren call of abandon, lost in the endless night? "Join me!" Cassia's voice sliced through my thoughts, a command wrapped in an invitation. The crowd swirled around us, a tempest of bodies lost in the music, and for a moment, I felt her urgency crashing against my resolve. I stepped forward, the warmth of the wine igniting a fire in my belly, and together we moved, lost in the rhythm, the chaos consuming us like flame. But Marcus stood firm, a solitary figure in an ocean of revelry, his expression a storm of anger and desperation. "This is not freedom. It's a trap, an illusion." Suddenly, the music shifted, sharp and dissonant, as if echoing his words. The air thickened, a tangible weight pressing down on us, and I felt the world tilt, a precarious balance grasping for sanity. There was no going back now, the abyss loomed, a yawning chasm waiting to swallow us whole. I could see it in Cassia's eyes, the fear of drowning in ecstasy, the haunting spectre of what lay beneath the surface. The transformation was underway, the shadows clawing at the edges of the celebration, threatening to break through. And yet, the intoxicating pull of Dionysos was irresistible, a siren song calling to our souls with promises of liberation even as it whispered dread. "Are we not alive?" I shouted, the words tearing from me, raw and desperate. What is life without a taste of the wild? But even as I spoke, doubt clawed at me, and I could feel the dark tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart like a vice. We were dancing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, and the truth lay in the balance, trembling in the dark. The night held its breath, and in that moment, we were all caught in the grip of transformation, the wine god's embrace tightening, drawing us nearer to the precipice. The moon hung low in the night sky, a ghostly eye watching over the city as shadows sprawled across the cobblestones like the fingers of some restless beast. There, in the heart of the town, laughter danced with madness in the flickering light of torches. A wild revelry had taken hold, but beneath the surface shimmered a darker pulse, an undercurrent of chaos that twisted in the air, sharp and electric. It was here that Callista found herself, her breath hitching in her throat, heart racing like a caged bird as she pushed through the throngs of bodies, each one lost in their own Dionysian ecstasy. "Callista!" The voice cut through the din, like glass shattering in a silence too profound. It was Lysander, his eyes alight with a manic glee that set her nerves on edge. "Join us! The night is ours!" He was wild, untamed, like a wolf come down from the mountains, and yet, there was something lurking in his gaze, an abyss that seemed to swallow every ounce of clarity. "I can't," she replied, her voice trembling, echoing the pain that clawed at her insides. She remembered her father's words, whispered in the dim light of their modest home, "Madness is a wine that intoxicates the soul, and once you taste it, there may be no going back." Every heartbeat was a reminder, a pulse of dread, yet the music thrummed beneath her skin, an invitation she could barely resist. Lysander turned, his laughter rising, a sound that seemed to mock the very essence of sanity. But why not? To feel the world spin and twist, to lose ourselves in its embrace. Don't you want to forget? He stepped closer, and for a moment, she felt the gravity of his desperation, the pull of a universe where madness was freedom, where pain transformed into ecstasy. As the crowd swayed, lost in the rapturous embrace of wine and song, Callista's thoughts spiraled. She remembered her mother's eyes, hollow and distant, the way they had gazed into the abyss, seeking something just beyond reach. It had started with laughter, with the sweet nectar of Dionysos, but that nectar turned bitter, tainted by loss and despair. "Look at them," she whispered, as bodies twirled and collided, "they don't see what's coming." Lysander's grin faltered, a shadow crossing his face. "And what is that, Callista? What do you see?" His voice dropped, a challenge wrapped in a shroud of fear. The truth hung heavy between them, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. "I see," she swallowed hard, the weight of the moment clenching around her heart. "I see how easily they can fall. How quickly we slip from joy to despair." He laughed again, but there was an edge to it, a tension in the air that made her skin crawl. "You speak of despair as if it were a disease, but maybe it's just another facet of our nature. Maybe madness is simply a different kind of clarity." The laughter roared around them, swelling like a tide, but Callista felt herself adrift, the ground shifting beneath her feet. She wanted to scream, to shake him from this madness that had ensnared his heart. "You're wrong, Lysander. There's beauty in sorrow, yes, but not in losing ourselves to it." "Then why are you here?" He pressed, eyes narrowing, the madness in him igniting a spark of something darker. "You're standing on the precipice, Callista. Take a step into the night and feel. Feel everything." He reached for her, fingers brushing her arm, and she recoiled, the touch igniting a fire of chaos in her veins. Around them, the night pulsed like a living thing, shadows whispering secrets of longing and loss. In that moment, she saw it, the thin line between ecstasy and agony, the razor's edge where joy bled into madness. "What if we fall?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, fear clawing at her throat, wrapping around her heart like a vine. Lysander's laughter faded, replaced by an intensity that burned in his gaze. "What if we fly?" The question hung in the air, a challenge, an invitation. The crowd swirled, oblivious to their strife, bodies lost in a frenzy that felt ancient and primal, a ritual of flesh and fire, of life and death woven together in a tapestry of chaos. Callista's breath quickened, and in the distance, a clock chimed, its rhythmic toll thudding like a heartbeat, marking the passage of time as if it were a phantom echo of the life they had once known. She remembered the warmth of sunlight on her skin, the laughter of her mother, the way time felt limitless, unbroken. Now, the clock was a reminder that they were all slaves to their desires, to the madness that lurked just beyond the veil. But even so, she felt the pull, the intoxicating lure of the night, the promise of liberation. The fear that had gripped her heart began to dissipate, replaced by an insatiable curiosity, a longing to know what lay at the heart of that chaos, what it meant to truly lose oneself. "What if," she murmured, almost to herself, "what if I want to know?" With that thought, she took a step forward, heart racing, caught in a tempest of emotions that blurred the line of right and wrong. The air thickened with anticipation, the shadows closing in, and for a moment, it felt as though the night itself held its breath, waiting for her decision. Lysander's eyes sparkled with a manic fire, and in that moment, she saw the truth of it. The line between madness and ecstasy was fragile, gossamer thin, and once crossed, there would be no turning back. But the music surged, a primal roar that ignited something deep within her, a reckless abandon that whispered promises of freedom and despair all at once. As her soul trembled on the brink, she realized this was it, the nature of madness, the dance with Dionysos, and all the promises it held. Would she let herself slip into the vortex, to drown in the chaos and emerge reborn? Or would she cling to the safety of sanity, a lifeline tethering her to a world that felt increasingly distant? The laughter swelled, the shadows writhed, and in that moment, she stood before the cosmos, an eternity stretched out, with madness and joy intertwined, a kaleidoscope of possibilities, shimmering like shattered glass. The clock ticked on, indifferent, a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, as she felt the pulse of the night quicken, pulling her deeper into its embrace, and she knew, whatever happened, there would be no escaping the wild dance that awaited them. The moon hung low, a swollen eye watching over a world teetering on the brink of chaos. Laughter danced like flames in the shadows of twisted trees, and the thick scent of wine and sweat mingled in the air, a heady perfume that pulled you in, wrapped around your heart like a lover's embrace. I remember the night everything changed, a night where shadows became monsters and joy morphed into something grotesque. In the center of it all, Mera stood, her wild hair a tempest, dark curls framing a face illuminated by a flickering torchlight. "Dance with me," she cried, her voice a haunting melody, a cry that echoed across the glade, beckoning souls to join her in a frenzy of movement. The ground trembled beneath her feet, the earth pulsing with the rhythm of the heartbeat of the forest, a pulse that quickened under the intoxication of wine and the thrill of the night. But Mera was not merely dancing, she was escaping. I could see it in the way her fingers reached for the stars, as if she could pluck them from the sky and swallow their light. Behind her vibrant laughter lay a hollowness, a fear that gnawed at the edges of her spirit, a fear that tonight might be the last night she could forget. Then there was Lysander, a satyr caught in the bramble of his own desires. His cloven hooves struck the earth like a drum, a rhythm that echoed his inner turmoil. He watched Mera, his heart a tangled mess of yearning and regret. "Why don't you let me in?" he whispered, but the words were swallowed by the raucous laughter around them, drowned in the heady fumes of revelry. I remember the way he looked at her, longing etched into every crease of his brow. He was a creature of contradiction, half man, half goat, a symbol of freedom yet shackled by his own insatiable thirst. As the other satyrs cheered, Lysander's eyes turned stormy, clouds gathering within him as he wrestled with a growing rage. The chaos around him felt both intoxicating and suffocating, a bittersweet blend that threatened to drown him. "Join us," called Dionysos, a wild-eyed Maenad, her voice high and piercing like a bird caught in a hunter's snare. She twirled, arms outstretched like wings, embodying the very essence of wildness. A fragment of her skirt tore away, caught by the branches, and with it, a piece of her sanity. The laughter that erupted felt like shards of glass, beautiful yet painful, each snicker a reminder that no one was truly safe in this madness. And beneath it all was a shadow, looming. A presence that whispered of danger, lurking just beyond the fire's flicker. I could feel it clawing at my insides, an electric tension crawling up my spine. The night was alive, yes, but it was alive with something sinister, something that shimmered just out of reach. Then it happened, a moment that felt like the sky had cracked open. A shout. A scream. Mera fell to the ground, wine spilling from her hands, the crimson liquid pooling like blood beneath her. The laughter faded, replaced by a suffocating silence, a hush that swallowed the revelry whole. Lysander's heart raced, the beat echoing in his ears, a metronome ticking away the seconds until he would either flee or fight. "Mera," he roared, the sound escaping him like a wounded animal. He rushed to her side, the world blurring, the edges of reality fraying as he knelt next to her. Panic flooded his veins. What had happened? The laughter had turned to gasps, and the dance was replaced by stillness, the air thick with the unsaid. I remember, the words slipped from her lips like a prayer, laced with desperation. She looked up at him, her eyes wide, searching for salvation. In that moment, she was both fragile and ferocious, a wildflower bent but not broken. You're here," a plea wrapped in a confession. But he was lost, drowning in the depths of her gaze, sacrificial love clawing at his chest, tearing him apart. "What did they do to you?" he asked, his voice trembling, cracking under the weight of his fear. What darkness had seeped into their revelry? What terror had stained their sacred night? The other Maenad circled them, their eyes wild with uncertainty, the thrill of the chase transforming into a palpable dread. Dionysos, ever the beacon of chaos, seized a torch and raised it high. "We must cleanse her," she screamed, the fervor of the hunt igniting in her blood. "We must purge the darkness." Her words ignited fear in the hearts of the others, ignited the ancient magic that flowed through their veins, the power of the wild. But in that moment, all the chaos seemed to coalesce, the laughter of the night now a distant memory, replaced by an insatiable need for clarity. Lysander felt the weight of every heartbeat, every shuddering breath, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. He grasped Mera's hands, desperate to anchor her to this world, to make her stay. "I won't let them take you," he vowed, a promise forged in the fires of desperation. But the woods were alive with whispers, shadows shifting ominously as the night grew darker. The tension quivered in the air, thick as fog, an electric charge promising a confrontation that would unravel them all. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown leading to the inevitable clash between love and chaos, passion and ruin. And as Mera's eyes fluttered, the world around them began to dissolve, the laughter fading into the distance, a cruel reminder that nothing is ever truly free, not even the wild hearts of satyrs and maenads. The confrontation loomed, inevitable as the stars that hung above, silent witnesses to the carnage that would spill forth from their hearts, a dance of loss and longing spiraling into the abyss. In that moment, I realized, this night was not the beginning of an ending, but a fevered crescendo, a breathless plunge into the unknown, shackled by the very bonds they sought to break. The moon hung low, a silver knife slicing through the dense veil of night. Shadows flickered like ghosts, twisting and writhing in the flickering torchlight, and I could hear it, the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the quickened thrum of hearts echoing in the cool air. Tonight, we'd celebrate him, Dionysos, the god who danced upon the edge of madness. I stood at the fringe of the circle, my body trembling, caught between fear and exhilaration, the scent of ripe grapes mingling with sweat and the promise of ecstasy. I remember the first time I felt it, the music wrapping around me, pulling me in like an insistent lover. It was a symphony of drums, raucous laughter, and the flute's wailing cries, each note a heartbeat, a whisper of the chaotic joy that Dionysos embodied. Meris, wild-eyed and wild-haired, twirled at the center, her body a blur of motion, arms raised as if she could touch the stars. Her laughter echoed, pure and infectious, yet beneath it lay a tremor of desperation. She sought escape in the rhythm, a frantic dance to shake off the memories, the shadows that stalked her. I felt drawn to her, my heart thrumming with a familiar ache, the desire to lose myself, to forget, to join her in the dizzying spiral of abandon. But then there was the Roz, tethered to reality, his eyes dark pools of sorrow. He watched us from the sidelines, the weight of his silence a stark contrast to the frenetic energy that swirled around. I could see it in the way he clenched his jaw, the tension coiling in him like a spring ready to snap. The Roz had a past, woven with threads of loss and betrayal, and as the drums called him, I felt the push and pull of his conflict. Music was his refuge and his prison. He longed to step into the revelry yet feared it would pull him under, drown him in the chaos he didn't know how to navigate. I wanted to reach out, to tell him it was okay to let go, but the words lodged in my throat, caught between my own longing and his despair. I remember Meris' laughter fading, her eyes glancing toward the Roz as she spun, searching for something, someone, to pull her deeper into the fray. But the dance was wild, and the music grew fierce, a tempest of sound that felt alive, whispering secrets of the cosmos. It was intoxicating, a heady mix of joy and impending doom. I could feel it in my bones, the darkness that lingered at the edges, the specter of reality that loomed ever closer, threatening to crash the party. "Dance with me!" Meris shouted, her voice a siren's call, but I could hear the urgency beneath her words. She didn't just want me to dance, she needed me to forget, to lose ourselves together in the rhythm, to be reborn amidst the frenzy. And I wanted to, oh, how I wanted to, but a part of me remained shackled to the ground, tethered to the Roz, who remained a statue amidst the storm. The music swelled, the drums pounding like a war drum, and for a heartbeat, I could feel the world around me fade into a blur. The air thickened with anticipation, the scent of wine mixing with musk and earth, and time stretched, elastic and taut. I closed my eyes, and suddenly, I was there, lost in the intoxicating rhythm, caught between the moments of laughter and the silent screams of sorrow. I remembered the stories, the ancient tales of Dionysian worship, where ecstasy and destruction danced hand in hand, where revelry could lead to madness. But then, such a sudden shift, the music shifted, the tempo rising, a cacophony that shook the very foundations of my heart. The joyous cries turned to wails, shadows lengthening, creeping toward us as reality seeped through the cracks in our euphoria. Meris stumbled, her laughter replaced by a gasp, her eyes wide with horror as we felt it, the weight of the moment, the knowledge that this celebration was a double-edged sword. The Roz broke then, his silence shattering like glass. He stepped forward, his voice raw and trembling, "No more. We can't drown ourselves in this madness." Every word was a plea, a rebellion against the chaos that threatened to consume us all. Meris's gaze flickered between us, confusion and anger battling for dominion in her expressive eyes. The music swelled, and I felt the clash of their conflicting desires, the need to break free and the fear of losing oneself entirely. "Then what do you propose?" Meris shot back, her tone sharp as a knife, the desperation clawing at her. "Do you want to stand here and watch the world burn while we are too afraid to dance?" The intensity of her words hung in the air, thick and electric, and I felt the tension crackle, igniting something primal within me. The drums beat on, relentless, as I stood caught in their storm, between Meris' wild abandon and Thero's terrified restraint. I could feel the pull of the music, wrapping its tendrils around my soul, beckoning me to join the dance, to lose myself in the ecstasy of the night. Yet the weight of Thero's despair held me back, a gravity that threatened to swallow us whole if we dared leap into the abyss. I remember the moment it happened, the drum beats crescendoed, and everything exploded into chaos. Bodies collided, laughter mingled with cries of anguish and joy, and I was swept into the maelstrom. I danced, I spun, but with every step, I felt the specter of my own fears lurking in the shadows, reminding me that this celebration might not be what it seemed. In that moment, everything blurred, the lines between joy and sorrow, life and death, love and loss. The music echoed through me, a visceral pulse that ignited my very essence. I could feel Meris' spirit soaring, yet I could also feel the weight of Thero's heartbreak anchoring us both, a reminder that even amidst the divine chaos, we were human, flawed, beautiful, and utterly lost. The final notes of the night faded into silence, leaving us standing amidst the wreckage of our emotions, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. And yet, I felt it, the music lingered, a haunting echo that would not fade. The dance was just beginning, the struggle between light and shadow, joy and despair, swirling like smoke in the night. As the stars blinked overhead, I knew this was not the end, it was merely a spark igniting the fire that would burn on, relentless and beautiful. The air crackled like a spark, heavy with the scent of wine and wild anticipation, as the first notes of the orlos sliced through the darkness. A single candle flickered, illuminating the face of a child standing on the edge of the crowd, eyes wide, as if she were peering into the abyss of something both terrifying and magnificent. The call of Dionysos echoed through the streets, a siren song that called forth not only revelry but the primal terror that lives within each of us, the fear of losing oneself, of being swallowed whole by ecstasy. I remember the taste of that fear, the way it hung in our throats like the sweet tang of overripe grapes. I remember Milena, my sister, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, but there was a darkness flickering behind her eyes that day. She had been chosen to lead the procession, a fate wrapped in both glory and dread, and as she walked the tightrope between joy and despair, I felt the threads of our lives tangled tighter. The city Dionysia was upon us, like a storm rolling in, promising both chaos and catharsis. Crowds swelled, the air thick with the scent of burnt offerings and the heat of bodies pressing together, a writhing mass of humanity fueled by the wine of the gods. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, the heartbeat of something ancient and powerful that throbbed in time with the rhythm of the drums. It was intoxicating, like swirling in the cosmos, a dizzying dance of stars and shadows, and I was simultaneously elated and terrified. Then there was Thanos, my childhood friend, caught between the expectations of his father, the respected priest of Dionysos, and his own dreams of escape. He stood apart from the crowd, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. The festival was a crucible for him, a place where every cheer felt like a shout of judgment, every laugh a reminder of the weight he carried. I could see it pulsing behind his facade, a tempest of longing and fear. Would he choose to follow the call of the god, or would he break free from the shackles of tradition and forge a path of his own? As the procession began, I found myself swept along, pulled into the current of bodies, the chaos alive around me. Milena led the dance, her arms outstretched, fingers brushing the air like the wings of a dove. but in her eyes, I saw a flash of something darker, a flicker of fear, a whisper of doubt. Was she truly willing to become the vessel for the divine, to lose herself in the frenzy? My heart ached with the knowledge that the festival could bring forth joy or wield its chaos as a weapon, and I was helpless to stop it. The rural Dionysia loomed just beyond the horizon, a celebration of the harvest, where rural communities would offer their gratitude to the god in exchange for his bounty. It felt like two faces of the same coin, the city's fervor vying against the earth's quiet fertility. Thanos' father had insisted we partake in both, as if the god demanded our unwavering devotion, and in that devotion, I felt an undercurrent of dread. "Do you hear it?" Malena leaned close, her breath warm against my ear. "The music calls to me. It promises something wild." The thrill in her voice was palpable, yet I sensed the abyss lurking behind it. I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the edge, but the pull of Dionysos was magnetic, an ancient force weaving its spell through the crowd. It was not just revelry, it was temptation, and I feared for her soul. The drums beat louder, echoing like a war cry, and suddenly Malena was lost to me, swallowed by the shadows of the night. Panic clawed at my chest as I pushed through the throng, searching for her familiar silhouette. Each face was a mask of joy, but beneath the surface, I felt the tremors of something darker, a collective yearning that threatened to consume us all. The city was alive, and we were mere players on a stage brought forth by the god of wine and madness. Thanos, too, was swept away, his eyes wide like a deer caught in the headlights of fate. I watched him step back, hesitating at the threshold of his own desires. Would he find the strength to break free from the chains of expectation? Or would he succumb, joining the revelers in the dance of chaos? "Malena!" I cried, but the noise swallowed my voice. The city had turned into a living beast, each heartbeat a thrum of exhilaration, yet there was a tremor beneath it all, a warning in the music, a whisper of what was to come. I was a spectre haunting this celebration, my heart pounding in rhythm with the drums, both an observer and a prisoner of this madness. Then the climax struck, an eruption of color and sound as the final act began, a chorus of masked revelers, their faces painted in ecstasy and chaos. It was beautiful and horrifying, a stark reminder of the fragility of our existence. As they danced, I could feel the air thickening, the very essence of Dionysos weaving around us, a heady mix of death and rebirth. In the chaos, I spotted Malena again, her eyes wild and bright, her laughter ringing like bells. But there was something else, too, a shadow lurking behind her joy. I rushed to her, desperation clawing at my throat. "You have to come back." I gasped, but the spell had woven too tight. She was lost to it, and all I could do was watch as she surrendered to the intoxicating embrace of the god. Thanos stood rooted in uncertainty, caught between the constraints of his lineage and the wild dance of freedom unfolding around him. I could see the moment he made his choice, the flicker of rebellion igniting behind his eyes. Would he leap into the fray, or would he remain on the sidelines, a prisoner of fear? The air was thick with the tension of possibility, the promise of what could be, or what could be lost. The music swirled, the dance crescendoed, and I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental, an alchemical transformation that would either bind us together or tear us apart. The shadow of Dionysos loomed large, an omnipresent force that promised both ecstasy and despair. I felt the pull of it, the tantalizing edge of oblivion whispering in my ear, urging me to let go. But I could not. Not yet. The night held secrets in its depths, and I was determined to uncover them, to wrestle with the chaos and emerge whole. The festival was not merely a celebration, it was a battleground for souls, an arena where joy and pain danced hand in hand, where we faced our deepest fears and our wildest dreams. As the night deepened, I reached for Malena, for Thanos, for the remnants of our shattered innocence, knowing that in this moment, as the world spun out of control, we would either rise together or fall into the abyss. The heart of Dionysos pulsed within us, and we were caught in its thrall, teetering on the edge of something terrifyingly beautiful. The festival was just beginning, and the echoes of our choices would resonate long after the last note faded into the darkness. The air is thick with anticipation, the kind that clings to your skin like summer humidity, smothering yet electric. A single flickering torch casts shadows that dance and writhe against the stone walls of the theater of Dionysos, whispering secrets to anyone brave enough to listen. The audience is restless, shifting, a sea of eyes glistening, hearts pounding, throats dry with the tension of what's about to unfold. I remember the moment so vividly, the way my heart raced at the thought of what lay ahead. The whispers of the crowd were like the rustling of leaves, an omen of the storm to come. At the center of it all, Callista stood trembling, her hands clutching the hem of her worn tunic. She was the embodiment of fear and defiance, caught between the suffocating expectations of her family and her own desperate need to soar, to break free from the chains of tradition. But this night, this dreaded night, was not hers to control. "Why must I perform?" she whispered, her voice barely above a breath, lost amid the ribald laughter and clinking cups. "Why must I bear the weight of their gaze?" In the shadows, Lysander lurked, a figure cloaked in uncertainty, his heart a battlefield of longing and despair. He loved Callista, but love was a dangerous game in a world where honor was often dictated by the whims of men. He longed to cradle her fears, to whisper promises like honeyed dreams, yet he felt the rot of his own limitations crawling through him. Tonight, the truth hung between them like a taut string, ready to snap, a confession, a sacrifice, a betrayal. I remember the first time we met," he thought, and the memory struck like an arrow. The way she laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a summer breeze, contrasting with the weight of their reality. He was just a painter, a dreamer brushing colors on canvas, while she was a potential star, trapped in a world of tragedy. But tonight was no playful canvas. Tonight, she would step into the role of media, a woman scorned, ready to unleash the fury of betrayal, and Lysander feared for what it might do to her fragile spirit. The crowd roared as the first actor took the stage, a chorus of voices rising in a cacophony of cheers and jeers. The urgency of the performance was electric, the anticipation a living, breathing thing. It crackled, swirling around Callista like a tempest, and she took a breath, drawing strength from the chaos. "Tonight, I will be reborn," she proclaimed silently, but doubt clung to her like cobwebs. Shadows danced in her mind, every disappointment, every expectation, every moment she felt less than the goddess they demanded. "Fear not, Callista! The gods are with you," a friend shouted from the crowd, and for a moment, hope flickered in her chest. But was this hope rooted in truth or folly? Then, the spotlight swung to her, and the world fell away. All that remained was Callista, the tragic heroine, caught in the tempest of her own creation. The words spilled from her lips, a torrent of emotion that echoed against the ancient stones, and with each verse, she bared her soul. I remember the taste of betrayal," she cried, and the audience gasped, the weight of her pain palpable, a living thing that wrapped around every heart. In that moment, she was every woman who had ever been wronged, the voice of 1,000 sorrows rising to drown the laughter in the night. But in the shadows, Lysander felt the ground shift beneath him, the weight of his unspoken love pressing down like a boulder. He clenched his fists, the urge to rush to her side gnawing at his resolve. "Tell her," urged a voice inside, but the fear of rejection held him captive. What if he shattered her world with the truth? And then, as if summoned by the gods, the moment arrived. Callista's voice broke, a raw, jagged edge slicing through the air. "What is love, if not a cruel jest?" she screamed, the memory of her laughter now twisted into a scream of anguish. The audience shuddered, transfixed, ensnared by her raw pain. Time twisted, and Lysander saw flashes of her life intertwined with his, a subtler play of shadows and light. The night they shared stolen kisses beneath the stars, laughter mingling with the scent of blooming jasmine. Yet, beneath it all, the dread lingered, a ghost haunting the periphery of their love. "Will you let her drown in this tragedy?" the spectre of doubt whispered, taunting him. Lysander staggered back, as if struck. He could feel his own heart, now a captive in the tumultuous performance. As Callista wove through the verses, her body quaking with the weight of her character's grief, the crowd became a chorus, echoing her every word, amplifying her pain, and his own. It was intoxicating, horrifying, and beautiful all at once. I remember the agony of silence," she cried, eyes wild, searching the audience as if she sought him in the depths of their collective gaze. "What is left when love turns to ash?" The moment hung like the last heartbeat before a storm, pregnant with uncertainty and raw, unfiltered emotion. Then, she faltered, her voice trembling, a crack in the armor of her tragic character. The world held its breath, a collective gasp that echoed through the theater, reverberating with fear and hope. In that heartbeat, Lysander felt the chains of his own inaction snap, the urgency clawing at him. "I love you, Callista," he shouted, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife, raw and exposed. "You're more than a character. You're real, and you're mine." The crowd fell into a hushed silence, the air thick with disbelief as Callista turned, her eyes wide, shimmering with unspoken emotions. The conflict within her played out, the weight of his confession mingling with her pain, a tempest brewing between them on that sacred stage. And as the echoes of their entwined destinies crackled through the night, the theater seemed to lean in, waiting. It was a moment that stretched across eternity, where tragedy kissed the possibility of joy, and every heart in attendance trembled with the weight of the unsaid, the unrealized. Time stood still, and the cosmos whispered secrets of love and despair, of laughter shadowed by tears. The stage, the audience, the night itself, all were but fleeting moments in the grand tapestry of existence, woven with threads of heartbreak and hope. But there were no answers here, only the relentless pulse of life and art, a continuous flow of emotion that begged to be felt, to be lived, to be embraced. And as I witnessed it all unfold, I could only hold my breath, heart racing, as the curtain loomed ahead, ready to fall, but never truly ending, a haunting echo of what might be. The moon hung low, a pale, ghostly orb, shrouded by clouds that danced like wraiths across the night sky. The air was thick with an electric tension, a heartbeat so palpable that it felt as if the world itself held its breath. In the shadows of the ancient theater, where whispers of forgotten tragedies lingered, Isidora stood at the edge of the stage, her heart pounding, echoing the rhythm of 1,000 lost souls. Her fingers trembled, tracing the cool stone of the altar dedicated to Dionysos, the god of ecstasy and unrestrained joy, yet here she felt only despair. An internal storm brewed within her, a tempest of doubt and longing. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, "the way he laughed, the way he made me feel alive." The memory flickered, a firework bursting in her mind, illuminating her past with a bittersweet brilliance. But it was fleeting, leaving in its wake the shadows of what remained. She closed her eyes, seeking solace in the memory of Alexios, her brother, the one who had once danced beside her, laughter spilling like wine. Now he was gone, lost in a haze of revelry and ruin. "Isidora!" The voice cut through the silence, sharp as a dagger. It was Lysander, his presence a storm of chaos and passion. He stormed into view, wild-eyed and breathless, a modern-day Bacchus, the god incarnate, his spirit unyielding. "We must act. The festival approaches, and the city will be alive with madness. We cannot let their revelry drown us." But what was his madness, if not an echo of their shared grief? "You talk of madness, Lysander, yet you ignore the shadows that follow us," she shot back, fire igniting in her chest. "You think Dionysos can save us? He is the god of wine and folly. He revels in our pain." "Pain," he laughed, the sound a bitter melody that twisted her stomach. "Pain is the price of living. To feel is to be human." His eyes were alight, but she saw the flicker of doubt beneath the blaze. He was losing himself, losing them both in a wild chase for the divine, for the transcendence of ecstasy. This is our moment. To dance with the shadows, to embrace the chaos. We're not just alive, Isidora, we're burning. Yet what he offered felt like a pyre, and she was the wood ready to catch fire. "To burn is to be consumed," she murmured, casting her gaze toward the empty seats, ghosts of an audience that once cheered. What remains when the flames die down? Just ash and memories. As they argued, the shadows of the theater seemed to deepen, creeping closer, as if the very walls were listening to their pain, their struggle, their unwelcome truths. It was as if the ghost of Dionysos himself were lurking, waiting to pull them into his intoxicating embrace, promising liberation but delivering only despair. "Let them come!" Lysander's voice rang out, fierce and defiant. "Let the city drown in its own revelry. We will seize the night." He stepped closer, his breath mingling with the scent of wine and sweat, the remnants of his last indulgence. "Together, we can awaken the spirit of this place. We can bring him back." Bring back who? Isidora's heart twisted, knowing the answer but desperate to deny it. You mean to resurrect the boy who danced with the stars? You mean to invite death back into our lives? They were spiraling, lost in their storm, and yet the tension between them crackled like a fire ignited by their shared grief. The words tumbled out, raw and jagged, leaving them both exposed. He's gone, Lysander. Dionysos will not save us. Isidora, please, he reached for her, desperation clawing at his voice. You don't understand. Dionysos is more than a god, he is the embodiment of our suffering and our joy. He is the bridge between life and death. To forget him is to forget ourselves. But what if we forget him and find ourselves? She countered, the challenge echoing in the silence that followed. What if we learn to live without the chaos? Without the chaos? You mean without the joy? Without the laughter? Without the dance? His eyes darkened, shadows swirling within them. You think a life devoid of Dionysos' influence is worth living? It will be hollow, an empty shell that echoes our pain without rhyme or reason. Their words hung in the air, electric and charged, and for a moment, time stilled, the world outside fading into nothingness. It was just them, flooded with emotion, each heartbeat a reminder of their shared humanity. Each breath they took was heavy with the weight of their choices, the burden of their memories. The theater around them vibrated with an ancient sadness, a collective grief shared by all who dared to live with the specter of joy and despair entwined. And in that eternal moment, she made her choice. Then let him come, let Dionysos descend upon this city of shadows. But when he does, we will not cower in fear. We will stand and face him, together. We will embrace the madness, but we will not lose ourselves in it. A flicker of hope ignited between them, a fragile flame amidst the storm. They were not just two lost souls, they were kindred spirits, bound by grief yet unwilling to let despair consume them entirely. The god of wine and revelry would come, and in his chaos, they would find their clarity. As the moon broke free from its shroud, casting light upon their intertwined fates, Isidora knew the night was only beginning. The festival would draw the city into its intoxicating embrace, and they would be at its heart, dancing with shadows, laughing with ghosts. The echoes of Dionysos would weave through their souls, binding them in a tapestry of ecstasy and sorrow, a testament to the unbreakable human spirit. The theater loomed before them, dark and alive, whispering secrets that only the night could understand. And as they stepped forward, their hearts thrumming in rhythm with the pulse of the cosmos, they braced themselves for the storm to come, knowing that in Dionysos' chaotic dance, they would confront the depths of their existence. The night awaited, a churning sea of laughter and tears, and they would not face it alone. The air is thick with the scent of ripe grapes, the night alive with whispers. Shadows dance, flickering like the restless spirits of the past, and somewhere in the night, the wild laughter of revelers pierces the darkness. I stand on the precipice of a memory, heart pounding like a war drum, as I watch a figure emerge from the swirling mists of ancient myths, Dionysos, a god, a man, a tempest of emotions wrapped in garlands of ivy. He is both intoxicating and terrifying, a reminder that ecstasy often walks hand in hand with chaos. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the marble statue in a dimly lit gallery, every chiseled line suffused with unrestrained passion and the weight of despair. The figure stood tall, a majestic representation of the god of wine and revelry, his face contorted in laughter, yet with eyes that held the shadows of countless tragedies. It was a sculptor's hand that seized that duality, a moment caught between joy and sorrow, and it seized my breath. I didn't just see Dionysos, I felt him, a surge of energy rushing through me, the very essence of life and death intertwined. Lydia stood beside me, her heart a tempest of conflict. She was an artist, herself haunted by the specter of unfulfilled dreams. Her brushstrokes whispered desperate secrets, yet here she was, paralyzed, unable to capture the rawness of what she felt. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice trembling. She longed to paint Dionysos, to drench canvas in the colors of his essence, but within her lurked a fear, a shadowy doubt that gnawed at her every ambition. "What if I fail?" she whispered, the question escaping her lips like a prayer. I wanted to tell her that failure is just another shape on the canvas of life, but my own insecurities wrapped around me like a vine, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. Dionysos, with his duality, reflected our struggles, the ecstasy of creation weighed down by the dread of inadequacy. The gallery pulsed with life. Paintings adorned the walls, each brushstroke a heartbeat, each hue a memory. I stood captivated by a canvas depicting a frenzied bacchanalia, bodies entwined in ecstatic abandon, the fervor of Dionysos igniting the air. I could almost taste the wine, sweet and bitter on my tongue, a reminder of fleeting joy and persistent shadows. In that moment, I was part of their world, swept away by the energy that surged through every painted figure, each of them a testament to the complexity of existence, laughter and tears, abandon and restraint. Across the room, Marcus watched us, his eyes dark with longing. He was a historian, a scholar who revered the myths, yet was trapped in a tangle of his own making. His passion for the past was a double-edged sword, cutting him off from the present. Here, within these walls, the ghosts of antiquity sang their songs, but they fell on deaf ears. His heart ached to connect, to share in the revelry, but he remained shackled by the chains of intellect and defensiveness. Art is a mere shadow of truth, he would often say, his voice laced with bitterness, always one step behind what it intends to capture. But tonight, even he was losing that battle. His eyes followed Lydia as she stepped closer to the sculpture, captivated by the raw energy emanating from Dionysos. I could see it, an awakening, her spirit igniting in recognition of the wildness that lay dormant within her. "Why do we imprison ourselves?" she whispered, as if the question hung heavy in the air, trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. The moment swelled, thick with emotion, as Dionysos, the eternal trickster, seemed to laugh at us, daring us to confront our own demons. The shadows flickered, and for a heartbeat, I caught a glimpse of his myth, the way he danced on the edges of madness, how the ecstatic frenzy could turn to rage in an instant. It felt like a warning. "What are you afraid of?" I wanted to shout, but the words lodged in my throat. I remember the way Lydia stepped back, fear flashing in her eyes, a flicker of vulnerability so raw it made my heart ache. "I don't want to lose control," she confessed, her voice barely more than a breath. The truth was palpable, a knife's edge between creation and destruction, an intoxicating balance echoed in the art that surrounded us. And Marcus, always the observer, began to realize that history isn't just a series of events written in books, it's alive, it breathes. "It's the stories that bind us," he murmured, his voice low, breaking the silence that enveloped the gallery. "Dionysos is not just a god, he is the essence of who we are, our joys, our sorrows, our recklessness." But would he allow himself to feel that connection? The question hung suspended in the air, thickening the tension, wrapping around us like the tendrils of ivy that adorned Dionysos himself. Would he break free, or would history continue to hold him captive, a mere observer in a world of vibrant chaos? Suddenly, a tremor ran through the gallery, a collective heartbeat echoing in the silence. I felt it, a wave of raw energy, like the rush of wine coursing through my veins. It urged me closer to the statue, to the embodiment of chaos and joy. What if we embraced the madness? I whispered, words spilling out before I could stop them. What if we learned to dance with our fears? In that moment, I felt the weight of our shared struggle, the fear, the longing, the desire to break free from our self-imposed chains, and it was like a spell woven with threads of light and shadow. Lydia turned to me, her eyes blazing, sparked to life with renewed possibility. "Then let's paint our own bacchanalia," she breathed. "Let's fill the world with our color, our chaos." But Marcus lingered, caught in the grip of the past, the battle between emotion and intellect raging within him. I saw the shadow cross his face. Could he let go of the past? Could he allow himself the freedom to revel in the joy of creation? Time stretched, the air crackling with unspoken emotions. We stood at the edge of the abyss, and I could almost hear Dionysos laughing, his presence enveloping us like a warm embrace, urging us to leap into the unknown. Every heartbeat echoed the promise of something greater, a confrontation with our own truths, our own fears. We were poised to break free, yet still tethered by the weight of expectation and doubt. That moment lingered, suspended in time, the air electric with anticipation. Dionysos stood watch over us, a silent guardian of our vulnerabilities, our aspirations, our dreams. The shadows whispered his secrets, and as I breathed in the bittersweet scent of life, I felt the overwhelming urge to step into the chaos, to embrace the wildness that was both terrifying and beautiful. The gallery pulsed with life, but within me, the dance had only just begun. The shadows beckoned, and the night lay wide open, an uncharted canvas where I could finally paint my truth. I remember every heartbeat that led me to this moment, and as I stood on the precipice, I knew I was ready to embrace the madness. A scream cut through the night like a knife, sharp and raw, echoing in the silence of the once joyful revelry. I stood frozen, heart pounding, eyes wide, caught in a moment where joy and destruction collided like storm clouds on the horizon. The festival had begun as a celebration of life, laughter, music, wine flowing like rivers, but now, in the flickering glow of torches, shadows danced with a sinister rhythm, and dread settled heavy in the air. I remember the taste of sweet wine on my lips, the laughter of my friends, now ghosts in a fading memory. I remember how easy it was, under the influence of Dionysos, to forget the world outside, to lose ourselves in the ecstasy of the moment. But now, with that scream still hanging in the air, joy twisted into something grotesque. I could feel the pulse of the crowd, a tide turning, fear gripping hearts like a vice. Ilara stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting both wonder and terror. She was painted with the colors of the festival, a goddess among us, but her smile was gone, replaced by a mask of confusion. "What just happened?" she whispered, her voice barely a tremor, as if speaking too loudly would summon the shadows lurking just beyond our sight. I could see the cracks in her composure, the way her hands fidgeted at her sides, betraying her desire to flee. But then there was Marcus, always the bravest of us, a firebrand with an insatiable thirst for thrill. He laughed, a sound that rang hollow now, and stepped forward, drawn by the chaos. "It's just a game. Just a trick," he shouted, trying to rally the spirits of the crowd. But his bravado felt like blades of grass tossed in a tempest. I could see it in his eyes too, the flicker of doubt, the ghost of fear. A brave face, yes, but one barely holding back a tide of dread. As the crowd shifted, whispers turned to shouts, and panic ignited. The air grew thick with tension, a charged current that crackled. I felt it in my bones, the primal instinct that told me to run, to hide from whatever darkness was creeping in. I remember the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat, a warning. Dionysos, the god of wine and revelry, was here with us, but so was something else, a presence that hungered for chaos. "Look!" Ilara pointed toward the bonfire, flames licking the air, and I followed her gaze. The fire cast long shadows, twisting and contorting, giving life to the fears we harbored in our hearts. In its flickering glow, the shadows danced, and I thought I saw figures moving, writhing in delight or anguish. Were they human? Were they spirits? The line blurred, just as it did with passion, the fine art of revelry that edged into madness. Marcus pushed through the throng, searching, seeking the source of the turmoil. He was drawn to it like a moth to flame. "We have to see. We have to know," he called, his words swallowed by the chaos. I could see the nervous energy coursing through him, the thrill of danger igniting a wild spark in his eyes. He was a storm in human form, and I was a leaf caught in his whirlwind. Ilara clutched my arm. "Are you going to follow him?" Her voice trembled, teetering on the edge of despair. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her everything would be all right, but the truth twisted in my throat, a knot of fear and uncertainty. I didn't know if we should follow him, or if the shadows would consume us whole. In that moment, my mind raced. I remember tales of Dionysos, the god who walked among mortals, spreading joy with wine, yet weaving destruction with a mere flick of his wrist. The duality of his nature was an intoxicating elixir, a siren song luring us deeper into the abyss. "We shouldn't," I said, but my voice felt like a whisper against a roaring tide. But Marcus was unstoppable, a force of nature fueled by the thrill that pulsed through the air. He turned back, a wild laughter spilling from his lips. "What's life without a little danger?" And with that, he plunged into the throng, a fleeting figure swallowed by the chaos that churned like a storm. My heart raced, caught between the urge to follow him and the desire to pull Ilara from this madness. And then, everything twisted again. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in dark robes, a spectre of the night itself. The air thickened, charged with an energy that crackled like lightning. I felt the world tilt on its axis, a dizzying spiral that disoriented my thoughts. The figure raised a hand, and the crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that echoed like a funeral dirge. "Who dares to summon the wrath of Dionysos?" The voice was low, smooth as silk but edged with steel. It cut through the chaos, wrapping around our hearts like a vice. I felt Ilara's grip tighten on my arm, her breath hitching in her throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to flee from whatever darkness this figure heralded. But Marcus, ever the fool, stepped forward. "We are here to celebrate," he shouted, the bravado in his voice trembling. "To revel in joy, to honor the god of wine." His words hung in the air, defiant yet uncertain, a beacon of light in a gathering storm. But the laughter that followed was chilling, a sound that echoed with ancient truths, a reminder that joy and destruction were but two sides of the same coin. The figure tilted its head, and I felt the weight of its gaze upon me, stripping me bare, exposing every fear and doubt that lurked in the recesses of my soul. "Joy is fleeting," it said, voice a whisper of silk and shadows. "But destruction?" "Destruction is eternal." I felt the words wrap around me, binding me in chains of dread. I looked at Ilara, her face pale, and in that moment, I knew we were standing on the precipice. The laughter, the joy, they were drowned in an undercurrent of something dark, something that promised to pull us under. We had been fools, thinking we could dance with the gods without understanding the price. And there we were, on the edge of understanding, caught in the thrilling, terrifying embrace of Dionysos. The god of joy and destruction, of ecstasy and madness, had descended upon us, and we were just beginning to realize what that truly meant. In the chaos, under the weight of fear and the spark of exhilaration, we grasped the lesson that joy can birth monsters, and destruction can wear the face of ecstasy. As the figure moved, shadows flickered, revealing faces twisted in rapture and despair. I felt the pulse of the crowd, an electric shock coursing through my veins. I didn't know if I wanted to scream in terror or laugh in delight. And as the moment stretched, I knew this was just the beginning. The festival had become a stage, and we were all but players caught in the intricate dance of Dionysos, joy entwined with destruction, each heartbeat pulling us deeper into the abyss, each moment suspended in time, waiting for the reckoning that would surely come. Thunderous drums echo through the night, a heartbeat pulsing against the silken darkness. Shadows sway and flicker, twisting like the souls of the restless. In the midst of this chaos, I stand, paralyzed by fear and awe as a figure emerges, a man, no, a god, crowned with vines and madness. Dionysos dances, feet barely touching the earth, a whirlwind of ecstasy and devastation, pulling us all into his intoxicating embrace. I remember the night, the fevered revelry, the scent of wine heavy in the air, the laughter that turned to screams. Just like that, the world spins out of control. Silas, a common man with a heart torn between duty and desire, watches from the fringes. He clutches a bottle in one hand, the glass slick and familiar against his palm. It's not just wine, it's his escape, his shield against a world that demands too much. He feels the weight of dreams collapsing around him, an echo of laughter he once knew, now twisted into something sinister. To be free, or to be responsible, he mutters, caught in a labyrinth of his own making. I can see it in his eyes, the flickering hope for a life soaked in wild abandon, yet shackled by the chains of expectation. And there's Lysandra, strong-willed, with the fire of rebellion in her veins. She's drawn to Dionysos like a moth to a flame, yet fear coils tightly around her heart. She's lost sisters to the madness of passion, to the whispers of the vine that promise freedom but deliver chaos. What good is love if it consumes you? She shouts into the dark, her voice trembles, a shard of glass cutting through the haze. Each word is a battle cry, a plea to the gods that balance on the knife's edge of ecstasy and ruin. I remember her resolve shattering, then reforging, a phoenix rising from the ashes of doubt. The night is a living thing, pulsing with the energy of every soul present. Bodies move in sync, a chaotic choreography that transcends time and reason. Together, we're caught in the gravity of Dionysos, spiraling down into a wine-soaked abyss. The air is thick with tension, and I can feel it tightening around us, squeezing, until it bursts, an eruption of laughter, a cry of joy morphing into a scream of anguish. I remember the moment everything shifted, the laughter, maniacal, beautiful, transformed into a wave of dread. Silas breaks free from the throng, stumbling into the shadows. He feels it, the pull of chaos, a siren call that promises everything he yearns for but cannot have. What if I let go? He whispers to the night, the question a dagger in his heart. The bottle slips from his fingers, shattering on the cobblestones, a cruel reminder that freedom comes with a cost. The shards glimmer like the stars above, mocking him, daring him to take that step. But Lysandra sees him, caught in his own storm, and her heart tears at the sight. Silas, she cries, her voice breaking through the chaos, a lifeline cast into the dark. Don't drown in the madness. But her words are swallowed by the laughter, by the primal rhythm that thunders around them. Each beat of the drum feels like a pulse of the universe, echoing their fears, their desires, and their ghosts. The night deepens, and with it, the darkness reveals its true face. Dionysos, the bringer of joy, unfurls his darker aspects, the shadows curling around him like lovers. Revelers lose themselves, drifting into a trance, each drink a step toward oblivion. I can feel the weight of that temptation pressing against my chest, a tightness that threatens to pull me under. I remember every choice, every regret, and the moment I realized that freedom could be a curse. Yet, through the storm of bodies and the haze of wine, I glimpse Silas again, teetering on the edge of surrender. He looks at Lysandra, eyes wide with desperation, a battle raging within. What if I lose myself? His voice is raw, stripped of bravado. What if I become nothing but a shadow? The words hang heavy in the air, filled with unspoken fears, echoing like a clock ticking toward midnight. But she steps closer, fierce and resolute. You are not just a shadow. You are more than the chains of your past, more than the expectations that bind you. You can choose. Her eyes blaze with a fire that could ignite the world, and somewhere deep inside, her courage sparks a flicker of hope in Silas. I remember the moment, the world narrowing to their shared gaze, a connection that defied the chaos swirling around them, a bridge built from the ashes of doubt. And then, it happens, a low rumble, as if the earth itself is breathing, trembling under the weight of their choices. Dionysos lifts his arms, and the revelers respond, a surge of bodies crashing together, a tide of ecstasy and fear. I can feel the energy shift, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air, a test of wills, of desires, of what it means to be human. The shadows deepen, and I realize time is slipping away, a clock winding down, moments stretching into infinity. Silas, caught in the current of his own turmoil, looks toward the dance of madness, the intoxicating lure of freedom that seems just out of reach. What if I'm not enough? He whispers, so quiet it nearly drowns in the overwhelming din. But then, as if hearing his plea, the shadows around him seem to shift, whispering promises, secrets of the vine, of liberation. Then be enough. Lysandra's voice pierces the veil, a lifeline thrown amidst the chaos. You define your own worth. I remember their confrontation spiraling into something larger, something that transcended the flesh and bone, an emotional crescendo that resonated with every soul present. The air crackles with possibilities, with the electric charge of dreams colliding. Each heartbeat flows into the next, a relentless rhythm, drawing us all closer to the climax that awaits, a truth that could shatter everything or forge a new beginning. Dionysos stands at the center, a tempest of chaotic energy, drawing Silas and Lysandra deeper into the spiral of yearning and fear. I feel the tension stretch taut, a string pulled to its limit, every moment, every heartbeat counts. As the clock ticks, shadows swirl around us, demanding to be faced, forcing us to confront the darkness within and the light that flickers just beyond the horizon. The night breathes, alive with potential, with dreams waiting to unfurl like blossoms kissed by the first sun of spring. And as Silas takes a step toward the chaos, as Lysandra's heart races with hope and fear, the world spins on, a delicate balance hanging by a thread, a dance on the precipice of destiny. Time and space blur, spiraling into a cosmic dance, where every choice matters, where every heartbeat echoes in the vastness. The night stretches, unfurling like a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, of dreams unfulfilled and those yet to blossom. And as we stand on the edge of our own stories, I remember, this is just the beginning. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver in a sky thick with shadows, as the city throbbed with a pulse that was not its own. The air crackled, alive with the scent of crushed grapes and the distant echo of laughter, haunting, intoxicating. I remember how my heart raced, caught in that moment when the veil between worlds thinned. It is a night that breathes, that laughs, that weeps, a night steeped in the reckless abandon of Dionysos, the god of ecstasy, the master of chaos, the very essence of life and death. In the heart of the revelry stood Meris, eyes wide, a vibrant storm of emotion swirling within. She felt the weight of ancient sorrows resting on her shoulders, the kind of grief that wraps around you like a shroud, binding you to the past. She was a seeker, driven by a desperate craving for something just beyond her reach. Tonight, she whispered to herself, tonight, the boundaries will blur. Her thoughts tangled with the wildly flickering flames of the fire, each flicker a memory, a lost opportunity, a lover's gaze. Across the square, Eryx leaned against a column, his gaze locked onto Meris, the tension between them electric. He bore his own scars, each one a testament to battles fought in shadows. Eryx was a wanderer, a soul aching from the weight of choices made, some good, some terrible. The air hummed with his regrets, the whispers of spirits long gone urging him forward. I can't let her drown in this, he thought, heart pounding as the drums called him closer, closer to the abyss. The night unfolded like a twisted tapestry, each thread a story. I remember the way the wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to carry the cries of forgotten gods. Dionysos mingled with Osiris, Bacchus flirting with the shadows of Hecate. In this wild dance of divinity, their essences intertwined, their powers merging, each new layer of identity sparking a fevered rush through the crowd, uniting the living and the dead for just a heartbeat. Eryx! Meris called, her voice rising above the chaos, full of longing and urgency. The name hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into a tempest. He felt his heart wrench, pulled by the gravity of her need. But he hesitated, caught between the intoxicating lure of the night and the haunting specter of his past, where choices lived and breathed, where paths diverged. He remembered their last night together, words spat like venom, love twisted into something grotesque, a stain on the white canvas of what they could have been. Still, something in her gaze ignited a fire within him, an undeniable call to arms. This is not just a festival, he thought, adrenaline surging. This is a reckoning. He pushed off the column, his feet moving before his mind could catch up. The crowd roared like a tempest, spirits swirling, the air thick with vibrant madness. Dionysos was here, and he was hungry. Meris felt it too, the pulse of the divine, thrumming in her veins. She closed her eyes and surrendered, letting the music wrap around her like a lover's embrace. I remember the nights of wild celebration, she thought, her heart a captive to the rhythm. The laughter, the tears, the rapture, all of it a sweet poison. She danced, her body flowing like water, each movement a prayer to the gods who walked among them. She was both lost and found, a vessel of joy and despair, an offering in the temple of chaos. But Eryx had not come to the square merely to dance. As he wove through the throng, he felt the weight of unspoken truths pressing down on him. The shadows whispered of betrayal, of promises broken beneath the weight of ambition. He was no stranger to the darkness, and yet, there was Meris, a light that flickered just beyond his grasp. Their history loomed large, a specter that blurred the lines of their present. He pressed on, needing to confront the demons that threatened to consume them both. Meris! He reached for her, his fingers brushing against her arm. She spun around, eyes aflame with surprise, and for a moment, time stood still, the world around them dissolving into the background. The music faded, and all that remained was the connection, the electric charge that had always existed between them. But before words could form, before hearts could dare to hope, the air thickened, heavy with the scent of decay. A shadow moved among the revelers, unseen yet palpable, a reminder of the fragility of life. The laughter turned to gasps, the joy to fear, as the merging of deities spiraled into chaos, a maelstrom of emotions intertwining with the raw energy pulsating through the night. "Do you feel that?" Meris gasped, her voice trembling as she clutched Eryx's hand. The cosmos shifted, stars colliding in a cosmic dance, and the ground beneath them quaked, a warning, a sign. "It's the gods," she cried, a mixture of awe and terror flooding her veins. "They're angry. They're merging in ways we can't understand." Eryx's heart pounded furiously, drowning in a sea of dread and yearning. "We can't let this consume us," he shouted over the rising chaos. "We must stand together." But as he spoke, the shadows encroached, darkness creeping into their sanctuary, devouring the light they had fought so hard to cling to. In that moment, they were not just two souls caught in a turbulent dance, they were the embodiment of ancient conflict, the echoes of Dionysos wrestling with the weight of the past, longing for connection even as they faced inevitable destruction. "I remember the nights when we were untouchable," he thought, desperation clawing at his throat. "But tonight, the past is a ghost, haunting every step we take." And as the drums thundered, each beat a reminder of their mortality, Meris and Eryx stood at the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. The shadows whispered promises laced with doubt, even as the dawn threatened to break the spell, pushing them toward an emotional climax where love and loss entwined in a dance as old as time itself. The merging of Dionysos and the Ancient Ones had begun, and with it, the unfurling of their fates, intertwined, chaotic, beautiful, and tragic. The scent of wine hung thick in the air, a suffocating bouquet of sweetness and decay, mingling with the whispers of shadows that danced along the cobbled streets of Rome. I could feel the pulse of the city, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the festival, a celebration that twisted joy into something darker, something feral. The crowd surged, a living tide, bodies pressed together, a mass of eager faces illuminated by flickering torches, eyes glinting with madness and ecstasy. And in that suffocating crush, I stood, uncertain yet enthralled, caught between the man I was and the monstrous god I could become, the face of Bacchus looming larger than life, a tempest of desire and dread. I remember the first time I felt it, an electric tingle skittering down my spine, a siren call that wrapped around my heart. Marcus, my oldest friend, stood beside me, his gaze locked on the procession. His expression, a mixture of rapture and terror, stole my breath. I knew that look, the hunger for release, for liberation, but this was a path lined with thorns, and Marcus was a man prone to indulgence. I caught his eye. "You're not thinking of joining them, are you?" The word slipped from my lips, but I could see it in his eyes, he was already lost to the call of the god. "Join?" "No, I'd rather be consumed," he laughed, but the laughter held a tremor, a crack in the facade. The truth sat heavy in my chest. I wanted to pull him back, away from the edge, yet a part of me yearned to leap alongside him, to dive into the madness, to drown in the intoxicating embrace of Bacchus. The music swelled, a cacophony of drums and flutes, each beat like a thud of a heart that quickened in anticipation, and suddenly, the air shimmered with tension. There he was, Bacchus, crowned with ivy and grapes, a figure both divine and grotesque, his laughter rolling over the crowd like thunder, promising ecstasy and chaos. I felt my skin prickle, the intoxicating buzz igniting something primal deep within me. I had heard the stories, the wild rites, the blood, the abandon, but standing there, the reality of his essence seeped into my bones. The procession swept forward, a relentless wave crashing against the shore of reason. I watched as bodies twisted and turned, succumbing to a euphoric madness, limbs flailing like marionettes cut loose from their strings. I wanted to scream, to shout, to tear myself free from the grip of my own rationality, but fear clawed at my throat, binding me in place. And then I saw her, Livia. Her dark hair tumbled over her shoulders in wild abandon, eyes alight with an otherworldly fire. She had always been the spark, the flame that lit the way in my shadowy existence, and now she danced on the edge of delirium. I could see the conflict ripple through her. She was drawn to Bacchus like a moth to flame, yet the fear of losing herself flickered in her gaze. "Livia!" I shouted, the sound swallowed by the chaos around us. She turned, our eyes locking in a moment that felt infinite, filled with unspoken words and trembling uncertainty. "Don't! It's not what you think." But she smiled, a haunting, beautiful smile that pierced through my heart like a dagger. "Sometimes, you have to lose yourself to find what you truly are." Her voice was thick with longing, and in that moment, she became both everything and nothing, a vessel of desire and fear. I wanted to wade into her wildness, to embrace the tempest she represented, but the thought of losing her to Bacchus, to the chaos, held me fast. As if summoned by our attention, Bacchus stepped closer, a whirl of laughter and chaos, his eyes glinting with mischief. He beckoned to Livia, a hand outstretched, and my blood ran cold. "Join me, beautiful one. Let the vine bind you, let the wine flow through your veins." The crowd roared, a beast unleashed, hungry for more, and I felt it, an urge to scream, to claw my way through the throng and pull her back. But it was Marcus who moved first, propelled by the desire that clawed at his insides, dragging himself toward Bacchus, toward the ecstasy that promised salvation but whispered of ruin. "Come, my love," he shouted, his voice raw, "let us drown together." My heart shattered, pieces falling like glass into the dirt. "No!" I cried, but the sound was lost in the tide. I was a spectator to their madness, a ghost in this realm of desires. I wanted to chase after them, to pull them from the brink, but I stood paralyzed, caught in the web of my own fear, my own longing. The air crackled with electricity, shadows stretching and warping as Bacchus raised his goblet, a chalice filled with the promise of oblivion. I remember the moment the world spun into chaos. Livia, caught in the spell, stepped forward, Marcus reaching for her hand, and in that instant, the universe tilted. The music rose to a fever pitch, the rhythm spiraling into something primal and terrifying, and I could only watch as they surrendered to the embrace of a god cloaked in vine and shadow. The echoes of their laughter mingled with screams, and I felt something deep within me unravel. I was tethered to the earth, yet the cosmos seemed to beckon, to promise freedom in surrender. Bacchus was a god of both wine and madness, and the line between joy and despair blurred beneath the weight of his presence. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, caught in the throes of a world that was both beautiful and grotesque. I was lost and found, terrified yet exhilarated. The shadows whispered secrets I could barely grasp, nudging me closer to the edge of my own reckoning. I had become something more than just a man. I was a pulse in the chaos, a spark in the darkness, and as the night unfolded around me, the realization washed over me like the tide. This was only the beginning. Underneath the laughter, beneath the revelry, lay the truth. Bacchus was both savior and destroyer, and I was bound to him, to them, to this night, forever teetering on the brink of ecstasy and ruin. A memory revisited, yet so fragile, so fleeting. The festival continued, the wine flowed, and I felt the grip of destiny tighten around my heart. This was not merely a celebration, it was a reckoning, and the night was far from over. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye peering through the gnarled branches of ancient oaks. Shadows danced and twisted like whispers among the graves of the forgotten, and the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, vibrated with an unsettling anticipation. Tonight, the cult of Bacchus would summon the wildness they craved, a reckoning hidden beneath the shimmering surface of wine and revelry. I remember the first time I felt the call, the pulsing rhythm thrumming through my veins, a heartbeat echoing in the hollow of my chest. The night I stumbled into the presence of the Bacchanalians, I was a mere boy, naive and curious, my soul untainted by the weight of the world. Yet here I stood now, on the precipice of surrender, caught between the intoxicating embrace of the vine god and the looming dread of what lurked beyond the festivities. The laughter of my companions, a wild cacophony, felt both inviting and sinister. Lucius, my closest friend, stood beside me, his eyes glazed with the sheen of fervor. I saw desperation in those depths, a longing to escape the suffocating grip of Roman expectation. "This is it," he murmured, the words spilling from his lips like the last drop of a wine jug. "Tonight, we become something more." But I could see the tremor in his hands, a silent confession of fear wrapped in bravado. His spirit hungered for liberation, yet the price was written in the shadows that crept closer. And then there was Marcella. Fierce and intoxicating, she was the breath of summer wind through the winter's chill. Her laughter rang like silver bells, yet beneath that sparkling exterior lay a heart twisted by the chains of her own making. She danced, her movements fluid as flowing wine, drawing the gaze of every soul around her. But I could sense the heaviness in her steps, the way her lips curled into a smile that never quite reached her eyes. She, too, sought solace here, yet her restless spirit felt the pull of something darker. "Why do we do this?" My voice trembled like the last note of a lyre. Why sacrifice ourselves to the madness? Lucius shrugged, and in that shrug, I felt his desperation swell. To feel alive, he replied, to break free from the shackles that bind us. We're more than mere mortals, aren't we? But the shadows answered back, their whispers curling around us like an embrace. The air thickened with the promise of ecstasy, a siren's call to abandon all reason. The rituals of Bacchus, steeped in blood and wine, danced between the lines of hedonism and horror, a tempest where ecstasy could turn to agony in the blink of an eye. As the hour deepened, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of the revelers, twisted in rapture and mania. I felt the heat of their bodies, the rhythm of their pulse, a communal heartbeat that pulled me in. I watched as Lucius surrendered, losing himself in the revelry, unshackling the chains of his past. With each cup raised, he shed part of himself, his worries, his fears, drank to oblivion. And Marcella? She was at the center of it all, a goddess among mortals, her laughter cutting through the air like the crack of thunder. Yet, as the bacchanalian rites unfurled, I caught glimpses of the sorrow hidden behind her facade. "Do you think we can escape?" she asked me, a fleeting moment of clarity slicing through the haze. "Can we really be free?" Her eyes, stormy and deep, held the weight of the cosmos. I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand and say yes, that freedom was within reach, just a heartbeat away. But the truth loomed, freedom here was a double-edged sword, and the blade was sharp. As the night unfurled, the frenzied chants of the bacchanalians twisted around us. The air crackled with tension as we moved deeper into the woods, the grove where the rituals came alive, where flesh met spirit in a dance of primal frenzy. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat that matched my own, a call to surrender, to lose myself in the chaos. But the moment we stepped into the sacred space, something shifted. The air became electric, charged with raw energy, drawing us into a circular pit of bodies twisting and writhing under the dim light of the moon. The faces surrounding us were obscured, becoming monsters and angels in the flicker of firelight. My heart raced, caught in the throes of fear and exhilaration. "Do not resist," a voice boomed through the haze, shattering my thoughts like glass. "Embrace the wildness. Let Bacchus take you as his own." I felt the pull, felt Lucius and Marcella drawn into the tempest, and it terrified me. I remembered their faces, their hopes, the dreams we shared under the fading light of day. But that night, the shadows whispered sweet promises, and I was reminded of the human condition, our unending search for transcendence, for something greater than ourselves. In the chaos, I caught Lucius' gaze, wild, unbound, and exhilarated. And then I saw the flicker of something darker, a shadow passed behind him, a figure cloaked in darkness, watching, waiting. My heart stopped. "Lucius!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the roaring cacophony of the ritual. He turned, but it was too late. The laughter turned sharp, the revelry warped into a grotesque display of primal fear. Shadows erupted, and the air thickened with dread. Marcella's face twisted, no longer the carefree spirit I knew. Her eyes flashed with terror as we were pulled into a whirlwind of ecstasy turned nightmare. "Do you feel it?" she screamed, the words lost, her voice a haunting echo. "Do you feel the darkness?" I felt the shadows close in, the specters of our choices, our desires, dragging us toward a cliff. Fear gripped me, but I couldn't look away. I was trapped in this dance, the wildness of Bacchus wrapped around me, a coil of ecstasy and despair. And deep down, I understood, we were not simply participants in a ritual. We were the sacrifice, and in the depths of our souls, we'd all come to listen to the call of the void. And just as the shadows threatened to consume us, everything went still, as if the universe held its breath. The night was alive, vibrating with the weight of our choices, our longings, our ghosts. What would happen next? The answer hung heavy in the air, an unbearable tension, and I knew we were at the edge of freedom, of madness, of something both terrifying and beautiful. The night was far from over, and Bacchus was waiting. The air is thick, almost electric, as the moon hangs low and heavy, casting shadows that stretch and twist like desperate hands reaching for something just out of grasp. In the heart of the city, the drums beat like a furious heart, thrumming through the cobblestones and reverberating up the damp, crumbling walls of ancient buildings. I remember the chaos of that night as if it were a pulse, a relentless rhythm that called to me, dared me to answer. Adelina stands at the edge of the crowd, her dark hair wild and unkempt, eyes blazing with a fire long suppressed. She is a contradiction, a warrior in a flowing white dress, the fabric catching the wind like the banners of rebellion that flutter around her. I can see the defiance etched in the lines of her face, the way her jaw clenches tight, her fists balled at her sides. This is not just a night of revelry, it is a moment of awakening. Let them come, she whispers to herself, but the urgency in her tone feels like a prayer. The men and women around her sway, caught in the intoxicating pool of Dionysos, the god of wine and wildness. The air pulses with hedonism and heartache, and beneath the surface, a current of fear and exhilaration churns. I can see it, the ghosts of those lost to oppression, their faces flickering in the firelight. I remember, she murmurs, eyes glassy with memories of a life and a love stolen away. Across the square, a figure looms, taller than the shadows and twice as threatening. Marcus, the enforcer, a man molded by the iron grip of the law, stalks through the gathering, searching for the spark of rebellion that burns in the hearts of the people. His eyes scan the crowd, hardened by years of bearing witness to rebellion and its brutal consequences, yet there is something fragile lurking beneath the surface, a crack in his armor. I remember when I was one of them, he thinks, wrestling with the ghosts of his past. Before the chains of power bound me. Tonight, the drums pound louder, drowning out the memories. The crowd sways like wheat in a tempest, driven by the heady brew of freedom and rebellion. I can feel it thrumming through my veins, the promise of liberation mingled with the thrill of danger. I catch a glimpse of Marcus again, his clenched fists betraying the turmoil within. He was once a boy who danced under the stars, who laughed with friends until dawn broke over the horizon. But duty has shackled him, a rope made of fear and obligation. Adelina, he calls, his voice cutting through the din, a lifeline sent to a ship lost at sea. You don't know what you're asking for. But she turns to him, eyes wide with fearlessness, as if the very spirit of Dionysos flows through her veins, igniting a rebellion he cannot extinguish. I know exactly what I'm asking for, she replies, each word sharp and deliberate. I'm asking for a world where we are no longer silenced. Where the laughter of the free echoes louder than the cries of the oppressed. Her words ignite something in the crowd, and they surge forward, a wave of bodies and souls, yearning to break the chains of convention. The world around me dims, and I'm left with the raw, throbbing energy between them. Marcus takes a step forward, drawn to her, but the power that holds him is suffocating. You don't understand what it means to defy the law, he warns, but in his heart, he feels the tremors of desire, the longing to break free. I remember, he thinks, the taste of freedom, how it danced on my tongue like a sweet wine. Adelina's gaze pierces through him, unearthing the boy he had buried beneath the weight of his duties. And what has your obedience brought you, Marcus? A life in chains, a heart turned to stone. Her voice is like honey laced with poison, sweet yet deadly. You're trapped in a cage of your own making. The only thing left to fear is your own reflection. What a cruel twist, I think, watching the two of them, caught in the web of their own desires, their souls tangled like roots beneath the earth. He wants to save her, to protect her from the chaos of their world, but in doing so, he realizes he would also bind her to a life of submission. Freedom and rebellion, the very essence of Dionysos, dance tantalizingly close, yet always out of reach. The drums reach a fever pitch, and the crowd roars, a primal sound that reverberates through the night. Tonight, we celebrate, someone shouts, raising a goblet high. Tonight, we remember. The words hang in the air, a promise and a curse intertwined. Adelina steps onto a makeshift platform, arms raised, as if claiming the night itself. Let the wine flow, she cries, and the crowd erupts into a frenzy. They are wild, liberated, and for the first time, they feel the taste of something far sweeter than alcohol, freedom. I remember when I thought I could never escape, she confesses, tears glistening in her eyes. But now, I know that rebellion is not a choice, it's a birthright. For a moment, the world freezes, a kaleidoscope of joy, anger, heartache, and hope. Marcus stands frozen, caught between the duty he has served and the passion that flickers like a dying flame inside him. His heart races, a frantic beat echoing the drums, and with every pulse, the walls of his resolve begin to crumble. I remember, they whisper, the crowd, their voices rising like smoke into the night, a heartbeat shared amongst them all. I remember, in that moment, the atmosphere shifts. The tension between them crackles like an impending storm. The raw energy of the crowd ignites his spirit, and for the first time in years, he dares to dream of what freedom could look like, not just for Adelina, but for himself. The clock ticks loudly in the silence that follows, a sound that commands attention, a reminder that time waits for no one. The shadows lengthen, the night deepens, and as their gazes lock, a silent understanding passes between Adelina and Marcus. The choice looms heavy between them, a chasm that could swallow them whole or lift them to new heights. Tonight, we shatter the chains, Adelina proclaims, and the crowd roars in agreement, their voices swelling like the tide. Tonight, we become who we were always meant to be. And in that moment, the cries of rebellion rise to the heavens, intertwining with the stars. A promise sparks, something beautiful and terrifying, a wild dance with chaos, and the world spins faster, darker, brighter, as the tale unfolds, leaving no sense of closure, only an aching desire for what is yet to come, for the battles yet to be fought under the watchful gaze of Dionysos. The moon hung low, a silver nail puncturing the velvet sky, its glow spilling over the jagged rooftops of the city like spilled ink. It was one of those nights, the kind that gnaws at the edges of sanity, where shadows breathe and the air feels electric, alive with the pulse of something ancient and wild. I stand there, in the heart of the chaos, where laughter mingles with screams, and the streets throb with life, vibrant and grotesque. A festival, yes, but beneath the revelry lurks a tension, a whisper of dread that coils around the soul. Mara, with her wild, tangled hair and eyes that flicker like candles in the wind, weaves through the ecstatic crowd, her movements a dance of instinct and desperation. She's searching for something, or perhaps someone. I can see it in the way her fingers tug at her dress, the way she bites her lip, a thin line between hope and despair. I remember that look, it haunts me still, echoing with the pain of unfulfilled dreams and a love that feels more like a curse than a blessing. And then there's Lucas, a man torn asunder by his own brilliance, a philosopher lost in the labyrinth of his thoughts. He stands apart, the weight of the universe etched into the lines of his face, his hands trembling as he clutches a cup of wine like it's the last bastion of sanity. I remember when he spoke of Dionysos, how the god embodied the very chaos that churns beneath the surface of our lives, the ecstasy and the madness, the liberation and the destruction. To embrace Dionysos, he said, is to confront the abyss within. But tonight, the abyss feels hungry, and Lucas teeters on the brink. The music swells, a frantic heartbeat that thrums through the cobblestones, and for a moment, Mara forgets her search. She twirls, arms wide, head thrown back, and I can see the ghosts of her past dance in her eyes, laughter, love, betrayal. It's intoxicating, that moment of euphoria, but it's ephemeral, like dew on a blade of grass. She's chasing something, something she cannot name, and every time she reaches out, it slips through her fingers like smoke. Love is a fleeting madness, Lucas once told me, his voice thick with a mixture of longing and resignation. And we are all its willing victims. I can see that truth reflected in Mara's dance, in the way she loses herself in the rhythm, becoming a part of the night, the music, the chaos, a beautiful tragedy unfolding beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. But I can't allow myself to get lost in her abandon. I feel the pull of the shadows, the urge to reach out and pull her back from the edge, to remind her that the dance with Dionysos comes with a price. The laughter, the joy, they are but a prelude to the darkness that lurks below. Find him! I shout over the din, my voice a frantic plea, and for a heartbeat, her eyes lock onto mine, wide and searching. I see the flicker of recognition, the spark of understanding, but then it's gone, snuffed out like a candle in a storm. She spins away, lost once more in the chaos, and my heart sinks like a stone in the depths of a cold, dark sea. And Lucas, oh dear Lucas, his gaze remains fixed on the swirling crowd, a storm of thoughts battling within him. He mutters to himself, fragments of philosophical musings tumbling from his lips like leaves in the wind. The Dionysian spirit, the primal urge to break free, to shatter the illusions. His words are a haunting melody, a siren's call that beckons even as it terrifies. I can see him grappling with the truth of his own existence, the weight of his intellect unbearably heavy. The crowd surrounds him, but he stands alone, caught in the web of his thoughts, paralyzed by the very essence of life that he seeks to understand. The air thickens, and an invisible thread connects us, tightening with each frantic beat of the drum. I feel the tension coil around my chest like a serpent, squeezing tighter as the moments stretch into infinity. It's as if time has lost its grip, and we're trapped in this fevered dream of noise and color, where the boundaries of our souls blur and intertwine. I remember the way Dionysus danced, how he tore apart the fabric of reality, and I fear we are on the brink of that very unraveling. Mara! I scream again, the word tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. But the music swallows my voice, and she is lost, a wisp of smoke dissipating into the night. I watch as she spins, a whirlpool of joy and sorrow, and I feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if the earth itself is protesting the chaos above. And then it happens. A flash of darkness, a figure emerging from the throng, unknown, malevolent. Lucas sees it too. I can see the shift in his expression, a dawning horror that washes over him like a wave. The revelry falters, laughter freezing in midair as the crowd turns, stilling like the sudden hush before a storm. We are not just witnesses to this dance, we are its players, and the game has changed. Who are you? I demand, my heart pounding in my chest, a drumbeat of fear and defiance. The figure steps closer, and I catch a glimpse, eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, a smile too sharp to be anything but sinister. It feels as if the very essence of Dionysus has manifested here, a reminder that the god of wine and revelry also brings madness and destruction. Mara, caught in the fray, stumbles backward, shock painted across her face. Lucas, drawn by the gravitational pull of his own obsessions, steps forward, shouting against the tide of chaos. We are not afraid, he cries, but his voice shakes, a fragile assertion against the encroaching darkness. And for a moment, everything hangs in the balance, a taut string ready to snap. We are witnesses to our own unraveling, trapped in the cosmic dance of life and death, joy and despair. The air crackles with tension, and I can feel my heart in my throat, my breath caught in the whirlwind of this unfolding tragedy. The city, once vibrant and alive, feels like a spectre now, an echo of laughter fading into a chilling silence. I remember the words of the philosopher, the essence of Dionysian thought, to live is to embrace the chaos, to dance with the shadows. But tonight, the shadows loom large, and the dance feels less like liberation and more like a descent into madness. As the figure steps forward, the festival erupts into chaos once more, the music screams, and the laughter turns to wails. I can feel something shifting in the air, the taste of copper on my tongue, and I know, deep down, that this night will change everything. The darkness is not just a spectre, it is a part of us, and we are all caught in its thrall. My heart pounds, and I reach for Mara, for Lucas, but the shadows swallow everything. There is no conclusion, no resolution, only the pulsing rhythm of life, eternally caught between ecstasy and despair. The dance continues, relentless, an echo that will resonate long after the night has faded. The night was thick with tension, a choking fog wrapping around the city like a lover's desperate embrace. I stood at the edge of a crumbling balcony, my heart pounding in my chest, every beat synchronizing with the distant echoes of laughter and cries that drifted from the streets below. The shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, a macabre ballet that whispered secrets of joy and sorrow, as if Dionysos himself had come to play. I remember the taste of wine staining my lips, the feeling of ecstasy mingled with dread. The figures below, lost in their own revelry, were both strangers and kindred spirits. How quickly they could turn from laughter to violence. I had seen it before, the way the god spirit could coil around a man's heart, ecstatic and consuming, until all that remained was a trembling wreck. And there was her face, Elena. The light of the party glinted off her dark hair, a wild halo that framed her turmoil. She was a storm against the backdrop of celebration, a tempest of emotions bottled up tight, ready to shatter. Her eyes, those haunted pools, spoke of a longing that clawed at her insides. I felt the weight of her despair like a brick, each moment tethering her to the earth, while her spirit yearned to float free, swept away by Dionysian ecstasy. I remember the moment our gazes locked. A shiver ran down my spine, an electric current that connected us in our shared solitude. "Do you see them?" she asked, her voice trembling, a whisper that clawed its way through the din of the crowd. "They think they're free. But they're just drowning in a different kind of suffering." Her words pierced the veil of laughter, revealing the raw sinew of truth beneath. She had read Nietzsche, had grasped the philosopher's feverish explorations of the Dionysian and the Apollonian, where chaos intermingled with order. She understood the depths of human suffering and the intoxicating release that Dionysos promised. Yet she also knew the danger that lay in surrendering too completely to the wild abandon that the god embodied. "Are we any different?" I dared to ask, my voice barely rising above the din. The wine was warm in my stomach, a tempest brewing, and I could feel the pull of the night, its dark allure promising freedom and anarchy. Are we not all just shadows, dancing to the whims of a god we can neither embrace nor escape? Her gaze held mine, fierce and unyielding. "You think it's about pleasure? It's not just about the wine or the wildness. It's about confronting the abyss within us." A flicker of fear crossed her features, and in that moment, I saw her battling against a tide of emotions. She was tethered not only to her own desires but to the very essence of existence itself. I felt the air between us crackle with unspoken truths, a cosmic tension that begged for release. "Then what do we do?" I pressed, desperate for a lifeline in the chaotic sea of her thoughts. "How do we honor the chaos without losing ourselves?" "By embracing it," she said, the fire in her eyes igniting a sense of urgency within me. "By accepting that we are flawed, that our desires can lead us to both ecstasy and destruction. Dionysos doesn't just represent chaos, he is the god of rebirth. We must dance on the razor's edge." I could hear the laughter below, the piercing screams of joy mingled with cries of despair. It was a haunting symphony, a visceral reminder of the fine line between ecstasy and trauma. The world felt dizzying, spinning on the axis of our shared turmoil, and I yearned to plunge into the heart of it. The intoxicating pull of the crowd beckoned, a siren song that promised to drown me in oblivion. But Elena's gaze held me steady. "You cannot allow the madness to consume you. You have to find your balance in the chaos." Her words resonated, reverberating in my chest like the tolling of a distant bell, echoing through the very fabric of my being. "Can we truly find balance?" I asked, my voice hushed, an unguarded admission of fear. The shadows loomed larger, cloaking us in their embrace, whispering doubts and fears. "What if we slip? What if we fall?" "Then we rise again," she affirmed, a fierce determination igniting her voice. "That's the beauty of it all. We are not defined by our failures but by our ability to rise from them. Dionysos teaches us that every fall is a chance for rebirth." The crowd surged, a tidal wave of bodies, laughter, and raw emotion, a living testament to the struggle for liberation. I felt it in my bones, the intoxicating energy of the moment, the chaos threatening to uproot everything I believed to be true. The air shimmered with possibility, a celestial dance of light and darkness that intertwined with our very souls. Elena reached out, her fingers brushing against mine, an ember igniting in the space between us. My heart raced as the intoxicating blend of fear and desire coursed through me. The world around us faded, leaving only the two of us, lost in the wild pulse of life, tethered to a god who demanded everything and offered nothing in return. As the laughter turned to madness, as the silhouettes of revelers twisted into grotesque shapes, I realized that our confrontation was inevitable. The darkness loomed like a predator, waiting for the moment we would surrender to our fears, to the chaos that lingered just beneath the surface. And the clock ticked on, each second a reminder that the dance of life and death was far from over. In the heart of a darkened forest, shadows twisted like the last whispers of sanity, and the air crackled with an energy that felt at once alive and dangerously chaotic. The moon hung low, a ghostly witness to the clandestine rites that danced in the depths of human yearning. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribcage, every fiber of my being aware of the ancient, pulsating power that swirled around me. Dionysos was here, and he beckoned with a promise wrapped in wine-soaked ecstasy and bitter truths. Then there was Lysandra, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight as if they were two lost stars in a collapsing cosmos. She was a tempest unleashed, wild, free, yet desperately shackled by her own unquenchable thirst for belonging. I could see it in the way she clutched the goblet, fingers trembling, as if the wine held the answers to her fractured soul. She had come seeking solace, but what she would find was far more sinister. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, voice a fragile thread in the wind. It was an invitation to the abyss, a chorus of wild laughter echoing from the shadows, promising liberation, yet threatening annihilation. I couldn't bear to respond. The sound wrapped around my heart, squeezing until I gasped for breath. And there was Cassian, a man caught in the vice of his own cowardice, eyes darting between the flickers of flame and darkened paths. He had always been the glue that held our ragtag group together, but tonight, it felt as though he was unraveling before our very eyes. His haunted expression spoke volumes, about lost dreams, about love that slipped through fingers like wine, about choices made in the grip of desperation. "Lysandra, we shouldn't be here," he said, voice cracking beneath the weight of his own fear. But it was too late. The pull of Dionysos was insistent, as if the god himself were whispering secrets meant only for those willing to lose themselves entirely. The torches flared, illuminating a gathering of souls clad in linen and madness, faces painted with the ecstasy of surrender and the dread of the unknown. I felt a shiver race down my spine. "What if we lose ourselves?" I asked, but my voice was swallowed by the thrumming pulse of the night. We stood on the precipice of something immense. Around us, the air thickened with the scent of crushed grapes and the promises of revelry. But what lay behind the euphoric facade? The mystery of Dionysos was no mere celebration, it was an unraveling, a catharsis drenched in the blood of transformation. And the laughter, oh, the laughter! It danced on the edge of madness, beckoning us to the brink. Then it came to me, a sharp memory slicing through the revelry, a vision of my mother, laughing, her body swaying beneath the weight of the harvest, a Dionysian celebration in her own right. I remember her joy, but also the darkness that followed, loss, despair, the creeping shadows of a life unfulfilled. I grasped for that memory now, desperate for comfort, but all it gave me was a reminder of the fine line between joy and pain, ecstasy and despair. Cassian reached out, his hand brushing against mine, grounding me for a moment. "If we go deeper, there's no turning back," he warned, eyes locked onto mine, radiating a mix of determination and fear. But maybe that's what we need. To break free. And how I wanted to believe him. I wanted to drown in the wild abandon that Dionysos offered, to shed the layers of my mundane existence like a snake discarding its skin. But the price of such liberation gnawed at my insides. I could almost taste it, sweet wine, sharp despair. Lysandra laughed, a sound both joyous and haunting. "What's life without a little madness?" Her words pierced through the night, and I felt the world around us pulse, as if the forest itself had taken a breath. The followers of Dionysos were losing themselves, each drink a step toward oblivion. As the night wore on, the once whispering wind transformed into a cacophony, wild voices weaving tales of triumph and ruin. The shadows stretched and twisted, morphing into figures that danced just beyond the edge of reason. I couldn't tell if they were flesh or figments. Were we the players in this ancient drama or merely marionettes? My heart raced, every beat echoed a question that hung like heavy fog in the air. "Can you feel it?" Cassian's voice was urgent, raw. "The pulse of the earth beneath our feet? It's alive." His conviction was intoxicating. I wanted to surrender, to be swept up in the tide of Dionysos, to embrace whatever darkness awaited on the other side. But then, from somewhere in the depths of that swirling chaos, a scream pierced through, a sound of agony, raw and unfiltered. The revelers froze, the laughter extinguished like a snuffed candle. I felt the collective breath of the forest hitch in fear. What had we awakened? Lysandra's face paled, terror dawning like a shadow. "We need to leave," she cried, but the words fell from her lips like shattered glass. Fear clawed at my throat, but something deeper gripped my heart, an insatiable curiosity, a longing to understand the depths of this divine chaos. But why did I linger? Was it Dionysos pulling me, or the ghosts of my own regrets? And Cassian, it was in that moment I saw him for what he truly was, a man desperate for validation, for love, standing on the edge of a chasm. Would he leap? Would he drown in the ecstasy of surrender, or would he turn back, leaving nothing but shadows behind? The scream echoed again, a haunting reminder that life, like the wine we sipped, was both intoxicating and dangerous. The forest held its breath, waiting, watching, as we trembled on the brink of revelation and despair. The stars above flickered like forgotten dreams, and I knew, deep down, that we were embarking on a path from which there would be no return. And this was just the beginning. The mystery wrapped around us, tightening like a noose, beckoning us deeper into the rapture and the ruin that Dionysos embodied. What awaited us was not merely an end, but an intertwining of fate and desire, where ecstasy and sorrow would dance forever in the shadows. The moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, trembling on the edge of night. The air was thick with the scent of crushed grapes, and the distant echoes of wild laughter mingled with the rhythmic beat of drums. It was the festival of Dionysus, a time when the boundaries between man and woman, joy and sorrow, life and death blurred into one intoxicating swirl. I remember how the darkness felt alive, pulsating with desire and dread. She stood in the shadows, her breath coming in quick, hot bursts. Myra, trembling yet fierce, was caught in the eye of a storm she had never intended to summon. Her heart raced, a wild creature confined in a cage of ribs. The flickering torchlight danced upon her skin, illuminating the fierce determination in her eyes, a determination that was both exhilarating and terrifying. "Why do you hesitate?" called out a voice, honeyed yet sharp, slicing through the night. It was Callan, her brother, woven into the fabric of her fears and hopes. A man who knew the weight of their lineage, a weight that made him both protector and warden. "You cannot claim your voice without stepping into the chaos." "Chaos," she spat, the taste of bitterness lingering like yesterday's wine. "This is not chaos, this is madness." She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, blood mingling with the earth. The ground felt like a living entity, swallowing her courage, whispering secrets she was not ready to hear. In that moment, the festival roared around them. Women twirled, their bodies slick with sweat and abandon, while men shouted, eyes wide, intoxicated by the heady wine that flowed like liquid laughter. But amid the ecstasy, Myra felt a darkness creeping, an insidious whisper saying she was merely a pawn in their revelry. The laughter that surrounded her felt like a mockery. "Listen! Listen!" Callan insisted, his voice rising over the cacophony, but the frenzy of the crowd drowned him out. "You think this is your choice? You think you can stand apart?" His frustration was palpable, a pulse that thrummed in the air like the pounding drums. "The world will not allow you to remain untouched by this. You cannot be the shadow forever." Heart pounding, a fire igniting in her chest, Myra stepped forward. "And what if I don't want to step into your light? What if I want to embrace the dark?" She didn't know where her boldness came from, perhaps the wine that coursed through her veins, or perhaps it was the very essence of Dionysus himself, the god who reveled in subversion, who celebrated the breaking of chains. But Callan shook his head, sorrow etched into his features. "You think you can harness this madness? You think it will not consume you?" He stepped closer, the smell of his sweat mingling with the earthy scent of the ground. "Remember, sister, this worship is a double-edged sword. It can elevate you, but it can also shatter you." Around them, the music surged, and the crowd swelled like a tidal wave of fervor. A group of women danced atop a makeshift altar, their bodies glistening under the moonlight, lost in a trance. They called for Dionysus, seeking his favor, his delirium. But beneath their joyous faces lurked shadows of desperation, of longing, of a need to escape their reality. Myra felt the pull, the magnetic force that drew her closer, yet kept her at bay. "I remember the stories," she said, her voice low and trembling. "I remember how the women of Thebes tore apart the men, lost in their worship, consumed by their desires. Is that what this is? A path to destruction?" Callan took a step back, the weight of history heavy in his gaze. "Destruction or freedom? It's a thin line we walk, Myra. What do you seek?" His question hung in the air, a haunting echo that reverberated through her bones. And then it happened, a moment of stillness as the drums faltered, the laughter receded, and the unspoken tension thickened like fog. The energy shifted. Eyes turned toward her, drawn to the brink of something primal, something raw. The crowd waited, breathless, as if the universe itself held its breath. In the silence, Myra felt an urge to scream, to break free from the confines of her own soul. "I am not a vessel for your desires," she shouted, her voice cutting through the tension like lightning. "I am not a sacrifice to your whims." But as those words left her lips, something deep inside her stirred, a hunger, an awakening. The crowd erupted, a wave of sound crashing against her, and in that moment, she became something more. Her heart thrummed with the rhythm of 1,000 drums, a raw, wild heartbeat. She stepped forward, the boundary dissolving, becoming one with the frenzy, the dance, the chaos. But Callan's voice sliced through again, a desperate plea layered with fear. "Myra, don't lose yourself. Don't let Dionysos take you. Take me." The words felt foreign, yet intoxicating. "Maybe that's what I want." With every heartbeat, every pulse of the earth, she felt the weight of expectations, of roles placed upon her by a world steeped in gender dynamics. Women were to embody grace, to be the nurturing soil, while men held the torch of dominance, the fire of authority. But here, in the flickering torchlight, the night whispered that she could be both chaos and order, both wild and tame. The drums resumed, drowning out Callan's protests, and her body moved, instinctually, a marionette dancing on the strings of the divine. She was tethered to something greater than herself, a connection to the cosmic chaos that Dionysos embodied. The pain of her existence faded into the background, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. She was lost, yet found. And as she twirled, she saw Callan in the crowd, his gaze a mixture of horror and awe, as if witnessing the birth of a new star. The electricity in the air crackled with potential, the very essence of life teetering on the edge of transformation. "Is this what you wanted?" she thought, her heart racing, the taste of freedom dancing on her tongue. The question hung heavily, unanswered, as the festival swirled around her, an unending cycle of creation and destruction. The night stretched on, each heartbeat echoing in the vastness of time, each breath steeped in the intoxicating blend of fear and exhilaration. There was no turning back, only the dance, only the worship of a god who thrived on the very tensions that bound them. The moment surged, but the story remained open, a thread dangling in the cosmic tapestry, waiting for the next twist, the next dive into the abyss of their existence. And Myra, wild and untamed, was ready to embrace it all. The lanterns flickered like dying stars against the encroaching dark, their light casting shaky shadows that danced against the crumbling stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sweeter, like ripe fruit left to rot. I felt it, the tension crackling through the courtyard as night fell, thick and suffocating. The townspeople whispered, their faces pale, wide eyes darting toward the figure standing in the center. It was him, the one they called the Bacchant, the bearer of the thyrsus. A staff crowned with ivy and vine, it sparkled with an eerie glow, a promise and a curse rolled into one. "Do you feel it?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that stirred something deep within me. "The power? The longing?" His eyes bore into mine, and I could see the flickering shadows of all our fears. Mine was rooted in doubt, in the weight of expectations that clung to me like cobwebs. I was nothing but a shadow of my mother, a woman who danced through life with a grace that left bruises on my soul. But I was here now, in this moment, and it was impossible to look away. Across the courtyard, Meris stood, arms crossed, defiance etched into her brow. She was aflame, refusing to be snuffed out, even as the flames threatened to consume her. "You think power is a gift?" She spat, voice sharp like glass. "It's a chain wrapped around your throat, dragging you down." Her anger radiated, a palpable force that made the air vibrate. I wanted to reach out, to tell her she wasn't alone, but the words clung to my throat. Instead, I watched as she confronted her demons, fists clenched, eyes blazing. I felt her struggle, a mirror of my own. "Meris," I finally said, though the name tasted like ash on my tongue. "This isn't just power. It's fertility," the Bacchant interjected, stepping closer, the thyrsus cradled against his chest. "It's life and death, destruction and rebirth. It's everything you fear and everything you desire." His gaze shifted between us, a predator sizing up its prey, and I shivered, the weight of his words pressing down like an anvil. I remembered the stories, the ones my mother told me when the wolves whispered at night. She said the Thyrsus could bring forth the harvest, bring forth joy, but also despair. It was a paradox wrapped in vines, a reminder that nothing is ever so simple. I had spent years trying to escape the entanglement of my heritage, the pull of my lineage, but here I was, drawn back to the very source of my conflict. "Do you know what it feels like?" I asked, voice trembling as I stepped into the orbit of the Bacchant. "To hold that power and feel it slip through your fingers like sand." My heart thundered, each beat echoing the fear I had kept hidden, the fear of being just like my mother, flawed, human, and broken. The Bacchant tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, both inviting and terrifying. "The Thyrsus is not just a staff, it is a vessel for your deepest longings. It is the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the cosmos. You think it's a burden? It's a chance." I felt the weight of my own doubt, the chains of expectation rattling, begging for freedom. And yet, standing before that twisted staff, I recognized something profound, how deeply I yearned for connection, for acceptance, for the power to change my fate. Meris scoffed, her defiance a shield against the allure of the Thyrsus. "A chance to do what? To suffocate beneath your own desires? I won't be a puppet on a string." Her voice crackled, resonating with the tension that hung between us. I admired her for that, the way she fought against the invisible chains that bound us all. "Your fear is palpable," the Bacchant whispered, stepping closer until we were nearly touching, the Thyrsus towering above us like a dark omen. "But look beyond it. Look at what the earth offers. Look at what you could create." Could I? My soul screamed for recognition, for purpose, yet I felt like a ghost haunting my own life. The Bacchant's words wrapped around me, entwining with my doubts, weaving a tapestry of desire and dread. I could almost taste the possibilities, sweet and sharp, like honey laced with venom. "Look at the night," he continued, lifting the Thyrsus, its ivy tendrils sparkling with a strange, otherworldly light. "This is where you decide. Do you accept the burden, or do you let it consume you?" For a moment, everything faded into a blur. The courtyard dimmed, and the shadows stretched, whispering secrets I could not grasp. It felt as if time itself slipped away, leaving us suspended in a moment that held the weight of eternity. I remembered the dreams that haunted my sleep, the faces of those I had lost, and the echoes of their laughter that lingered in the silence. Meris took a step back, resolve wavering beneath the pressure of unspoken dreams. "You can't make me," she said, voice trembling, a hint of fear creeping in. "I refuse to be another sacrifice." "Sacrifice," the Bacchant echoed, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You mistake creation for loss. Every ending is a beginning, every sorrow a seed from which new life springs." His words wrapped around us like a vine, suffocating yet intoxicating, pulling us deeper into the darkness. And there, in that tense stillness, I understood. This wasn't just about the Thyrsus or the power it promised, it was about our struggle to accept our own truths, to confront the ghosts that haunted us. It was about the choice to rise or to fall, to embrace the chaos of existence, to become something fierce and beautiful. Meris turned her gaze toward the stars, her defiance mingling with a flicker of hope. "Then what's stopping us? Let's make the choice not to fear." In that moment, something shifted. The air crackled with anticipation. I felt the weight of the Thyrsus shift, the pulse of life thrumming through the courtyard. We were teetering on the precipice, and I could taste the electric charge of possibility. The darkness that loomed felt less like an ending and more like an invitation. "Then take it," the Bacchant urged, his voice low and resonant, an echo of the cosmos itself. "Let it guide you." And as the shadows danced, as the stars held their breath, I stepped forward, unsteady yet resolute, a heartbeat away from embracing the unknown. The Thyrsus loomed, and I felt its pull like the tug of forgotten dreams, a promise wrapped in fear and wonder. The confrontation was near, the climax pulsating within our grasp. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the ghosts of our choices surrounding us. What lay ahead was murky, but I was ready to step into the abyss, together. The moon hung low, an ancient silver coin, casting a pallid glow over the cobblestone streets of the village. Shadows danced like phantoms, twisting and contorting under the flickering lanterns, and I felt the chill of the night seep into my bones. They were gathering, whispering, those lost souls. I could almost hear their laughter, a macabre echo of joy, mingling with the scent of wine and wildness, intoxicating and sinister. Tonight was no ordinary night. It pulsed with the feverish energy of a long-forgotten rite, a celebration of Dionysos reborn in the heart of medieval Europe. I remember the first time I saw Eloan, a wildflower caught in a tempest, her laughter ringing through the square like crystal chimes, sharp yet sweet. She danced with abandon, her skirts swirling, unbound by the weight of expectation. But behind her eyes, there was a darkness, a shadow, perhaps, of the chaos that lingered in the air. The villagers adored her. She was the embodiment of the festival, the spirit of freedom that Dionysos had once brought to life in ancient Greece, yet her haunting smile spoke of unquenchable thirst, a yearning that never found its fill. Then there was Anton, whose thoughts spiraled like the vines that draped over the tavern walls. He stood on the periphery, a brooding figure cloaked in discontent. Each time the wine flowed, I saw him retreat deeper into his silence, the weight of his own lineage pressing down like a millstone. The son of a butcher, Anton was trapped in a world where every slice of flesh reminded him of his father's brutal hands, yet deep within him simmered the pulse of artistry, the need to create, to escape the stench of blood and bone. Tonight, as the revelers lost themselves to the rhythm of the drums, he was a captive in his own skin, haunted by dreams that spiraled out of reach. "Why do you stand there like a ghost, Anton?" I dared to ask, my voice slicing through the cacophony of laughter. "Because I am one," he murmured, eyes flickering like candle flames, shadows of the past flickering across his face. "I dance with them, but they do not dance with me." The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat an echo of unfulfilled desire, a longing to break free from the chains of their lives. Underneath the laughter lay an undercurrent of despair, a dread that clawed at my insides. This festival, this celebration of Dionysos, was a siren's call, a dangerous invitation to drown in ecstasy yet risk being swallowed whole by the abyss. As the night wore on, I felt the walls of the village close in like a vice. The moon swelled above, a voyeur to our depravity. The villagers, faces painted with glee, mirrored the chaos of Dionysian revelry, a wild abandon that flirted with madness, laughter laced with the scent of wine and rot. They danced, twirled, spun in a frenzy that spoke of life and death intertwined, as if Dionysos himself beckoned them closer to the edge. But then, the earth trembled, a foreboding rumble that silenced the merriment. A shout rang out, cutting through the night like a knife. "The witch! The witch is among us!" Instantly, eyes darted, suspicion crackling in the air like static electricity. I felt the fear bloom within me, a blackened flower unfurling in the pit of my stomach. The villagers turned, their laughter morphing into a howling gale of panic. Eloan's face paled, the wildness evaporating from her as reality clawed at her skirts, dragging her back into the shadows. Anton's gaze fixed upon Eloan, a storm of conflicting emotions swirling within him. He stepped forward, heart racing, a desire to protect battling against the apathy that consumed him. "What is this madness?" he shouted, voice trembling. "You'd condemn her for dancing in the moonlight." But the crowd surged like a tide, fear blinding reason. "Burn her? Burn her," they chanted, their voices a cacophony of fury and ignorance. I felt the weight of their judgment, the same judgment that had haunted Eloan for years, the weight of expectation, the burden of being different. I felt the universe shift, a clock ticking backward into a dark void, and I was powerless to stop it. Eloan's eyes found mine, a plea wrapped in desperation. "Help me," she mouthed, and I felt every sinew in my body tighten. I was no hero, just a witness to a tragedy unfolding, yet in that moment, I could feel the sun setting on our last flicker of hope. The world beyond those cobblestone streets blurred. Nothing existed but the breath of the night and the pulse of our shared fear. And then Anton, fueled by an emotion that bubbled like an erupting spring, surged forward. "You won't take her," he cried, stepping between Eloan and the thrumming mass of villagers, the very embodiment of chaos and order colliding. Every heart beat with wild intensity, the air thick with dread and anticipation as if the cosmos held its breath. "Step back," the The town constable warned, his voice cracking like a whip, but Anton stood firm, the roots of his defiance sinking deep into the earth. There was a moment, an eternity, where time seemed to suspend, where the world held its breath, as Anton's reality collided with Eloan's impending doom. In that heartbeat, I remembered the stories of Dionysos, the god who walked the fine line between ecstasy and despair, the god whose essence thrummed through our veins on nights like this. I felt the universe tilt, the shadows creeping closer, the tension coiling tighter. And as the air thickened with anticipation, I realized we were not just players in this tragedy, we were the echoes of Dionysian legacy, the heartbeat of life's absurdity, the dance of chaos and order spiraling endlessly, without end or resolution. The festival raged on, and in that wild, frenetic energy, we were bound, forever seeking the thrill, the darkness, and the untamed joy of being alive. I could only watch as the night spiraled into chaos, the laughter of Dionysos mingling with the screams of the damned, the echoes of the past bleeding into the present. The air crackled with tension, and the world fell away, leaving only the raw, pulsing heart of despair and the intoxicating allure of freedom. I felt myself slipping into the shadows, tethered to this moment, a memory that would haunt me forever. The night was alive. An electric hum coursed through the air, wrapping around the figures huddled in the shadows of an ancient courtyard, where cobblestones whispered tales of old revelries and tragedies. A distant laughter slipped into the darkness, jagged and piercing, like a knife's edge promising both ecstasy and despair. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, the spirit of Dionysus danced, a spectre unchained, coaxing forth the primal, the wild. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the weight of anticipation pressing down like an iron hand. Before me, two figures emerged from the cloak of night, Lucia, her eyes alight with a fire that threatened to consume her, and Marco, a man haunted by the shadows of his own making. They moved like phantoms, drawn together yet separated by the chasm of their inner turmoil. Lucia, he called, his voice jagged, cracking under the strain of unspoken words. You're lost in this madness. Her laughter rang out, melodic yet chilling, as if every note were a dagger aimed directly at his heart. Madness? Or freedom? She shot back, her words seeping into the air, thick like smoke. You cling to your chains, Marco, while I seek the stars. I could see it then, their conflict, a tempest brewing on the surface of their souls. She wore the mask of a reveler, adorned in vibrant silk, colors clashing like the emotion simmering beneath her skin. He, in his faded garb, stood as a monument of restraint, a statue longing to break free. I remembered the stories, dark and twisted, that spoke of Dionysian rites, orgies of wine and wildness, where the lines between ecstasy and agony blurred, where the soul was laid bare. The thrill of the unknown beckoned, here I am, come find me. But for Marco, the promise of revelry was a siren's call, a fracture in his carefully constructed reality. Why do you fear what you crave? Lucia pressed, her voice like silk, a whisper that slithered into his mind. The world is vast, you must let go. Her fingers danced in the air, tracing patterns of liberation, while he remained rooted, a tree with deep, gnarled roots gripping the earth. I remember, he began, but the words caught in his throat. Memories gnawed at him, feral and relentless. A childhood spent longing for approval, for a father who offered only scorn instead of celebration. I remember the taste of failure. I remember the fear. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark well, its light casting elongated shadows that loomed over us, as if the very spirits of the past gathered to witness this clash of wills. Each heartbeat echoed through the silence, a reminder that time was relentless, marching toward an inevitable confrontation. Lucia took a step closer, her breath warm against the chill of the night. And I remember the thrill of being alive. Her words ignited something within Marco, a flicker of longing that threatened to engulf him. It's all a play, Marco. The masks we wear, the roles we perform, what if we shed them? What if we embrace the chaos? As she spoke, I felt the weight of thousands of years pressing against us, the echoes of revelers long gone rising like the tide, each wave a reminder of passions unleashed, of lives lost and found in the dance of Dionysus. I could hear the music thrumming in my veins, the rhythm of bodies entwined, lost in the fevered embrace of the night. But Marco stood still, a stone among the dancers. You speak of chaos like it's a gift, he said, the words ground out between clenched teeth. But chaos is a monster. It devours everything. Then let it. Her voice rose, raw and fierce, ripping through the darkness like a wildfire. Let it consume us both. And in that moment, I felt the air shift, a breath held too long finally released. The tension crackled, electric, wrapping around us like a tightrope stretched over an abyss. Lucia's challenge hung heavy in the air. Dare he step off the edge? Something flickered in Marco's eyes, a tempest stirred by her words, and I could see the struggle within him, a battle between the safe harbor of his fears and the raging sea of desire for freedom. I can't, he whispered, the admission a soft surrender dripping with agony. But she wouldn't relent. You can, Marco. You must. I could feel it, the pulse of the city around us, the heartbeats of 1,000 souls yearning for release, each one a ghost echoing through time. The scent of wine lingered in the air, thick and intoxicating, a promise of what lay beyond the brink, a world where shadows danced in the light of the moon, where laughter mingled with tears, pulsating with the vibrancy of life itself. Lucia moved closer still, the space between them shrinking, the air charged with unspoken possibilities. Let's become something more, together. And in that moment, I saw it, the glimmer of hope amidst the despair. A choice hanging like a ripe fruit, ready to be plucked. But would he dare? The night stretched on, a tapestry woven from the threads of their conflicting desires. Marco's heart raced, caught in the web of his own making. In the silence, I felt every heartbeat, every breath steeped in the weight of their choices. The shadows whispered secrets, the ghosts of the past swirling around them, urging, pleading. Do not let fear trap you in this cage, Lucia begged, her voice softer now, laced with an urgency that reached beyond the present. Life is fleeting. Don't you want to taste it fully? And just like that, the air thickened, the atmosphere electric with the promise of the unknown. I held my breath, suspended in time, for I knew the moment was arriving, the climax of their desires and fears, a reckoning that would change everything. As the clock in the tower struck, a sound reverberated through the night, a haunting echo of time slipping away. I could feel it, a pull that drew me deeper into their world, into the very heart of the Renaissance revival. Would Marco break free, surrendering to the Dionysian spirit? Or would he remain shackled, forever haunted by what could have been? The shadows danced, the laughter grew louder, and in that instant, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an unforgettable moment, one that would resonate through the ages. The night swells with an electric hum, shadows stretching long and thin as laughter echoes down the cobblestone streets. I stand between the flickering gaslight and the encroaching darkness, a heartbeat in the chaos. The air is thick with anticipation, a heady perfume of spilled wine and sweat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. I remember the way the moon hung low earlier, a baleful eye, watching us as we danced recklessly beneath its gaze, urging us deeper into Dionysian revelry. I remember the way the music twisted like a vine around my heart, squeezing tighter and tighter until I thought I might burst. But that was before the scream shattered the night, a sharp, broken thing that clawed at the edges of my mind and pulled me back into reality. The revelers hush, their laughter dying like a candle snuffed out too soon. I see Sarah, her wide eyes reflecting a primal fear that reverberates through the crowd. She stands frozen, her delicate hands trembling, the remnants of our earlier joy fading into the ether. What's wrong? I whisper, but she doesn't respond. She's lost in a memory, a haunting that ties her to something far greater than us. And then there's Marcus, the wild soul, our friend whose laughter could drown out the world but now sits heavy on his lips like forgotten words. He glances at me, his face a canvas of confusion and dread. It's the festival, he says, voice shaky, it's supposed to be a celebration. The flicker of doubt in his eyes, was it not meant to be freeing? Was it not meant to liberate us from our mundane lives? The night, once a promise, now threatens to consume us, and I can't help but wonder if we have summoned something far darker than we anticipated. The shadows stretch and writhe, as if alive, whispering secrets I cannot understand. I remember my grandfather's stories of Dionysos, the god of wine, madness, and ecstasy, a figure of duality, of pleasure and pain. He brought both joy and destruction, a chaotic dance of existence that we all must engage with, willingly or not. The echoes of those tales pulse in my veins, each beat a reminder of my own fragility. Are we not, too, mere mortals caught in this dizzying spiral of revelry and despair? Sarah's breath quickens, I can see it in the way her shoulders rise and fall, frantic, like a bird trapped in a cage of her own making. We shouldn't be here, not tonight, she breathes, eyes darting, searching for an escape. Her words flutter through the air, a fragile thing, full of urgency. We're teetering on the edge of something vast and terrible that threatens to swallow us whole. But Marcus, oh Marcus, he laughs. Stay. This is what we've waited for. His words are a balm and a poison, a call to arms that ignites something deep within me. I feel the weight of his gaze, the magnetism of his spirit, pulling me toward the chaos. It was intoxicating once, this dance. We were warriors wielding laughter and wine as weapons against the mediocrity of life. I want to thrust myself back into that moment, to lose myself in the wildness of it all, to forget the shadows. Come with me, Marcus urges, his eyes glinting with the fever of the night. We can't let fear stop us. But fear is not merely a whisper, it's a roaring tide, crashing against the rocks of my resolve. I can feel it licking at my heels, a reminder of our mortality, of the frail line between revelry and ruin. The festival is alive, I think, but so is the darkness that lurks within it. I turn to Sarah, her eyes are filled with a longing I understand too well. We're all searching for something, an escape from ourselves, but what if that escape leads us into the abyss? The crowd stirs, a restless beast, and I'm pulled into its rhythm, footsteps pounding, hearts racing. I remember laughter, wild and unrestrained, and the weight of expectation pressing down like a shroud. I see flashes of light, a kaleidoscope of colors dancing across my vision, and I want to surrender, to lose myself in the frenzy of it all. But a flicker of dread grips my heart, it whispers of consequences we've yet to face. Don't go. Sarah's voice cuts through the noise like a blade, slicing through the haze of wine and wildness. I turn, searching her face for the strength I need. We'll be lost, she insists, and I see the truth in her fear. We are teetering on a precipice, a fragile balance between ecstasy and oblivion. The world around us swarms with faces painted in joy, yet beneath the surface lies a darkness, a gnawing hunger that threatens to devour everything in its path. The ground beneath me trembles, a heartbeat of its own. I remember the legends, the frenzied Bacchae, the wild women who followed Dionysos, surrendering to madness and ecstasy until the lines blurred, and they became something other, something dangerous. I can feel the pull, the gravitational force of the night, urging me to join them, to abandon reason and embrace the chaos. Together, Marcus calls out, arm outstretched, the very embodiment of temptation. Let's celebrate! But the word reverberates like a funeral dirge, there's a weight behind it, a reminder of the cost of indulgence. I glance at Sarah, uncertainty pooling in her gaze. A spark of defiance ignites within me, I want to reclaim joy, to drown the specter of fear in the river of wine that flows between us, but at what price? Moments blur, laughter and screams intertwining in a chaotic symphony. My heart races, thundering against the cage of my ribs, and I find myself moving, stepping into the fray. The crowd swells, a living organism, breathing and pulsing with raw emotion, and I feel an urge to chase the shadows away. But as I look back, I see Sarah standing still, a statue in a world of chaos. The night pulses with a heartbeat all its own, thrumming with an intensity that threatens to push us over the edge. I remember, Dionysos was not merely a god of wine, he was a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of our souls. We are drawn to him, but the question lingers, what will we find in those depths? And as the crescendo builds, a shattering moment hangs in the air, electric and alive. The tension feels taut, ready to snap, and I am caught between two worlds, one of wild abandon, and the other a quiet, creeping dread. The night is a tapestry, stitched with threads of joy and sorrow, and I am a mere stitch, a fleeting moment in the grand design. I remember, the spine-chilling intensity that lays ahead, the sweet bite of wine on my tongue, the laughter that echoes through the streets, the darkness that looms just beyond the light. The bar burned red, shadows twisting like serpents across the walls, and the air hung thick with the sweet scent of sweat and spilled wine. There, amidst the chaos, she stood, Kira, her cheeks flushed with a mirth that danced dangerously close to madness. The laughter echoed, a cacophony of joy tinged with the sharp edge of desperation. It was a celebration, but something deep inside her churned, a storm brewing against the horizon of her heart. "I remember the first time I tasted freedom," Kira whispered, her voice thick with longing, her eyes glazed with the intoxication both of wine and the wildness that is Dionysus. The crowd swirled around her, bodies moving in a primal rhythm, but inside, everything felt muted, as if the world were a painting out of focus. Freedom was a mirage, a half-remembered dream she had chased since childhood. The laughter, oh, it was beautiful, but it clashed against the gnawing ache of her own solitude. Across the room stood Aaron, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, a battlefield of emotions raging within him. He was drawn to Kira like a moth to a flame, yet he feared the fire. The thrill of their connection was intoxicating, like the first sip of the strong wine that burned its way down his throat, but it also terrified him. What if the flames consumed him? What if he lost himself in her whirlpool of chaos? He could feel the weight of his own past, a chain wrapped around his heart, and he cursed under his breath. "I remember," he said softly, a mantra to anchor himself, "the taste of regret." The memories were like ghosts, haunting him. They danced just out of reach, but they lingered, whispering secrets of what could have been. He had loved fiercely once, but love had twisted into something dark, and it had taken his soul with it. Kira caught his gaze, and in that moment, the world narrowed. The laughter faded, the music became a distant murmur, and all that existed was the electric pulse between them. She tilted her head, the light catching the edges of her wild hair, making her look almost ethereal. "Come dance with me," she beckoned, her voice soft yet commanding, a siren's call that stirred something deep within him. "I can't," he replied, knowing the truth behind those words. He was tethered to his shadows, anchored by fears that kept him from the joy she offered. Yet in her eyes, he glimpsed a flicker of something, understanding, maybe, or madness. "What if I lose myself?" "Better to lose yourself than to never have lived at all," she shot back, fierce and unyielding. And for a moment, he saw the Dionysian truth bleeding through her, a raw and beautiful chaos that beckoned him closer. But then the clock struck midnight, and the room pulsed with life, the moment shattered like glass. People twirled and swayed, laughter lifting into the air like the release of 1,000 souls. Kira was swept away, and in that instant, she vanished into the crowd, a phantom slipping through his fingers. He lingered, rooted in place, feeling the echoes of their fleeting connection crash against him like waves against a rocky shore. He wanted to scream, to shout that he was still here, but fear clamped down on his throat, turning words into silence. The shadows crept closer, curling around him, whispering their dark secrets. Time twisted, wrapping around him like a noose. He could hear Kira's laughter, a haunting melody that both thrilled and terrified him. "I remember," it echoed, a refrain that chased away all rationality. "I remember," it was a whisper, a promise, a taunt. The pulse of the room thrummed beneath his skin. Outside, the night sky was a vast tapestry, the stars twinkling like distant memories, while underneath that celestial expanse, he felt himself unravel, a moth, drawn to the flame of Kira's madness and the wild freedom she represented. He was both drawn in and repulsed, caught in a spiraling descent toward something he could not name. As the hours passed, Kira danced, weaving through the darkness, her body alive with the spirit of Dionysus, but shadows trailed her, whispering the stories of those who had lost themselves to the wine-soaked madness. She spun and twirled, laughing loudly, but inside, the laughter felt like glass shattering, beautiful and painful. "I remember," she shouted to the heavens, "the taste of life." Her voice was a blade, slicing through the stillness, cutting into the fabric of her reality, a reality that felt as fragile as the wine-stained goblet clutched in her hand. The bottle was nearly empty, an empty promise, a siren song that begged for more. But for every moment of ecstasy, there was a cost. Each laugh echoed a heartbeat closer to despair. She yearned for connection but feared the intimacy that came with vulnerability. The cosmos spun around her, reminding her of the fragility of existence. The night felt infinite, yet she was painfully aware of its limits. With each dance, with every drop of wine that slipped past her lips, Kira felt the Dionysian pull. She was a lover of chaos, yet chaos bore a weight she was scarcely prepared to shoulder. And behind it all, a whisper loomed. What if this madness was merely a mask, a cover for something deeper, something darker that lay just beneath the surface? In that moment of reckoning, she turned her gaze through the haze of revelry, searching for Aaron. Their eyes met again, two souls caught in a tempest, each longing for what the other represented. A flicker of understanding passed between them, a promise of what could be if only they dared to plunge into the depths together. The weight of the world pressed on their shoulders, and yet, in that fleeting connection, a thread of fate binding them together, there lay the possibility of salvation or ruin. With hearts pounding and souls laid bare, they stood on the edge of an abyss, poised to leap into the infinite unknown. The night held its breath, a hush settling over the chaos. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, but the moment was theirs, alive, electric, and bursting with the raw intensity of unspoken dreams and the aching desire for connection. And just like that, the night unfurled, leaving them teetering on the brink, their stories intertwined, each heartbeat echoing a deeper truth. The shadows whispered, the wine flowed, and Dionysus danced in the dark corners of their souls, waiting for the moment when the masks would fall, and they would confront the ghosts that lingered just beyond the light. They were on the cusp of something profound and terrifying, a confrontation with the very essence of themselves, a dance with the gods, a dance with madness. And the night was only just beginning. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, cloaked in the haunting whisper of twilight. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, a sound that cut through the silence like glass shattering. I knew this was no ordinary night. The moon hung low, a bloated eye witnessing the dance of shadows, and beneath its gaze, the world felt alive, pulsating in a rhythm older than time itself. I stood there, heart hammering, caught between the past and the present, trembling, because I could sense something stirring in the depths of the forest. A presence. It wrapped around me, seductive and terrifying. The old woods had secrets, just as we all did, and tonight I was poised to confront mine. Across the clearing, I saw Lila, her silhouette sharp against the darkening sky. She moved with a wild grace, her hair a cascade of night, and in her hand, she clutched an ancient wine goblet, its surface etched with symbols I couldn't decipher. She was a tempest of contradictions, fierce yet fragile, wild yet tethered to a past that haunted her every step. I could feel her sorrow in my bones, a weight that threatened to crush her spirit. She was searching, as I was, for something she could never name. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves above us. "The voices? They're calling us." I didn't want to admit it, but I heard them too. The echoes of laughter, the cries of revelry, the soft strains of a forgotten hymn. They beckoned, urging us to join them in a dance of chaos and ecstasy. But beneath that call lay a deeper pulse, a warning that sent chills down my spine. I remembered the stories, the old rituals of Dionysus, the god of wine and wild harvest. He was a figure of liberation and destruction, and the line between ecstasy and madness was razor thin. "Lila, we shouldn't be here," I said, my voice strained. A part of me wanted to flee, to escape this intoxicating pull, but another part burned with curiosity. What was it about this night, this moment, that felt like a reckoning? She turned to me, her eyes dark and glinting with unshed tears. "You don't understand," she said, desperation lacing her words. "This is our chance to reclaim what was lost. To honor the earth, to honor ourselves." The urgency in her voice ignited something within me, a flicker of hope mixed with fear. I remembered my own ghosts, the shadows that whispered in the corners of my mind. The endless cycle of despair and joy, the intoxicating dance with life and death. Dionysus was a reminder of the chaos of existence, of the beauty wrapped in pain. "We can't drown in it," I replied, a flicker of doubt creeping in. "What if we lose ourselves?" "Maybe that's exactly what we need," she said, almost pleading. "To lose ourselves and find something greater. To drink deep from the well of life, to embrace the madness." There was a fire in her voice, and for a moment, I could see it, the vision of a world untamed, unfiltered. The earth was alive, a breathing entity that demanded acknowledgement. The symbols on the goblet shimmered under the moonlight, and I could almost feel them pulling at the threads of my soul. The air thickened, a palpable tension wrapping around us, and just beyond the trees, shadows danced. I turned my gaze back to Lila, her expression fierce, defiant. But I could see the cracks, the way her hands trembled, the way her breath quickened. She was battling her own demons, just as I was. I remember, I started, feeling the weight of my own memories crash over me like a wave. I remember when I thought the world was soft, safe. I remember the laughter echoing in the hallways of my childhood. I remember the way life felt before it turned dark. It can be that way again, Lila insisted, her voice raw. But we have to face it. We have to face what we've buried. In that moment, I saw the truth of it. The ecological significance of our fears mirrored the Earth's own plight. We were all intertwined, bound by the same roots that nourished the trees around us. With every breath, I felt the urgency, the call to regenerate, to awaken the dormant seeds within. The past could not be forgotten, nor could it be denied. It was a part of us, wild and feral. And then, the wind shifted. A howl echoed closer, a warning that made the hair on my neck stand tall. I turned, heart racing, and in that instant, the shadows coalesced. They lunged forth, a chaotic mass of limbs and laughter, and I realized with a jolt, this was no mere gathering of spirits. This was a confrontation with the primal essence of life and death, the defiance of nature itself. Lila? I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the cacophony. Time twisted around us, moments stretching and collapsing like an accordion, and I felt the world tilt. The figures shimmered, a blend of revelers and the lost, the ecstasy of life intermingled with the sorrow of the past. I caught glimpses of faces, both familiar and foreign, and I was thrust into an ancient dance, caught in its intoxicating grip. The earth trembled beneath us, the boundary between the sacred and the profane dissolving into a blur. The moon became a witness to our chaos, and in that wild embrace, I understood the truth. We were all part of something larger, a cycle of birth and rebirth, a celebration of life entwined with death. Lila reached for me, her eyes aflame with determination, and at that moment, I knew. We were not just participants, we were the very essence of the dance itself, entwined in an unbreakable bond with the earth. I could feel the pulse, the heartbeat of existence, quickening with every step we took into the unknown. And though the shadows loomed, I felt the intoxicating thrill of liberation beckoning, an invitation to shed my fears and embrace the wild beauty of the chaos that lay ahead. The forest, alive with the memories of those who came before, would bear witness to our reckoning. I took her hand, and together we stepped into the fray, ready to confront the ghosts that lingered, the symbols that demanded to be acknowledged. The night was far from over, it was just beginning, and we were poised on the precipice of everything we had ever sought. As the revelry enveloped us, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the primal rhythm, knowing that somewhere in this beautiful madness, we would find the truths that connected us all, not just to each other but to the very heart of the earth itself. The world was a symphony, a chaotic dance, and in our hearts, we felt it, alive, electric, and unyielding. The air crackled with electric tension, a palpable hum that clawed its way into the marrow of my bones. Night had fallen, wrapping the world in a shroud of dark velvet, and my heart raced in sync with the distant thrum of drums, echoing through the forest like a heartbeat of the earth itself. Shadows danced among the trees, flickering with the light of the bonfire, a chaotic, swirling mass of bodies, laughter, and unrestrained joy. Yet, beneath that jubilant surface, an undercurrent of fear twisted in my gut, gnawing at my resolve. I caught a glimpse of Elena, her wild hair cascading down her back like a torrent of autumn leaves, eyes alight with fervor. She was aflame, drawing everyone into her orbit, a vessel of Dionysian ecstasy. Yet, there was something haunting in her laughter, a note of desperation that chilled me. I remember the last time I had seen her, a week before, sitting alone, clutching a bottle of cheap wine, her fingers trembling as she whispered to the shadows. "Can you hear him?" she had said, her voice a fragile thread, fraying at the edges. "He calls to us, you know." And then there was Marcus, looming at the edge of the circle like a dark cloud. He was a storm waiting to break, the weight of his brooding presence a stark contrast to the manic energy of the gathering. I remembered the way he had looked at me, his eyes stormy and fierce, like thunder about to crack open the sky. "What are we doing here?" he had growled, the words thick with an unspoken dread. "This isn't a game, Elena. Dionysos isn't just a party, he's a reckoning." Tonight, as I stood among the revelers, I felt the pull of the god, a magnetic force drawing me closer to the fire, to the chaos of flesh and spirit intertwined. I was caught in a trance, the intoxicating scent of wine and sweat swirling around me, but the weight of Marcus's words clung to the air like smoke. The boundaries were blurring, and I was teetering on the precipice, the line between ecstasy and madness wavering like the flame before me. "Dance!" Elena shouted, spinning into the throng, and I followed, caught in her orbit, the music rising to a fever pitch, a wild symphony of clashing rhythms and frenetic energy. My body moved of its own accord, limbs flailing, laughter escaping my lips like a breach in a dam. But the joy felt hollow, a fragile mask that cracked under the pressure of something darker lurking beneath. I remembered the whispers of the forest, the trees seemed to breathe, to watch, judging, waiting. As the night wore on, the crowd began to thin, the wild abandon morphing into something more sinister. Shadows lengthened, stretching like fingers eager to grasp at our souls, and the laughter turned to something strained, fearful. I caught sight of Marcus, his eyes glinting like shards of glass, and dread coiled in my stomach. "Elena!" I shouted, my voice lost in the cacophony. "We need to go." But she was lost in the thrall of the moment, spinning, twirling, caught in a whirlwind of Dionysian madness. Tension tightened around us, the air thick with an electric charge, like the moment before a storm. "No. You don't understand," she cried, her voice a desperate plea. "He wants us to surrender, to be free. We can't hold back." My heart pounded, a drum echoing the fear I couldn't shake, and in that moment, I saw it, the darkness creeping in, an insatiable hunger that clawed at the edges of our revelry. I felt it too, the pull of Dionysos, the call to lose ourselves completely. But at what cost? Then, I caught the glimmer of a knife, no, a shard of glass, shimmering beneath the firelight, nestled in the dirt like a secret waiting to be unearthed. "Elena! We have to leave. It's not safe here." I screamed, reaching out to her, but she was spinning, lost in her own world, her laughter ringing hollow, a siren song weaving through the heavy air. The drums thundered, louder now, each beat reverberating through my chest. Marcus stepped closer, a storm cloud darkening his features. "This isn't just a celebration," he shouted, desperation clawing at his voice. "It's a sacrifice. We can't let him take us." But Elena, illuminated by the flickering flames, threw her head back, laughter erupting from her lips, reckless and uncontained. "You're afraid of the truth, Marcus. He is liberation. He is the chaos and the order." The forest held its breath, the creatures silent, the world sharpening to a solitary focus, the three of us, on the edge of oblivion. I felt the pull of the god, a whisper wrapping around my heart, pulling me into the depths of my own fears and desires. I wanted to dance, I wanted to scream, I wanted to break free. But I also wanted to hold on, to tether myself to the sanity I was losing. "Elena!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Please!" And then, just like that, the spell shattered. The fire flickered, casting strange shadows on the faces around us, and with a sudden dread, I realized the laughter had turned into something else, something sharp and jagged, a cry for help drowned in the chaos. I could see them now, the faces, distorted, wild with fear and desperation, mirroring my own. "Run!" Marcus's voice cut through the din, a thunderous roar. "Get out!" The crowd surged and broke, a chaotic wave of bodies thrumming with panic, and suddenly I was sprinting, pulling Elena with me, her fingers slipping through mine like grains of sand. The forest seemed alive, wrapping around us, suffocating. The drums pounded like a heart in agony, and I could feel the presence of Dionysos lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. "We can't go back!" I gasped, my breath coming in ragged bursts. "He'll take you." And then, In the darkness, amid the chaos of fleeing bodies and frantic whispers, I caught a glimpse of the truth, the haunting melody echoing through the trees, calling to us, deeper and deeper into the night. The confrontation was coming, the reckoning imminent, but for now, we ran, hearts pounding, breathless, the shadows closing in around us. The god was not done with us yet. The night is an echo chamber, reverberating with a heartbeat that syncs with the heavy thump of music. A pulse, relentless, drawing you into a world where shadows dance and whispers cling to the air like smoke. The glow of neon lights cuts through the darkness, illuminating the frantic faces of the lost. Among them, Lena stands, her heart racing, caught in a whirlwind of ecstasy and despair. She remembers the first time she tasted freedom. The taste of it was sweet, like honey drizzled over pain, but here, in this moment, it feels twisted, a bittersweet poison that seeps into her bones. Across the crowd, Theo watches. His heart is a caged bird, fluttering against the bars of his own making. He is not here to lose himself but to find her, Lena, the wild spirit, a muse who lured him into her chaotic orbit. But the dance of Dionysos has its price, it demands surrender, a piece of the soul, and Theo isn't sure he can afford to pay. The music swells, a siren's call, taunting him with memories of laughter and the warmth of her embrace, but also the shadows of despair that lingered just behind her smile. I remember, she had whispered once, her voice a trembling leaf caught in the wind. I remember the night when the world felt alive, when chaos was beautiful. It's a memory that haunts him now, as he watches her surrender to the rhythm. The crowd ebbs and flows around her, an ocean of untamed desire, and yet he feels like a ghost, drifting just beyond the reach of their fervor. The smell of sweat and alcohol mingles with the aroma of reckless dreams. He sees her lose herself, sees the Dionysian spark ignite in her eyes, and it terrifies him. Every moment stretches, and there's a pulse, a beat, an ache. The music shudders as if it understands the weight of their histories. She twirls, arms lifted to the sky, the world spinning around her, and for a fleeting instant, she becomes the embodiment of joy, of creation, of everything Dionysos represents. But he knows the other side of that coin. The whispers of excess, the edge of madness. He remembers the nights where euphoria turned into chaos and she lost herself in shadows darker than wine. Please, he murmurs, but the words are swallowed by the cacophony, the insatiable hunger of the crowd. They are all searching for something, connection, release, a temporary escape from the mundane. But in the heart of their revelry lies danger, lurking just beneath the surface. His hands clench into fists, raw with the intensity of his feelings. He wants to pull her back, to shield her from the storm, yet deep down, he knows, she craves it, the chaos, the ecstasy, the release that Dionysos offers. Outside, the city looms, a shrouded titan against the night sky, its heartbeat a distant echo. The shadows stretch longer, a reminder that what they are partaking in is fleeting. But Lena, lost in the moment, doesn't see it. To her, the night is infinite, the canvas for every desire, every dream. And in this intoxicated state, she dances closer to her own edge, flirting with a darkness that promises liberation but threatens to consume her whole. In the corner, a figure watches, eyes glinting with something sinister. He is the embodiment of temptation, the Dionysian spirit incarnate, lurking in the periphery, whispering to the revelers. He knows their weaknesses, their secrets, the chasms they hide within. He smiles at Lena, a predator's grin. She is the perfect muse, the essence of wildness wrapped in vulnerability, spiraling ever closer to the brink. And Theo watches, heart pounding, a tempest of emotions churning within him. He feels the weight of his own flaws pressing down, the inadequacies that scream in the silence of his mind. He's the tether, the anchor, but he fears that she'll float away, lost in the cosmos of Dionysian chaos, a goddess in her own right, but at what cost? Every heartbeat is a plea, a struggle against the inevitable, and he feels the urgency grow. As the music swells, Lena catches his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, clarity pierces through the haze. She sees the worry etched on his face, and it pulls at something deep within her. But the connection wanes as the rhythm pulls her back into its embrace, a siren call she cannot resist. She dances harder, spins faster, chasing a high that feels like freedom but tastes like despair. I remember, she gasps between breaths, the words a mantra, a spell. I remember the taste of wine on my lips, the thrill of night wrapping around me like a lover. And with each repetition, she loses herself a little more, the Dionysian spirit wrapping around her like a cold whisper, promising everything but giving nothing. Theo's heart aches with the weight of his love, his desperation. He thinks of the night spent in quiet conversations, the laughter that felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. But here, under the neon lights, shadows loom larger than life, and he feels the fracture widen. Suddenly, the music shifts, a discordant note slicing through the air like glass shattering. The crowd exhales collectively, a gasp that echoes through the chaos. Theo's instincts flare, something is wrong. He fights through the throng, desperation fueling his steps, but the world blurs around him, a kaleidoscope of colors and madness. He sees her again, lost in the dance, but now the glimmer in her eyes has dimmed, replaced by something darker, something that speaks of loss. The Dionysian spirit doesn't just seduce, it devours. In that instant, he understands, he must act, must confront her, wrestle her back from the brink. I remember, he calls out, the words raw and primal, a lifeline thrown into tumultuous waters. I remember us. But the music drowns him, and shadows sway around them like vultures. The figure watches, a grin spreading across his face, a silent promise of chaos. And as the rhythm builds to an unbearable crescendo, Theo knows he must fight, to reach into the depths of his soul and pull her back from the abyss, to remind her what it means to feel free without losing oneself entirely. The night rages on, electrifying and terrifying, and as all eyes turn to the dance floor, Lena stands on the precipice, the embodiment of Dionysos, a goddess on the edge of chaos, and the moment hangs, heavy with promise and dread. Will she soar or fall? The answer hovers in the air, and the pulse of the city quickens, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, caught in the web of emotion, faith, and fear that binds them all. The bass thumps like a wild heart, reverberating through the smoke-filled room where shadows dance and desires twist with the fervor of 1,000 unspoken dreams. I stand there, breathless, caught in the magnetic pull of the crowd, each face illuminated by the flickering strobe lights, every pulse sinks to the primal beat. The air is thick with a heady mix of sweat and longing, electric with the promise of release. I remember the moment sharply, like a knife to the gut, my heart is a precarious pendulum, swinging wildly as I glance across the sea of bodies. There's Sarah, her hair a tempest of wild curls, eyes half closed, lost somewhere between ecstasy and despair. She's dancing, but it's more than that, it's a ritual, a communion with something ancient. The Dionysian spirit seeps through her movements, pulling her further into the abyss where joy and sorrow intertwine. She's searching for something, maybe redemption, maybe oblivion. I've seen it in her eyes before, that fleeting shadow of hope wrapped in desperation. She's all colors and chaos, a beautiful mess, and I can't look away. Then there's Alex, standing off to the side, arms crossed, his expression a mask of indifference. But I know him better than that. Beneath the layers of sarcasm and bravado lies a storm, a tempest of unfulfilled dreams. He's a poet in a world that demands conformity, a soul bound by invisible chains. Watching Sarah lose herself in the music, I see the sharp pang of jealousy flash across his face, a yearning so palpable it cuts through the noise. It's as if he's trapped in a glass box, watching the world swirl with vibrant chaos while he remains frozen in time. Just let go. I scream over the cacophony, my voice swallowed by the music, but I know they can feel it. The urgency, the desperation. We're all just fragments of ourselves, yet in this moment, we are alive, vivid and raw. The music swells, a wave crashing down upon us, and I can feel time itself unraveling. Memories bleed into the present, echoes of laughter, whispered secrets, the taste of salt on my lips from the ocean air. I remember the summer nights we spent chasing the stars, the way the world felt limitless. But here, now, the night is a fleeting moment, and the shadows loom like specters, reminding us of what we hide. I can see it in Alex's eyes, the fear of losing himself, of surrendering to the rhythm. He clings to his doubts like a life buoy, while Sarah dances, letting the music consume her, becoming the very embodiment of Dionysian revelry. The conflict is palpable, a charged tension that crackles in the air. As the beat drops, everything changes. The crowd roars, a primal scream rising from the depths of our souls. I watch as Sarah spins, arms lifted toward the ceiling, her laughter slicing through the darkness. She's an angel and a demon, a goddess of wine, intoxication, and wild abandon. There's something haunting in her joy, a reminder of the fragility that lies beneath the surface, and it sends a shiver down my spine. Why can't you just be happy? Alex shouts, his voice a mixture of admiration and exasperation, but there's a tremor beneath his words. The moment hangs in the air, electric and loaded. I hold my breath. Will she break? Will she hear the unspoken plea cloaked in anger? But she doesn't. Instead, she twirls faster, as if to drown out the dark thoughts swirling around her like a tempest. The lights pulse, they flicker like memories half-formed, moments we never quite grasped before they slipped away, faded photographs of laughter and tears. I remember the nights we spent talking about everything and nothing, the way our dreams felt within reach. But those dreams, they seeped away with the dawn, leaving us with echoes of what could have been. And then it crashes, an emotional wave that washes over us, dragging us beneath the surface. I feel the weight of the world pressing down as Alex steps forward, breaking the fragile thread of silence. You don't have to be alone, he pleads, raw and unguarded. His voice trembles, and I can see it, the flicker of vulnerability he hides so well. His eyes are wide, searching, begging for a connection as they dart between us. You can come back. Sarah pauses, her laughter fading into a whisper, eyes narrowing as if trying to decipher a riddle. The music swells, a cacophony that feels like the pulse of the universe itself. In this moment, everything hangs in balance, a delicate dance between chaos and clarity. I hold my breath, feeling the tension coil around us, every heartbeat echoing like a drum. Back, she echoes, voice soft yet laced with a challenge. To what? To who? This isn't life, this is a prison disguised as a party. Her words pierce the air, sharp and unyielding. The room feels smaller now, the shadows inching closer, and I can sense the fear rising, fear of the truth, of the raw vulnerability that Dionysian themes expose. In that charged moment, I feel the universe shift, the music a throbbing heartbeat that resonates within each of us, wrapping around our fears and desires. I want to scream, to shout that we are all just fragments of ourselves, caught in this dizzying spiral where pleasure and pain lie side by side. But what do I know? I'm just a bystander, a witness to their emotional tempest, and my heart aches for them. Is this what you want? Alex presses, stepping closer, a beacon of hope amidst the storm. To dance forever in the dark. There's a tension that swells between them, a gravitational pull that feels ancient, profound. It's as if the cosmos itself is holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of their worlds. And then, in a moment that feels suspended in time, Sarah takes a step back, the light glimmering in her eyes like shards of shattered glass. I don't know what I want, she whispers, the vulnerability cracking through her fierce facade. I just want to feel something real, even if it hurts. The truth hangs in the air, heavy and intoxicating, and in that moment, the music becomes a siren song, a call to the wild, to the beautiful chaos of life. Around us, the crowd sways, oblivious to the tempest brewing at the center, a testament to the power of Dionysian themes that pulse through modern music like lifeblood. Time stretches and warps, and I realize we're all caught in this dance, spiraling toward a confrontation that will change everything. The shadows whisper secrets, the lights flicker like a heartbeat. This isn't just a party, it's a reckoning. And just as I think I can breathe again, the beat drops one last time, louder than any heartbeat, and we are consumed, lost in the maelstrom of desire, fear, and raw, unadulterated emotion. The night was alive, an electric pulse coursing through the air, heavy with the scent of ripe grapes crushed underfoot. The laughter, a frantic orchestra of joy and desperation, rang out like shattered glass, sharp and beautiful. I stood there, the moon a ghostly witness, its silvery light sifting through the shadows of the city, where chaos danced with ecstasy. In this moment, the grip of reality slipped, and the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, as if Dionysos himself had descended to weave his magic among us. I remember the first time I met her, Anya, with hair like sunlit hay and eyes that sparkled with mischief. She was the kind of girl who could draw laughter from the deepest well of sorrow. Life is a festival, she'd say, her voice a melody, light yet haunting, and we're all just trying to get by on cheap wine and borrowed time. At that moment, surrounded by revelers, her laughter echoed through the night, an intoxicating elixir that filled the void inside of me. I wanted to believe her, wanted to embrace the chaos. But beneath the laughter lay a tremor, a fear, an echo of something darker. I watched as Marcus, Anya's brother, paced like a caged beast, the lines of worry etched deep into his brow. He had always been the protector, a silent sentinel against the tides of madness. I could see it in his clenched fists and the way his jaw tightened, like a coiled spring ready to snap. "This isn't a game," he muttered under his breath, glancing toward the throngs of festival-goers, their faces painted in vibrant colors of joy and sorrow alike. The festival, a cacophony of life and death, pulsed like a heartbeat. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient celebrations, the echoes of revelry that once drew thousands to the sacred groves, where the vines hung thick with promise and the air was heavy with the weight of expectation. Dionysos, god of wine and madness, had cast his spell once more, but not without consequences. I could feel the tension rising, a dark cloud gathering over the jubilant crowd. Amidst the chaos, I could see Anya, twirling like a wildflower in the wind, her laughter cutting through the tension. "Forget the shadows," she called to Marcus, her voice a siren song, "dance with me. Let the gods bear witness." But Marcus didn't hear her, he was too wrapped in his own fears, haunted by ghosts of the past. I watched as Anya's smile faltered, confusion crossing her features as her brother's anguish clashed with her unyielding joy. I remember the first time I tasted fear. It was in a moment like this, where the laughter faded and the shadows deepened. The air turned thick, an impending storm brewing just out of sight. I glanced at Marcus, his eyes dark pools of uncertainty, and then back to Anya, who was still trying to pull him into the light, her smile a fragile mask. "What if something happens?" he hissed, his voice barely a whisper, but it cut through the revelry like a knife. The festival exploded around us, colors swirling, music crescendoing, bodies moving in a primal dance that echoed the wild rhythms of ancient times. But inside me, I felt the weight of dread settle like a stone, heavy and unyielding. I wanted to scream, to shake them both free from this illusion, to scream that the gods are capricious, that the joy of the festival often masks the lurking danger. But instead, I stood paralyzed, caught in the web of their conflicting emotions. Anya, fierce and unrelenting, took Marcus's hand, pulling him into the fray. "You can't let fear win, Marcus. Look around you. We're alive." Her voice rang out, a clarion call against the encroaching shadows. I could see the battle within him, his love for her locked in a fierce struggle with the weight of his fears. And then, just like that, the tension snapped. The first scream pierced the night, raw and chilling, shattering the joyful facade. A figure stumbled into the light, blood drenching their clothes, terror etched into their features. The festival transformed in an instant, from a celebration of life into a nightmarish tableau. Anya's laughter fell silent, replaced by gasps and whispers. Marcus sprang into action, his protective instincts ignited, but I could feel the darkness close in. "Anya!" I called, reaching for her, but she was already lost in the surging crowd, drawn to the chaos like a moth to a flame. I followed, heart pounding, lungs burning, as fear wrapped its icy tendrils around me. The swirling colors of the festival became a blur, the music morphed into an oppressive roar. "Are you okay?" Marcus shouted, his eyes wide, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. He reached for Anya, but she slipped away, her spirit unbroken even as the world around us crumbled. The festival, once vibrant, now felt like a grotesque parody of itself, laughter turned to cries of anguish, the dance of life twisting grotesquely into a struggle for survival. I remember the taste of bitterness in my mouth, the realization that joy and fear dance a delicate waltz, intertwined in ways we often refuse to acknowledge. I watched as Anya, still defiant, reached for her brother, her laughter a distant memory. "We have to help," she cried, but Marcus was too paralyzed, his eyes reflecting the horror unfolding before us. Time slowed, seconds stretched into eternity. I could feel the weight of 1,000 memories crashing down, festivals of the past, the laughter, the tears, the fleeting beauty of life. Dionysos had awakened something primal within us, a spark of connection entwined with the bitter taste of loss. The shadows loomed larger, an insatiable hunger swallowing all light, and I felt the very fabric of our lives unraveling. "Anya, we can't stay here," I shouted, a futile plea against the onslaught. But she wouldn't yield, her spirit flickering like a candle against the wind. The tension in the air crackled like a storm, and I could sense a reckoning looming just beyond our grasp. The festival wasn't just a celebration, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and desires. Dionysos had come to remind us that life is fleeting, and in our quest for joy, we often dance on the edge of the abyss. In that moment, as chaos consumed the night, I realized the truth that binds us all: love, fear, loss, and the unquenchable thirst for life. Somewhere among the swirling shadows, I saw Anya's smile falter, her laughter fading into the night as fear took hold. And I knew then that the festival would never truly end, it would echo through the ages, a continuous loop of joy and despair, binding us all in a haunting dance beneath the watchful eyes of the gods. The air was thick, pulsating with a feverish energy, a cacophony of laughter and heartbreak swirling in the shadows of the nightclub. The bass thumped like a heartbeat, each reverberation echoing deep within my chest, a tangible reminder that life was both fleeting and beautiful. I stood at the bar, the neon lights casting eerie halos over strangers lost in a haze of smoke and longing. I watched her, Lila, reckless and radiant, her hair a vivid cascade of colors, a modern-day Dionysian muse. She spun on the dance floor, a whirling dervish, laughter spilling from her lips, intoxicating everyone around her. But beneath the surface of that vibrant exterior, I could see the cracks, a darkness that threatened to consume her. "Do you remember," she shouted over the pulsing chaos, her voice a siren call, "that night we danced until dawn, the world falling away?" A memory flickered through my mind, a snapshot of us entwined beneath a sky stained with stars, our laughter mingling with cigarette smoke and dreams unsaid. But that night felt like a lifetime ago, and now, as I stared into her eyes, I felt a chasm opening, an abyss of unaddressed fears and unfulfilled desires. Then there was Marcus, perched on a corner of the bar, his fingers tapping nervously against a glass, an anxious rhythm that matched the pounding music. He was my best friend, a man with a heart as wide as the ocean and a soul tethered to the shores of self-doubt. I watched as he struggled with his own demons, the weight of unspoken words etched into his brow. He was in love with Lila. I knew it, the way his gaze lingered on her, the way he laughed at her jokes, but never quite let her in. His heart was a fragile bird, trapped in a cage of silence, flapping desperately against the bars of fear. "Did you ever think," he asked me suddenly, his voice barely audible over the noise, "that we're all just echoes of some great Dionysian revelry, searching for something we can't name?" I took a sip of my drink, the bitterness cutting through my haze momentarily. I wanted to tell him that life was a party that no one invited us to, a festivity we crashed unceremoniously, but those words perched on the tip of my tongue, heavy and unspoken. The weight of unfulfilled dreams hung in the air, thicker than the fog swirling around us. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, a desperate yearning, a longing to connect, to break through the barriers we had built around ourselves. The music swelled, an insistent pulse, and Lila spun toward us, her arms outstretched as if inviting us to share in her madness. "Come on," she called, her voice bright and unyielding. "Forget everything for tonight. Let's just live." But as she danced, I saw the shadow lurking just behind her, the specter of reality waiting to drag her back into the abyss. "Lila," I shouted, my heart racing as I realized I had to say something, anything, to pierce her joyful facade. "You can't dance away your pain." For a moment, her laughter faltered, her smile slipping, and the world around us faded, leaving only the two of us suspended in an electric silence. I saw the flicker of recognition flash across her face, the acknowledgement of something deeper, an understanding that life was not just a collection of wild nights and fleeting highs. Her gaze shifted to Marcus, and I could see the question written on her face: "What are you afraid of?" It was a challenge, a dare. I clenched my fists, feeling the surge of tension and emotion rising within me, threatening to spill over. "Everything," Marcus breathed, his vulnerability slipping through the cracks of his armor. "I'm afraid of losing you, Lila. Of losing myself." The air crackled, charged with unspoken truths and unfulfilled desires. The laughter around us blurred, a distant echo as the three of us stood on the precipice of something monumental. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, each second stretching into eternity as we teetered on the edge of confrontation. "Then don't," Lila whispered, her voice softer now, a delicate thread reaching out to bridge the chasm between us. "Don't lose yourself in the shadows. Step into the light with me." But the shadows were seductive, whispering promises of safety, of comfort. I felt the pull of the dark, the temptation to retreat into silence, to let the night swallow me whole. Yet, as I met Marcus's gaze, I realized that the real danger lay in remaining stagnant, in letting life pass us by while we clung to our fears. "Do you remember the stories of Dionysos?" I asked suddenly, my voice raw with emotion. "The wild abandon, the ecstasy, the chaos? He taught us to revel in life, to embrace the madness. But also, to face our truths." Lila's eyes sparkled with something fierce, a flicker of recognition igniting beneath the surface. "Then let's be wild. Let's be honest. Let's dance through the fear." In that moment, everything shifted. The music crescendoed, and the world around us exploded with color and sound. The laughter became a chorus, the pulsating rhythm a heartbeat that tied us together. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down around us, the weight of our unspoken fears and desires laid bare. And as we moved together, Lila spinning, Marcus swaying, and me lost in the current of it all, I understood. This was the continuation of the Dionysian spirit, a testament to our humanity. A reminder that the darkest nights could still birth the brightest dawns, that connection was possible even amid the chaos. The intensity hung in the air, thick and electric, a promise that the night was far from over. We danced on the knife's edge, teetering between joy and heartbreak, each movement a prayer, each laughter a vow. And in that moment, just as the world threatened to unravel, I knew we would keep dancing. Through the shadows, through the fears, through the haunting echoes of past pain. We would continue, relentless, unyielding, forever entwined in the kind of madness that only the spirit of Dionysos could inspire. The bass thudded through the walls of the underground club, a living heartbeat, a throbbing pulse that reverberated in my chest. I watched from the back, a shadow against shadows, heart racing, blood coursing with the electric charge of anticipation. Bodies writhed and twisted in a chaotic dance, limbs colliding, faces glowing with sweat and ecstasy. But amidst the riot of life, I felt like a ghost, a whisper in the cacophony, unseen, unheard. I remember the first time I met her. The sun had set, casting an orange glow on the rooftops, and there she was, Ilara, a tempest of wild curls and laughter that sent shivers up my spine. She wore a dress that caught the fading light, shimmering like liquid gold. She was Dionysian, a creature of pleasure, of madness, of the intoxicating unknown. I was drawn, like a moth to a flame, but flames burn, don't they? "Join me," she'd said, her voice a siren's call, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. I remember that moment, the allure of her words hanging thick in the air, intoxicating. But now, in the club, as I watched her dance, lost among strangers, I felt the sharp pang of longing. Her eyes were closed, the world around her forgotten. I, tethered to a reality that felt mundane and grey, was not part of that ecstasy. To my left stood Samuel, his face a canvas of conflict, desire and despair painted in stark strokes. He was a friend, once a brother in arms, but now a prisoner of his own making. "It's like a dream," he whispered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "If we could just let go." I wanted to shout at him, to shake him awake, but I understood. The search for ecstasy gnawed at his insides like a relentless hunger. We'd been through battles, but this was a war of a different kind, and neither of us knew how to fight it. The bass dropped, and the crowd surged, a wave of bodies crashing against one another. I could see the flickers of desperation, the faces twisted in search of something deeper than the beat, something more than the surface of pleasure. I looked back at Ilara, her movements raw, an embodiment of Dionysian freedom. Yet, beneath the surface, I could sense her fragility, the cracks that life had carved into her spirit. She was seeking, just as we all were, yet every dance only deepened her darkness. "Remember when we thought we could conquer the world?" Samuel's voice broke through my reverie, a thin thread of nostalgia woven through the chaos. I remembered the night spent under starlit skies, dreams spilling from our lips like wine. Now look at us. Chasing shadows. His bitter laughter mingled with the music, reverberating against the walls. But the truth was more haunting than the pulsing beat. We weren't just chasing shadows, we were running from ourselves. I could feel it in the air, thick as smoke, wrapping around my throat. The weight of existence pressed down, a haunting reminder that every high comes with a price. We were all trapped in this cycle, a dance with the divine and the disastrous. I watched Elara, spinning like a dervish, her body a blur of joy and despair. Moments of ecstasy punctured by flashes of fear, the edge of madness lurking just beyond her laughter. I wanted to save her, to pull her back from the abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. But who was I to save anyone? I felt like a marionette with tangled strings, lost in my own disappointments. The crowd swelled, and the air grew thick with a heady mix of sweat, perfume, and desire. Samuel's hand brushed against mine, a touch that held more than just warmth, a plea. We can find it again, you know. But I wasn't so sure. The ecstasy we once chased had morphed into something unrecognizable, a shadow of its former self, tainted and twisted. I turned my gaze back to Elara, who now seemed to dance with the ghosts of the past, her movements both frantic and fluid, a paradox of pain wrapped in beauty. The light stuttered, casting grotesque shadows that flickered across her face, an unsettling reminder of the fragility of our fleeting joys. Look, Samuel said, his voice laced with urgency. What if we just let go? Just for this night. The desperation in his eyes mirrored my own. I wanted to scream, to claw my way out of this suffocating reality, to taste the sweet nectar of liberation. Yet, the fear of what lay beyond the edge of that abyss held me back. What if we let go only to fall? But the music pulsed like blood through my veins, drowning out reason. With each beat, I felt myself being drawn into the maelstrom. I clutched Samuel's hand tighter, feeling the tension, the shared fear, the unspoken bond of two souls on the brink. Together? I asked, my voice barely breaking through the roar. Together, he breathed, and in that moment, we leaped. The world around us shattered, and the barriers of reality disintegrated. The dance floor became a realm of chaos and bliss, a euphoric void where courage mingled with recklessness. We surrendered to the moment, to the music, to the wildness that bubbled just beneath the surface of existence. I remember the laughter, the tears. I remember Elara's face illuminated by the strobe lights, a radiant portrait of joy and sorrow. But sometimes, ecstasy is a double-edged sword. Just as quickly as it ignites, it can extinguish. I remember the sudden silence, a jarring stillness that sliced through the euphoria. Faces turned, confusion rippled through the crowd. I felt the ground shift beneath us, an unsettling tremor in the air, a promise of reckoning. And there it was, the darkness creeping back, the shadows lengthening, the ghosts of regret whispering against our skin. I watched Elara freeze, her joy collapsing into uncertainty, and in that moment, I understood. The search for ecstasy is not just a quest for joy, it's a desperate grapple with the ghosts we carry, the monsters we hide from, and the truths we fear to face. I could feel the tension coiling tight, like a spring wound too far, the moment before the storm. For every heartbeat that echoed in the silence, I wondered, could we truly find ecstasy in this modern world, or were we always destined to chase the shadows? The music returned, the lights blared, but I felt the weight of a deeper truth pressing down on me. I gripped Samuel's hand as the chaos surged once more, the dance floor a whirlpool of desire and despair. Elara's laughter echoed in my ears, but it was laced with something darker, a haunting melody of joy interwoven with sorrow. We were locked in this relentless cycle, spiraling through the night, searching for something just out of reach. And as the clock ticked its relentless rhythm, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all just players in a grand, chaotic drama, Dionysian souls caught in the search for ecstasy in a world that sought to bury us alive. And so we danced, we fell, we searched, as shadows loomed large, echoing the haunting truth, ecstasy, like life, is a fleeting spark, beautiful, terrible, and forever just beyond our grasp. The music throbbed through the night, a pulse in the veins of the city, drawing me into its intoxicating embrace. I stood there, heart racing, the cool breeze slicing through the smoke-filled air, each note like an electric shock. The festival, oh, the festival, was alive, a cacophony of laughter, shouts, and the distant wails of joy, weaving a tapestry of chaos against the backdrop of an ancient ruin. I could see her, Ilara, twirling under the neon lights, her laughter like shards of glass glittering in the darkness. But beneath the surface, shadows moved, an uninvited chill creeping down my spine, heavy with the weight of secrets long buried. I remember when we first met. I remember the look in her eyes then, wild, uncontainable, the very essence of Dionysos, dancing on the knife's edge between ecstasy and despair. Now, as she spun, a goddess among mere mortals, I felt a rift growing between us. I was tethered to the ground, anchored by my fears while she soared into the night, chasing something just beyond reach, something that smelled of freedom and recklessness. "Stay with me," I shouted, but my voice was lost in the whirlwind. The crowd swallowed me whole, leaving only the echo of her name hanging in the air. And then there was Marcus, my oldest friend, his face drawn tight, jaw clenched. He was the anchor, the logic in my storm. But tonight, even he seemed adrift, a vessel caught in a tempest. I caught his eye across the crowd, a silent agreement passing between us. We both felt the pull of Dionysos, the god of wine and revelry, but we were terrified of what else he brought, the madness, the ruin. The night promised everything, yet threatened to unravel us, to expose the frailty of our souls. "We have to talk," Marcus mouthed, urgency etched in every line of his face. The world around us spun, people danced under the stars, their faces streaked with paint, their bodies glistening with sweat and joy. I could hear the rhythm of drums pounding, pushing me closer to that edge, the boundary between bliss and oblivion. I could see Ilara, her eyes bright as she lost herself in the music, but I was afraid to follow. My heart was a pit, a cavern of doubt. What if? I muttered under my breath, but the words were swallowed by the night. Marcus stepped forward, his hand firm on my shoulder, grounding me. "We can't let this consume us," he urged, but I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the way he glanced at Ilara, how her freedom stirred something deep within him. I wondered if he felt the same ache, the same pull toward destruction masquerading as joy. I remembered our childhood, playing in the fields, dreaming of adventures, never knowing they would lead us here, to this moment of reckoning, where the past and present collided in a cacophony of emotions. Suddenly, the music shifted. A haunting melody wove through the air, weaving a spell, drawing us closer to the heart of the festival. People swayed, eyes rolled back, lost in the ecstasy of the moment. Ilara was moving to the music like water, fluid and free, and I felt the urge to join her, to drown in that bliss, but instead, I stepped back, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon my shoulders. "We can't lose control," I whispered, but my voice wavered. Marcus, sensing my turmoil, leaned closer. "What is it you fear?" His question cut through the haze, sharp and clear. I stared into his eyes, and I could see it, the mirror of my own fears reflected back at me. We were both terrified of losing her, of losing ourselves in a nightlife that promised everything but delivered chaos. "What if she doesn't come back?" I confessed, my heart pounding in sync with the beat of the drums. "What if we lose her to this madness?" And there it was, the unspoken truth that clung to the edges of our hearts like fog at dawn. Ilara was slipping away from us, intoxicated by the allure of Dionysos, the wild god of revelry, the very essence of life and death entwined. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. The air grew thick with tension, memories flooding back, faded photographs of laughter, of dreams shared under a sky speckled with stars. I remembered the time we'd sat by the river, talking about everything and nothing, the world sprawling before us like an endless canvas, and now, here we were, trapped in the shadows of our own making. I could feel time slipping away, each second echoing with the relentless tick of a clock, a reminder that every heartbeat brought us closer to a reckoning. Ilara's laughter pierced through my thoughts, sharp and bright, but I sensed an edge of desperation beneath it, a cry for something more, something only Dionysos could offer. The desire to break free from the chains of reality, to live in that intoxicating haze of pleasure and pain. I wanted to save her, to pull her back from the brink, but how could I when I felt the same pull? How could I be a tether when all I wanted was to be swept away? Marcus gripped my arm, his fingers digging in, grounding me as if we were two ships lost in a tempest, struggling to stay afloat. This isn't just about her, he urged, voice low, intense. It's about us. We can't let this darkness swallow us whole. But as his words hung in the air, I realized the truth. What if we were already lost? What if the night had claimed us before we even knew it? And then, just as the tension reached its peak, Ilara turned, her eyes locking onto mine, an electric charge coursing through the space between us. There was a challenge in her gaze, a dare that set my heart racing. The world faded around us, and in that moment, it was just the three of us, Ilara, Marcus, and me, caught in a whirlwind of choices, emotions, and unspoken desires. The festival morphed into an endless spiral of light and shadow, where the realms of dreams and reality collided, and the legacy of Dionysos unfolded before us, wild and untamed. Time fluttered like a moth in the dark, and I knew we stood on the precipice, a moment suspended, a heartbeat away from everything changing. Would we surrender to the chaos of our passions, letting go of the bonds that tied us to safety? Or would we fight against the tide, struggling to keep our souls intact? As the music swelled, I felt a surge of something raw and primal, something that echoed the very essence of life itself. I took a step forward, drawn toward Ilara, toward the wildness that beckoned, my heart racing with the thrill of uncertainty. The night stretched before us, a canvas painted with possibilities, each stroke a choice waiting to be made. In that electrifying moment, I knew we were not just chasing a legacy, we were becoming a part of it, weaving ourselves into the fabric of Dionysos' eternal dance. Would we find our salvation in the madness, or would we be consumed by it? As the shadows deepened and the music pulsed like a heartbeat, I took a breath, a promise hanging in the balance, the unknown stretching out before us like a vast and uncharted sea. The night was alive, and so were we. The confrontation loomed, and we were caught in the relentless tide of time, together, apart, forever questioning what we were willing to sacrifice in the name of joy.